have to end up. Go ahead.
No, I think you're right about that. It's a more thought. So maybe it's not the game for you, but it's still there's money that can be made in it. But
no, but you can click it mindlessly if you just buy a good enough team though. The guy I saw, he had to focus, and he's like, "Oh, what do I do?" He's strategizing and shit because he bought the shittiest team. If you buy a dope ass team, you just probably rip through shit.
yeah, but then where's your money? Where's the money you're going to be making? You know what I mean? You would have spent way more money than you're going to make, right?
What do you mean?
If you buy an expensive team, you're just going to end up. It's going to take you a lot longer to make that money back because you spent so much money.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, if it's, or if you spend the more your team's worth, the more you make too. Though I think, like, if you have a $3,000 team, you're not making as much as the same as the guy with the $300 team.
I think the only way that you make a bunch of money in that game is by obviously by getting those potions, the coins, which I think you don't. I don't think that you. I think there's a maximum amount you get just by winning matches, but you will get a bunch by selling. Ones that you clone or ones that you whatever birth them or whatever. Which you can make a lot more if you have good ones. Yeah, for sure. They're going to birth higher valued ones. I'll be right back.
Jeremy, do you feel like with all the crypto knowledge you have, like, are you in any way trying to like kind of keep the information only for yourself, or do you want to like, because it seems like you do want to like help other people with it as well, right?
Yeah, I tell everyone all the time, if you want to learn how to do what I do and make, a couple bucks a day, it's risky and shit, but I mean, I feel like in the long run, it's worth it. So yeah, I want to share it with everyone. I tell everyone, like, if you want to get MetaMask, it's super easy now too. When we first started with this MetaMask Binance chain thing, super difficult, dude. It was a struggle. I had a headache for 3 days straight with Maggie and Chocolate and them. And now it's so fucking easy now to do. Like, it's simple. If you have crypto, I could have you doing shit in the Binance chain in like 5 minutes. That's an exaggeration, but very, very easily and fast. Like, headache free. It's not even a problem.
Nice. Well, there's also a component that, like, the way the system is right now, where there's like the fiat money system, and then you've got these cryptos, and like basically the more fiat money that goes into a lot of these networks, the better. Like that's what's like creating. Essentially, that's what's creating the gold rush. Is a little bit of this fiat money going from the mainstream, system into these cryptocurrency markets, and then how that then multiplies, creating that kind of gold rush. So yeah, it's essentially like a huge transitionary process that's happening, I think, financially.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, dude. And this is a way for children, right? Before this, children had no way to get passive income. It wasn't even possible. You know what I mean? You can't maybe you could get a bank account, or you can't get any real kind of money flowing in. You know what I mean? Even traditional investments, even for adults, man. Even for adults, dude, you know how much money you got to put? You put 20 grand at least into the stock market to be able to get $100 a month in dividends. So, like, even that is a ridiculous, for most adults, just to have 20 grand. Most adults don't, I'm going to say. So, but 20 grand now will get you a whole fucking income. I'll get you a whole income off 20 G's right now for an adult. Like, you're not going to be balling or nothing, but you'll be able to pay the bills and shit. So, I mean, but yeah, kids these days, I would love to take a kid who's like 11, 12, 13 years old and start them doing shit. Like, I could have them I could probably take an 11-year-old child and have them making $100 a month at least by the time they hit 18. That's fucking 7 years, 6, 7 years. You know, you give me 5, 6, 7 years, the kid's probably gonna be making a decent income off of like nothing, throwing a couple bucks at birthday. Look, it costs $2 to get in a node for the thing I just invested. You know, a 12-year-old could have invested in this thing I just did. He could have put $4 in. He would have had enough money for the gas and to buy one node, and he would have had money ticking in passively 7% a day. And there's just tons of shit like that where you don't need a lot of money to. It's even less on the Binance chain. Like I could get you making passive income for like fucking, you know, $1 on the Binance chain. It's not going to be a lot, but it's something. I can get free passive income taking in. All these kids got all these computers and shit. They're not paying electricity at their parents' house. Like, fire up that gaming card or your computer and shit and start fucking mining it. There's faucets you can do on your phone to get free crypto. Like, there's all kinds of stuff you can do to just get like free crypto. Granted, it's pennies and shit. But let me tell you a story. I was using freebitco.in years ago, and the reward used to be, you know, I don't know, it was like 200,000 Satoshis or something, right? That's Bitcoin Satoshis. I don't know if you know how much that's worth now, but it's like over $100 or something. And they were giving that out every hour. That was like the minimum reward you could get every hour for free. You just had to fill out a little CAPTCHA, click the button, and boom, they sent you to Satoshis. Sometimes you'd win like 2 million Satoshis or some shit, which is rare, but you would always get the 200,000 one. But that's what I mean. If you would just held on to even a little piece of that, a kid would have had, you know, a decent chunk of money right now.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. I mean, giving people more options and more potential for financial freedoms is huge. Yeah, it's very beneficial to have more, streams and on options. I mean, there's got to be some kind of bridge to, to help people get out of the rat race, essentially. Escape in the matrix.
My bad. I had to make a phone call. What happened?
I don't think it, I was away. I was away from my mic for a bit.
Yeah, it's been silent here.
So, Lori, any thoughts on the Earth lately?
Not too many. I've been quite busy doing other stuff.
Do you think a sunset can set on a planet Earth?
I don't think so, no. About the question I was asking you in DMs, you might interpret it as a sort of political, because one way to look at it would be there are plenty more FE dying. That's not actually the reason why I'm asking. I've been wondering since it's Christmas time, it would be great to do some kind of, since plenty of people are dying, would be nice to do some kind of video just to commemorate everyone, not taking any stance on why they died or who has died more, or is COVID real or not. Just, let's commemorate all the people who we've lost recently.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Well, that sounds like
Yeah.
a good. Yeah, that'd be nice to do. I mean,
yeah, that's why I'm asking different places. Who have we actually lost? I don't have much time, and I'm pretty. I suck a lot in AV, so I might need some help with doing it. But currently, I'm just trying to find out who did we actually lose.
you're saying within the sort of like cosmology related movement
in
world
this,
community.
yeah, within this discussion, yeah.
Well, Rob Skiba, Mac Parhar,
Lord Stephen Christ recently.
yeah, as far as I heard he passed recently. Yeah.
Then there's of course the Rocket Man. That's quite long ago already, but
Antonio Subarats, that was the one that was.
Yeah, Superats, yeah, I think he passed as well.
But yeah, that would be nice to do if you commemorate them. And
yeah.
I think some videos like that have been being done. I think Jaron did one with Antonio, or at least it was something related. I think it was an old video of his that he did with Antonio.
Yeah, I was thinking of getting in touch with Jose. I just sent him a message if he's doing a show, but he might be already chilling with his peeps. So, but we'll see. Maybe we can do it after Christmas. Maybe get on touch with some of the people, because I know some of the people from Jose's group a bit better, and there are some creative people there who know how to do music as well. And also, since it seems to be, to me, more of the flat earther side that have passed on, it would be a nice gesture for this sort of thing to come from the Glober side as well.
Yeah, I think it's always a beautiful thing to commemorate and honor, people's lives and celebrate their lives and their contributions. And I think when it comes to this, I mean, I know that you may see it differently than I do in terms of what the Earth is, but yeah, I mean, to me, I mean, there's like, yeah, these guys are like warriors in the truth, and played, in my viewpoint, played their roles in a beautiful way.
Yeah, for sure. And at least me personally, I don't see any joy anytime someone dies, even if they are on the other side. Because if you were particularly twisted, you could see that as a victory for your side, because the you just had a warrior go down on the other side. But that's not how I see it at all. Like, to me, that kind of thinking would be.
The thing is though, we're all on the same side.
Sure.
Like I've been trying to tell you guys, like there's elite people that are now, unless you're one of these elite people that are running the show, like the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, Bilderberg Group, motherfucker. Unless you're one of those people, you're on my side. You're on our side.
Yeah, and for me personally, for example, let's say Lord Stephen Christ, I didn't really respect that person a lot. And this is not me trying to shit talk him. In fact, the contrary. Even then, when he's sort of in the the lower category of people that I like, and I sort of deemed even some of his actions quite harmful to other people and stuff like that. Yeah, there's no joy in me when someone dies, because every person is valuable in their own way.
Yo, we're doing a show here tonight, 5 p.m. Same time as Brandon's.
Nice. I might come here and listen in. I'm actually quite busy. I'm doing Christmas cleanings, but I might be in there silently listening in.
What up, Car? How we doing?
Yeah, well, it's like the classic divide and conquer, where these people, these controllers, I won't even call them people. I don't even think they're human ultimately, but at the highest level of it. But they want us to be fighting each other instead of us coming together and uniting and actually, going up against them. So they keep cloaked and hidden by convincing us that we should be fighting each other instead of actually being aware of their lies, deception, and the imbalance of what they're doing that could be brought to justice of some sort.
Are you talking about the government?
The governments, the secret societies behind them, the wealthy people, the bankers, yeah, all of them, yep.
Right. Also, take note, and whenever they use certain tactics, it's all good, it's moral and everything. But when you use those same tactics or you do anything that exposes them, then it's suddenly unethical or something similar, immoral, whatever. Double standards are amazing.
Your mic was a little bit crackly. I didn't quite hear what you said. Could you maybe try to say it again, or?
Is this better?
I think so. Yeah, maybe try. It was just a little bit choppy before.
Well, what I said is when the government uses certain tactics to influence the masses, it's all moral, it's all good, nothing's wrong. But when the opposition uses those tactics or does anything to expose them, then suddenly it's labeled unethical and immoral.
Yeah, I think I do know what you mean. But what would like an example of that be? Like, if it just so I can make sure I understand what you're saying.
Like undercover reporting, because the government does a lot of undercover stuff, with their agents and whatever, CIA and all that stuff. But when you have undercover reporting and people get exposed with the crap that they say behind closed doors, then suddenly it's unethical.
Yep. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's like kind of like they have to go after people that are doing the thing that they want to do, because then, like, essentially they can get away with it and then look like they're going after other people that are doing it.
Right.
Yeah, I made what I make so far. Hold on. 6 of those coins already. 6 coins. So that's 10 cents.
There you go. You just picked up a dime off the off the pavement.
That's what I mean, bro. Like money's just like falling into your fucking house with this.
Falling from the sky.
like off a little $50 investment. That's some little kid's fucking birthday money or something. Kids these days are getting hundreds of dollars now when their birthdays and Christmases and shit pop off. So they got a few bucks to put into this. What are you gonna buy, a fucking video game for $50 that you're gonna play for 2 days and never had fun? Never use again, or would you rather have 50 cents a day trickling in or something? And it just adds up and adds up. Like, one day you got 10 cents. But you could start off easy. Man, I got so much free shit to get like free little amounts of money. Like this one thing I got running on 2 computers, I make like 20 cents a day on it. Another thing, I watch YouTube videos, I get like 20 cents a day from that. Another thing, you could click some links and get 4 or 5 cents a day from that. Like there's just a whole bunch of shit I got where you can make like pennies for basically like nothing. That isn't useful to us because we're adults. But if you're a kid and you have nothing to do and you come home from school and you got like 6 hours to fuck around with, you can definitely spend a couple hours and make like, not a lot of money, but it's better than doing nothing. And you could mine it. The kids could mine it on their computers and their cell phones and their old cell phones and shit. I got 3 old cell phones going right now, making money. Like I would love to do that. Take a kid and have them, make it a nice passive income. Not that it would, support them or anything, but at least when you're 18, if you pop into adulthood with even $50 a month, like even if you were getting $50 a month coming up into adulthood, like that'll pay you like your cell phone bill or something. It's nothing to sneeze at. You know what I'm saying? GL, could you imagine if when you turned 18, you had like an extra 50 or $100 a month coming in? That's fucking huge, bro. That's no joke when you're that young.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is it's a unique time. Like I think I was saying before, maybe when you jumped off or had a call, where I was just saying how, look, we're in this situation where there's the fiat dollar and then the people who own that, run that, the whole thing, the Federal Reserve, basically the entire kind of world economic system. And then, yeah, whatever's going on with this like pandemic thing and this like financial reset, and whatever they have in store or whatever they're trying to do. But as they're doing that, there's this huge transition happening where their fiat money is starting to go into these other networks, these blockchains and cryptocurrency networks. So in a way, they have the potential to start losing a grip on that. And on our side, we have the potential to, break free from their system. And there's still a lot on the table. I mean, I'm not saying like we're not there yet, in that way. But so, yeah, I mean, what you're referring to, it's like this gold mine as the old system, or I was going to say a gold rush, where the old system is like being moved out and is like the part of their financial reset that's happening. But we have also the potential to like break free from what they're trying to reset it to. If that makes sense. They're trying to reset it into their system, but it's kind of like vulnerable at this time. So there's like potential for just like a massive redistribution process happening, and you're like right in it in terms of like being right in the center of that.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity to make something of yourself and have some kind of income coming in these days is just like, it's too easy, like I said, especially for a kid that has nothing to, for a kid that has, if you're not in soccer practice and choir and fucking book club or chess or whatever, and you got all, you're busy 24 hours a day. Most kids come home and play fucking Roblox and shit. So for them, this is an opportunity for those kids. They can put a couple things on their computer and maybe an old cell phone. Maybe they click a few links every day. Like, you get a couple bucks ticking in a month. Just off that, I make I got one program I run it on 2 computers. I make in between $5 and $10 a month on. It's totally passive. You don't have to do anything. Just make sure the computers are on. That's it. Then you take that $5, you put it into something. You buy one of these nodes, and then you buy another thing on maybe Baby Swap or Auto Shark or something. Maybe you catch a good deal, and the coin fucking takes off, and now you got fucking $500 like that. That's how crazy it happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all part of the expansion liberation process coming out of this fiat money domination that's been happening for God knows how many decades. Perhaps more than a century.
Yeah, I made 7.8 of those coins. So what's that? Over a dime. Fucking dope right there. Like, that's awesome, man. It hasn't even been an hour. Has it? I feel like that was like 20 minutes ago, so it's gonna be at least 10 cents an hour. That's $2, $2.50 a day. That's fucking good money for a little $50. And like I said, if that shit flops and I lose $50, whatever, you can't win them all. That's why you never go crazy. That's why you don't do what you said earlier and put 5 or 10 G's or something into something like this, because it's too risky. You'd be better off if you did have 10 G's, what you do is you chop that up into like, $100 or $200 investments, and you start making a list of places you're invested in. And then you just cash out. You rip through your list once every 2 weeks or once a month and just cash the shit out. Like, I don't have to look at this. I mean, I have it open and I'm looking at it now, but I wouldn't have to look at this until the end of the month, until it's time to cash out. Like, I always stay fucking with it. Like, I'm about to buy these, I'm about to open up this change wallet, and I need to buy this coin on Discord. Not on my main account though, because like, I don't want something to happen to my account. Like the shit that I'm in, so, I don't know. I put it on a different account no one knows about. That way the coins are safe. My Discord account is safe. You know what I mean? That guy doesn't even talk. He just has coins staking passively.
Do you guys like Pirate Chain?
I don't even know anything about it. I had some pirate coin on the Binance chain, and it I don't know, something weird happened with it. But is Pirate Chain, is that like its own chain? Is that on MetaMask?
No, yeah, you probably had a different pirate coin, because Pirate's not on Binance yet.
Yeah, different coin.
I don't think it'll ever be on Binance. I don't know. A lot of these major exchanges don't like privacy coins, but it is a privacy coin.
No doubt. Does it have any kind of passive element to it?
I'm sure you could probably mine. I don't know what the mining situation's like, and I don't know too much about mining, but I'm sure you can.
I mean, it doesn't
There's
like stake or anything.
oh yeah, yeah, there's staking. I think you can stake it. It's
Yeah.
really confusing though. Like that's one thing that I really hate about crypto right now is that like I was in a server once and he was like talking about how to stake R, and I was like, okay, so I screenshotted it and like I went back to like look on how to do it, like, and it's just like a fuck mess. Like you have to do like 20 different fucking things to like stake this coin, and it's like, why isn't it just like one click? Like what the fuck? Like
Yeah, I
I
hate
should
that.
just
They
be able
should have.
to move my fucking coins into like some address or whatever, and that's it. Like, but it's literally like a 30-step fucking program, and like all
See,
this
that's
shit. It's like, what the fuck? Like, when is this gonna be simplified? Like, I know
yeah.
it's still new.
It's simple. It's simplified, bro. You're just not fucking with the right people. Like for me, I could bring someone into not having crypto, and within like an hour, I would have them. It's like a simple like 2-3 step process. Like it's not. It's so
No, I
easy
know.
now.
Yeah, for the most part, staking is, but just to stake this ARC one, like here, let me show you. Like, here, let me see if I can find the screenshot.
No, I believe you. Some of them are ridiculous. Yeah, some of
Yeah,
them are
it's,
ridiculous.
it's
I know.
it's totally dumb, dude. Oh yeah, I'm driving right now, but yeah, it's just silly. But no, I mean, I think the general like sentiment on crypto is like what I've heard is that I don't know if they're saying that this was like some kind of the this could even be I don't necessarily believe in extraterrestrials, but the blockchain itself could be some sort of extraterrestrial entity off-seeded from a different planet. Who knows, right? I know we're flat earthers. I'm a flat earther here. But the way that I understand crypto is that they didn't want this. Like the elites or like the globalists or whatever, like they do and they don't, right? They sort of they wanted like a digitized like coin market ecosystem or whatever. But the way that the tokenomics around some of these coins work, and like the anti-inflationary nature of them and the protocol and like some of the privacy coins and all this stuff, like they didn't really want that. What they're trying, like they have their hand, like Klaus Schwab, right? The World Economic Forum, these like globalist elites, they have their favorite cryptos. They're not really like a fan of it, but some of them have their like hand selected picks, right? Like XRP, Algorand, Matic. These are like their picks. Like Klaus Schwab loves these cryptos. He's like admitted it. He's like, oh yeah. And the interesting thing about all this too is I don't know if you guys remember um, El Salvador, right? This is really interesting. So El Salvador apparently came out and was like, yeah, guys, we're using Bitcoin. And they like passed a law, right? Apparently that were like, yeah, you have to like accept every vendor has to accept a Bitcoin. And they came out and were like, yeah, Bitcoins are legal tender. Well, actually, I guess if you like look into it, apparently they're not like actually using Bitcoin. They're actually using Algorand. The country like he's the leader or whatever signed the blockchain infrastructure deal to Algorand, not to like Bitcoin or like the Lightning Network, right? And so I think it's just an interesting thing. Like I'm not sure if they're actually using Bitcoin. Like yeah, like the world was told. Like you could look it up right now. It's like I think El Salvador has Bitcoin and they hold it because they just bought some more, but they actually don't like use it. I think the behind the scenes like infrastructure of their whole crypto ecosystem is ran on Algorand, which is oddly enough one of the favorites of the NWO, like globalist elite. Anyway, but yeah, I'm kind of ranting now, but
Yeah, dude, no, that's definitely interesting. I mean, that makes sense to me in terms of my understanding of those networks. But yeah, it's really interesting to think about. And yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Like that kind of that's my sense of it as well. Like I I think they may have had a different plan with a digital currency that like a technology, but blockchain and like these cryptography technologies kind of came in, and then now they've had to like kind of co-opt it and adapt to it. And so, but now they don't have like full control over it, over all of these different blockchains and cryptos. So yeah, it seems to me like they're having to like basically kind of build up the ones that they want to, you know, basically be the movers and shakers that are kind of, you know, moving these huge like wealth layers around. So yeah, I think it's interesting about what you said about Algorand and how like that, you know, like what are they actually using, you know, in terms of like trying to build their foundations, but then they can't control all of it. So what does that mean for all these other networks that can't be? So yeah, it's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's my belief as well, is that like, yeah, it's sort of out of their control at this point. Like it came on, they were like, oh, Bitcoin, cool, all right, let's like roll with this Bitcoin, and it got big, and then all these other cryptos came in, right? Yeah, and they're having like a hard time sort of like controlling this whole thing, and they have to sort of build up the ones that like they want now, because they can't rid the infrastructure entirely, right? It's like they can't just get rid of the blockchain. I mean, theoretically, is it possible? Like, yes, like it's insanely out. Like they can't just get rid of it, right? So they're kind of stuck with it. Yeah, they have to build up the ones that like they pick or whatever. And so yeah, it's becoming all sort of like really interesting and everything. And you know, Bitcoin as it stands, I don't know. I just posted that in Livestream voice text. If you guys want to see it, just scroll up a little bit. There's two little excerpts I posted there, and then I just asked Google. I was like, hey, like what crypto is El Salvador using? And then I said like something with Algorand in El Salvador, and that's what it brought up. But there's two like contradicting things right there. One of them says that they use the Bitcoin, and the other one says that their country runs on Algorand. So it's just, yeah, it definitely is pretty interesting for sure. I mean, one thing's for sure is that they definitely need, I mean, it does seem like they need some sort of digital IoT infrastructure, right? Like crypto to sort of power this, like, you know, uh, global vision, we'll say that they have, right? To power the fourth industrial revolution, right? They do sort of need this, like, this digital ecosystem, we'll say, but just to what degree they're able to, uh, you know, control and regulate everything is anyone's guess, you know. Because like I said, I think this will play a massive role in, yeah, the redistribution of wealth, possibly later down the line. Not necessarily right now, but you know, it's becoming to look like, you know, you're just gonna like in the future, you may only need to like, you know, click some buttons and move some things around to have like some sort of steady income stream. I mean, people are already doing that now, right? Like you're getting these huge yield farms, like dude, on fucking Pancake Swap, dude, there's like 80% yields there. It's like 90% APRs.
Yeah,
And
bro.
like, what?
I'm on Pancake Swap, Baby Swap, Auto, all that shit, bro. 80% is low, dude. There's places on Baby Swap I'm getting like 400.
I mean, dude, 80% APR, that's just unheard of. Like, that's unreal.
I know. I bubbled off Baby Swap, bro. I had like 2 G's worth. That shit went to $1. It was like 15 cents. I had 2 G's worth. It went to $1, bro. I made like 10 G's one month. And then I sold a whole bunch of it. It went back down. I wish I had rebought it because it bubbled recently to like $4. I was like, oh my God, I wish I had either held it the whole time or whatever. I would have fucking killed it just now, but I did all right. I still can't complain. I
Dude,
made a couple racks recently, but
dude, I literally have a friend who would have been a millionaire on SHIB had he not sold early. He would have been a multimillionaire.
yeah, I made a few grand off Shiv, yeah. Oh my god, man. WS and crit every other fucking day in Brandon's server. And text chat, dude. I can't fucking stand text chat. Like WS wants crit banned, but he fucking talks to him nonstop. Like one day I went in there and it was just hours and hours of WS and crit talking to each other. Like, why you want him gone? He's the only one here even talking to you. You should be lucky Crit's even here. You'd be talking to yourself if he wasn't here.
Yeah, he literally does. Have you seen him respond to his own quotes? You know what I'm talking about here.
What's a 2D surface? Not a sphere, surely, right? You don't think a sphere has a the surface of a sphere is 2D, do you?
Of course, the surface is two-dimensional.
Of a sphere, though, of a sphere. You sure?
Yes, the two-dimensional surface is folded in the third dimension.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you know about?
The surface is the outer layer.
Okay. Do you know what a non-developable surface is?
No, I don't think I've heard of that. What
That's probably why you think a surface of a sphere is 2D. Yeah, you should look into that.
Oh, I think I know what you're getting at, but that doesn't mean it's three-dimensional.
Right. What's a non-developable surface?
You mean you can stretch it with? Flatten it out without taking pieces out of it, right?
Without distorting it, yeah.
Yeah, right. So
if you distort it,
doesn't-
if you try to flatten it out and you distort it, you no longer have the surface of a sphere. You get the surface of some other shape that's not a sphere.
No, it will still be the surface of the sphere. It will just be in different.
No, it's a misshapen. It's a misshapen sphere now because you had to distort it, so it's not the surface of a sphere. That's why it's a non-developable surface. If it was a developable surface,
That's what happens if you flatten it out. That doesn't mean it's all of a sudden it's more than two-dimensional. Because Jeremy, you have to be honest with this and really try to answer this question. If you're gonna tell me that a surface is three-dimensional, that three-dimensional means the volume. So please, can you show me the formula to calculate the volume of a surface?
no, can't do that. But I can tell you that in order
Right,
for
it's not three-dimensional.
something, hold on, bro. In order for something to be two-dimensional, it has to be able to fit on a plane, which means length and width. It can't have any height. As soon as you have height, you now have 3 dimensions. Would you agree height is the third dimension?
Right. So when you travel, so then let me add this: when you travel,
well, hold
over
on,
the
I'm not
surface,
done. I'm not done
but
because you're.
this destroys your narrative instantly. If you travel over the surface, then you're not deviating in height.
Okay.
You keep sticking to the surface, so you're not going up, you're not going down, which means
All right.
two-dimensional.
So when we're trying to figure out if this thing is two-dimensional or not, and we put it on a plane, and we see that we can't put it on a plane, and it's popping up out of the plane, and it now has height, what would that tell you? That it's two-dimensional or three-dimensional?
If you travel over the surface and you keep sticking to the surface, you're not going.
So you're not going to acknowledge what I said? You're not going to acknowledge what I said?
You're not deviating in height if you stick to the surface, right?
Okay, are you going to acknowledge what I said?
That's my answer. If you stick to the surface, you're not deviating in height.
Okay, we have a plane. We have a plane, a 2D plane. We go to put our surface of our sphere on it. We realize that, holy shit, we can't flatten it out, and it's coming up off of the plane. Do you realize that can't be two-dimensional if it can't fit on that plane? Do you realize that? Or do you think something can come off the plane, have length, width, and height, and still be two-dimensional?
If there's no height, then it's 2D. Yeah.
Yeah, but you realize the surface of a sphere can't be put on that 2D plane.
Yes, it can. You just need to put some cuts in it and shift a few places. That
Infinite.
doesn't mean it doesn't.
An infinite amount of cuts, and it has. Do you know what Gaussian curvature is? Probably not, because you didn't even know what a developable surface was 5 minutes ago. So,
well, I figured it out on my own. It's not that difficult. So, what's this Gaussian stuff?
it has constant curvature from every point on it. So you can't. What's a point? It's that which has no parts. There's no way you could ever put a surface of a sphere onto a 2D plane. That's why it's called a non-developable surface.
Right, but it's still a surface, which means it's the outer layer, which means there's no thickness. And if again, which is a word that flat Earth you should be familiar with. I hear a lot of you guys using that. So again, if you stick to the surface, you're not deviating in height.
You are deviating in height. You are deviating in height. If you try walking across the surface, you're going to go down. You're going to drop in height. You're going to be going.
Doesn't matter. You're sticking to the surface.
Height.
Doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter that we have 3 dimensions. It doesn't matter that we have 3 dimensions. You're still going to argue that it's two dimensional. You're telling me that's your argument. This is your argument.
You're to the surface, right? There's a difference between height and the surface, because if you're going off the surface, you're
sure. We have a 3-dimensional grid. Listen, we have a 3-dimensional grid laid out. Length, width, and height. We're in free space. We have the surface of a sphere now in this free space. We're walking along the surface of it.
No, if you stick
walking
to the
along
surface,
the surface.
you're not deviating in height.
Bro. Dude, hold on.
Not listening, Jeremy.
I'm putting this in your terms right here. This is what you wanted to do. You want to walk along the surface of a sphere. So we have a 3-dimensional grid laid out in free space. We have the surface of the sphere in free space. You're walking along it. You can go left, right. There's your length and width, and you're now going up and down in height in the 3D grid that we've laid out.
No, you're not. If
you are, dude.
If you stick to the surface, yeah. But listen.
Stupid,
you're using this grid. You are using this grid, and you take 1 point on this grid on the bottom, supposedly, probably, and then you're telling me you're going away from this point on the grid, or you're going towards this point on the grid, which means you're changing in the 3rd dimension. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the surface.
Yep.
So
the surface. So this is literally the
Jeremy, if you stick to the surface, you're not going up or down. You're following the surface.
I know. Now you think the surface is on this 2D plane. It's not on the 2D plane. You can't put the surface on a 2D plane. I don't know what in your mind. Hold on, bro. I don't know what in your mind makes you think that something that can't be put on a 2D surface is 2D. It's breaking into the 3rd dimension. It breaks into the 3rd. Hold on, bro. Hold on a second. Listen, this is a straight. Hold on. Just listen to me for a second. This isn't even debatable. This is a straight fact. Okay. In order for something to be 2D, it has to be on a 2D plane, which means it can only have length and width. There can't be any height to it. Now, you cannot put the surface of a sphere into this 2D plane. It will always come up off of it and always have height. Therefore, it is impossible. This is a fact. It is impossible for this to be 2D. It's not even debatable. I don't know what you're just goofy arguing over. It's dumb.
That's your claim. That is your claim.
It's a fact.
That is your claim. But if you stick to the surface of a sphere, you only need 2 points of coordination to travel over the surface, because you're not going up or down, which means you only need 2 coordinate points.
All right. So we're on the surface of a sphere. We're on the surface of the sphere, and it's not on the 2D plane, which means we're going to be going up and down in height. It's going to have length, width, and height. Keep having us walk on this thing that's not on the 2D plane. You're having us walk on a thing that's not on a 2D plane, so you're going to always have height, because you can never put this into the 2. Dude, you're not even listening, bro. You're a waste of time. Go ahead.
You're not deviating from the surface. What's so difficult to understand about
the 2D? We have a 2D plane. We have a 2D plane put out there, and you're walking along the surface of the sphere. The surface of the sphere can't be in the 2D plane. So do you think you're going to stay on the 2D plane, or do you think you're going to be coming up off it or below it? Answer my question.
If you're not going off the surface, yeah, I'm answering. If you're not going off the surface, there is no height difference, which means you only need and right and forward and backward, 2 dimensions.
Yeah, we're on the surface of the sphere. The surface of the sphere is not on the 2D plane. We've already established you can't put the surface of the sphere on a 2D plane. So we're walking along the surface that is not following the 2D plane. So you're going left, right, and now you're also going up and down, because it can't be put on the 2D plane. This is dumb, bro. Like, seriously, you're just wrong. I don't
No,
know
I'm
how
not
you don't
wrong.
understand this. You
I'm
think
not wrong. You say so.
you
Listen,
think that an object you
again,
think that something on a hold
Jeremy,
on.
it's
You think
really easy.
something that's on a hold on a second. You think
No, you're
something
not
that
listening
comes
to what I said.
I hear what you said. You say walk along the surface of it. And I'm telling you that the surface of this is not on a 2D plane. Therefore, you will be going up or down in height.
No, you're not, because you're not deviating from the surface. You're sticking to the surface. So
The
where is this
surface
height?
is not on a 2D plane.
Where is this height you're talking about if you're sticking to the surface?
The surface is not on a 2D plane. Do you understand that? I think that's what your problem is. You're not understanding the fact that the surface of the sphere is not on a 2D plane. Do you understand that point?
You're not listening, Jeremy.
Do you understand this point? This is crucial. You understand that the surface of the sphere is not on the 2D plane.
That's what a 2D plane, that's what a surface is.
No, dude. The surface of the sphere cannot be put on a 2D plane because it's a non-developable surface. You understand this?
If you stick to the surface...
Do you understand what I just said? Bro, don't repeat the same shit you've been repeating for the past 10 minutes. Do you understand what... Do you understand what I just said?
It's a question which you've been avoiding.
It's not a question. It's a point I just made. Do you understand what I just said?
Then come on, let me ask the question.
No, there's no questions need to be asked until you acknowledge what I just said. There's no questions that need to be asked. Do you understand what I just said?
I hear what you said and you're wrong. If you stick to
Okay, explain how I'm wrong.
All right, so here's my fucking question. Dear God, if you stick to the surface, where does the height difference come in?
There's no question to be asked. You need to explain how you put a surface of a sphere on a 2D plane if it's a non-developable surface. That's what you need to do.
Oh my God.
That's what you need to do, bro.
No, I don't need to do anything.
You do, because you need the surface. You need the surface to be on a 2D plane for this to be a 2D surface.
God damn it. Listen, just answer this simple question. If you stick to the surface, where does the height difference come in?
The height difference comes in because we have our 2D plane, right? You have the surface of the sphere up against this 2D plane. The surface of the sphere is not on the 2D plane, and if you're gonna walk along the surface, you will obviously not be walking along the 2D plane since the surface of the sphere is not following the 2D plane. Duh. This is dumb, bro.
You didn't answer the question.
I just did. That's where the height comes from. The height comes from the fact that you are not on the 2D plane. If the surface of the sphere was following the 2D plane and you were walking along the surface of it, you'd have no height difference. I agree. However, you can't put the surface of the sphere on the 2D plane. Therefore, when you walk along the surface, there will be a height change.
It's not what I asked.
You said, where's the height coming from? You said, where's the height coming from?
Where does the height difference come in if you stick to the surface? And listen
all right.
closely.
I literally just explained it.
Hold on. We're traveling over the surface. Yes? So
yes,
all right, we're traveling over the surface. So from your point of view, if you're traveling over the surface and you're not deviating from the surface up or down, where does the height difference come in from your point of view?
I literally just explained it to you. In order to be not changing in height, you would need to be walking along a 2D plane. Do you agree?
You need to walk amongst the surface.
Do you agree that in order to not be changing in height, you would need to be walking on a 2D plane, a flat plane? Do you agree? Yes or no?
You need to walk over the surface.
Dude, I got a yes or no question. And in order to be, stop. Simple yes or no question.
You didn't answer my question at all.
I answered it multiple times, but you're not. I answered it multiple times, but you're not understanding. Listen.
You're talking about different things, Jeremy. You're talking about the surface, how it's oriented in three-dimensional space. I'm talking about the surface itself. If you're walking over that surface, yes, and you're not deviating from the surface, you keep sticking to the surface, where does the height difference come in?
I'm trying to explain it to you. If you would just shut up for a second.
You're talking about the surface, not about the person walking over the surface.
Yes, I'm talking about. Okay, listen to me. There's a person walking on a surface. okay? A two-dimensional surface. Would you agree that this has to happen on a flat plane, yes or no? In order for there to be no height change. In order for there to be no height change, would you agree that the person would have to be walking on a 2D plane?
In order for there to be no height change, in the sense that the person doesn't go up or down from the surface, but sticks to the surface, the person needs to be walking on the surface.
Dude, do you understand that if I'm walking on a 2D plane and I go up or down off that 2D plane, there's a height change? You understand that?
Exactly.
Okay,
Which means
good. I'm glad we agree. I'm glad we agree. So if you're walking on it, hold on, bro.
If you're sticking to
I'm
the
just going to
surface,
mute you.
not going in
All
height.
right, I had to mute you because you're not letting me. You're not like following through with any of this shit. Like if you're walking on a 2D plane and you go up or down off the plane, you have now entered the third dimension. Do you agree?
That's why when you walk on the surface of the sphere and you not deviate from the surface, you only need 2 points of coordination to travel.
You're saying the same goofy shit over and over again. You're not following. You're not following with me. I heard what you said. I heard what you said, and it's wrong. And now I'm trying to show you why you're wrong, and you're just not listening.
To make my point,
do you understand that if you're walking on a 2D plane and you go up above or below that 2D plane, you've now entered the third dimension? Do you understand that? Yes or no?
You're making my point.
Do you understand that if you're walking on a 2D plane and you go up or down and up or below the 2D plane, you have now entered the third dimension? Do you understand that?
Right, so when you don't deviate from the surface of the sphere, you're not
Dude,
going...
stop, bro. Stop saying the same shit over and over again. Listen to what I'm saying.
You're agreeing with me. You're agreeing with my argument by
okay,
telling
why are
me...
you not answering me then? If you're walking on a 2D plane and you go above or below the 2D plane, would you agree that you've now entered the third dimension? Yes,
and it doesn't matter.
Okay, yes. Okay, yes,
and
good.
it doesn't matter how the surface is folded.
Yeah, I know, bro. I know.
It
I know.
matter how
okay, good. I'm glad you agreed. I'm glad you agreed that we... Hold on, dude.
A sphere, which means you're still walking on a 2D surface.
Come on, man. I'm glad you agreed that if we were walking along a 2D plane and if we walk above or below it, we've entered the third dimension. Now you have to follow this. Now you have to shut the fuck up. Now you have to follow this through. We have the surface of a sphere. Can we place it on the 2D plane? No, we can't.
Irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
Fuck, dude.
Walking surface,
you're a waste of time, bro. You're a joke.
No, you're not deviating from the surface. You agree that means you're not going in the third dimension. So
you're not deviating from the surface of a sphere. You are, however, deviating off the surface of that 2D plane that we both agreed that you would have to stay on in order for it to be two-dimensional. Duh. So stupid,
to the surface of the sphere, Jeremy, you're not listening.
You're a waste of time, bro. You're a waste of time.
No, you're not deviating from the surface. You're not listening. You agreed with that.
You'd waste the time if you come up off the surface or below below a 2D plane. If you come above or below the 2D plane, you're now in the third dimension. The surface of a sphere can't be put on a 2D plane because it's a non-developable surface. So if you're walking along the surface of a sphere, you will have to be going above or below the 2D plane. It's that simple. Like you're being like ignorant or something, or I don't know what your problem is.
I think you're ignorant because you agreed with what I said. If you don't deviate from the surface, you're not going in the third dimension. So if you stick to
that, no,
surface,
I didn't agree to that.
So if you stick to the surface of the sphere, you're not going in the third dimension.
Because the surface of the sphere is not on the 2D plane. It is three-dimensional.
Doesn't matter. You're traveling over the surface.
Oh, it doesn't matter that the surface of the sphere is three-dimensional, even though you're arguing that it's two-dimensional? I know. So you're a troll,
doesn't
man.
Matter where the surface is folded into. Doesn't
you're just
matter.
A troll, man. Beat it.
No, you're just wrong, and you have no arguments. So that's why it's easy for you to.
My argument is solid, based in geometry. You didn't know what a developable surface was 5 minutes ago, and you're sitting here arguing over nonsense that doesn't even make sense geometrically. Stupid.
It does make sense because you agreed with me. You told me if you don't deviate from the surface, you're not going in the third dimension.
I told you
So-
if you don't deviate from the surface of a
So
2D plane, if you don't deviate from the
So-
surface of a 2D plane,
so if you don't
then you're not
deviate from-
going in the third dimension. Maybe we'll both talk at the same time. It's fine.
Yeah, so if you don't deviate from the surface, you're not going in the third dimension. It
If
doesn't
your
matter
surface
where
is
the-
on a 2D plane, if your surface is on a 2D plane, I would agree with that. However, the surface of your
Every-
sphere, however, the surface of your sphere cannot be put on the 2D plane, so you will be going into the third dimension.
plane. Doesn't matter where it's folded into. That's irrelevant.
Dude, go troll somebody else, bro. I'm done with your goofy ass.
It's not trolling. You simply have no argument.
Your argument goes against everything we know about geometry. So, I mean, there you go. You
No,
got
it
you got a really good argument there, bud.
It's against your opinion.
Everything
Your
I've said has
opinion
been
is-
everything I've said has been all facts. Fact. A surface of a sphere
No.
is a non-developable surface. That's a fact. Another fact
All
is that if you want to have something two-dimensional, it has to be able to be placed on a two-dimensional plane. If it comes above or below that plane, see, that's your problem. You're not listening. That's your
I am
problem. 'Cause This
listening.
is a real simple thing. This is a real simple thing that your mind should have been able to grasp already, but you're too busy talking every time I'm
Yeah,
That's
you're
why
telling me
I'm just not gonna fuck with you anymore because you're not even trying to comprehend this or learn this. You think you know what's right, even though you came into this not knowing what Gaussian curvature is. You know what a non-developable
irrelevant.
surface was. It's not irrelevant.
That's
It's the
irrelevant.
basis. It's the basis for this whole thing. You're stupid.
No, that's not the basis for this whole. The basis for this whole thing is the surface. You agreed if you don't deviate from the surface in height,
I didn't
if you
agree
don't
to
go
that.
off the surface, you're traveling in 2D.
I didn't. Whatever you're saying, I didn't agree to because your shit is just
Yeah, you
nonsense.
Literally did.
If you're traveling along the surface of a 2D plane, then yeah, you're not changing your height and you'd be staying on a two-dimensional surface. However, in the case of this sphere, you can't put it on the 2D plane. Therefore, you will absolutely be going into the above or below the 2D plane. This is dumb, dude. Seriously, go troll
No.
somebody else, man. I'm done with you. Go ahead.
You're not.
Go ahead, bro.
You're just
I'm
wrong
not even
about
listening to you no more. I'm going on deafen just so I don't got to hear your voice. You have no
The thing
argument. You have no argument.
Right.
You don't know geometry.
Jeremy, I'm gonna correct you.
It's
anyway.
been demonstrated you don't know geometry or anything
No,
you're talking about
I'm
right
gonna
now.
correct you.
I'm not just saying you don't
Correct you
understand,
right now.
like a
I'm gonna
baseless
correct
you don't
you, Jeremy.
understand claim. I'm saying literally,
Jeremy, you need
it's
to
been
stop talking.
demonstrated that you don't understand what you're talking
Jeremy.
about right now. You don't know
Jeremy,
Gaussian
stop talking.
curvature. You don't know what non-developable surfaces are.
Stop.
You're done, dude. You got nothing.
Stop talking through me. I'm gonna correct you right now, because the thing you're talking about with this sphere not being a developable surface, or however you put it, that means you can't flatten it out in the third dimension. That doesn't mean that the surface itself is more than two-dimensional, because again, you agreed with this. If you don't deviate from the surface, you're not going in the third dimension. So don't mix things up and think you're correct about it when you are just wrong, which I just showed you are.
So the thing about a non-developable surface is that means it can't be flattened out into a 2D plane, which is what you would need for something to be two-dimensional. If you can't fit it, see, you're still not listening. Just shut the fuck up for a minute and listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, dude.
Misrepresenting
All right,
what
whatever,
I
man.
said.
Go ahead, bro. Just go ahead. I'm done for real this time. I can't.
Don't
You're just not even listening, bro.
You're misrepresenting what I said.
I'm not misrepresenting. You said nonsense. I'm telling you how geometry. And you're not trying to listen or hear it, even though you don't know what Gaussian curvature is. You don't know what a non-developable surface is, and you're not trying to listen. You're not trying to listen and learn. So there's really no helping you. So go ahead and
I am
troll these
listening,
other
but I
guys.
correct-
Maybe these other guys will fall for your
The
bullshit.
problem is I kept correcting you, and you're misrepresenting what I said.
I'm not saying shit about what you said. I'm telling you how geometry works. I don't give a fuck what you said. You're saying nonsense. Troll one of these other
How can
guys,
you
bro.
know?
Go ahead. Go ahead, dude.
Right. So again, this non-developable surface means you can't flatten it out in the third dimension. The surface is still two-dimensional.
Shouts out to Bev. I'm telling you guys need to go fucking get your geometry up over there, son. You don't know, if you don't know what a non-developable surface is or Gaussian curvature is, you could look it up online, or you go to Bev's and they'll teach you about it.
Bev is clueless and repeating what he claims to be true without any
I know.
evidence.
I know. Bev knows what Bev knows what a non-developable surface and Gaussian curvature is, though. So you don't. So that says a lot about your statement about what Bev knows or doesn't know. Dude, shut the fuck up, man. Stop talking over me, bro. Every fucking time. Like, what are you even doing here? You ain't trying to learn nothing.
You're not trying to learn nothing.
I'm teaching you. Are you serious? I'm trying to teach you something.
You're clueless.
Am I clueless as to what Gaussian curvature is or non-developable surface?
Non-developable surface, yeah, you're absolutely clueless as to what it means, yes.
Dude, you didn't even know what it was 5 minutes ago, bro. You're fucking...
Right. I didn't know what it was 5 minutes ago, and now I know better than you. Figure that out, shorty.
So if you know what a non-developable surface is, do you know that a sphere is a surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface?
Well, I just explained it, so if you actually paid attention.
Okay, do you know the surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface?
I'm serious.
Do you?
We've just been talking about it, so...
Do you agree that the surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface?
What if I say yes? What then?
I don't, dude. Don't make shit up to appease me. I don't care if you know this shit or not. If you want to live the whole rest of your life being ignorant about this, go ahead. I don't give a fuck, dude.
Come on, go on. What's your next argument? Pretend I said yes. What's your next thing?
No, dude, not pretend you said yes. Do you understand that the surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface?
Right. So pretend I said yes, and then
I'm not going to pretend shit, bro. You can either say yes or no or not answer. I don't give a fuck.
So you don't have anything else?
I do have something else, but I'm not going to keep going if you say pretend I said yes. You're clearly not interested or don't care or don't something. I don't know. Whatever your fucking problem is, I don't care.
Right. So if you have more, why don't you just say it instead of asking dumb questions?
Because I'm not going on until you acknowledge the fact that the surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface. There's no reason to go on after that. Do you agree, or do you not know, or do you not understand?
Right, so
if you need time to look it up and research it, that's fine. Go ahead.
I need to know what your next point is.
No, you don't need to know what my next point is. This is just a fact of geometry. If you don't understand that, go look it up and then get back to me. If you don't, I do have other stuff, but we can't move past this point. There's no reason to go past this point until you understand that the surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface.
Okay, so what's your other argument that's based on that quote-unquote fact?
There's no reason to go past that point until you understand this.
Arguments do you have other than that?
I have many arguments that lead on past this, but until you understand that point, there's no reason to continue. So let me know when you understand. Let me know when you understand that the surface of a sphere.
Sure.
Yeah, go look it up. Learn something.
Go on then.
Yeah, go on. Go look it up and get back to me when you understand this basic fact of geometry.
Let's say I understand it. Go on.
No, not let's say you do. I want to know that you know that the surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface. Do you know that? Do you understand this or no?
Sure. What's your next point?
That didn't sound too confident.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so you know the surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface. I'm glad we've got that straightened out. You also know that...
So what's your next point?
Yeah, here's my next point. Do you also understand that if anything comes up above or below a 2D plane, do you realize that is a third dimension?
everything that goes off the surface. Sure.
Do you understand that? No, I don't know what you just said, but do you understand that everything that goes above or below a two-dimensional plane now has 3 dimensions? Do you understand that?
You're labeling it double. You're saying 2D and then you're saying plane.
You have a two-dimensional plane. Yes, you have 3-dimensional space, obviously, and then we have a two-dimensional plane in that space. Now, if anything doesn't fit on that 2D plane, as in it comes above or below it or off of the plane, it now has 3 dimensions. Do you understand that?
If it goes off from the second dimension, it goes into the third dimension. Yeah, sure.
Yes. So now that we know that the surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface, and we know, hold on, bro.
Does
Hold on.
that mean?
Just hold on one second.
Yeah, but what does non-developable surface mean? Be specific.
You said you understood this. That's why I didn't want to go on until I asked if you understood.
What do you think it means?
Fuck, dude. Jesus Christ.
Let's hear it.
Dude, you said you understood it a minute ago. I
Right,
told
so-
you to go look it up. You said, no, I agree. I
I
understand.
don't know what you think it means, so be specific.
So you don't know what a non-developable surface is.
I don't know what you think it means. Be specific.
It means it has to be put onto a 2D plane without distorting the surface. Because if you distort the surface of something, you no longer have the original thing. If I distort the surface of a cube, I don't have a cube anymore, do I?
But if you flatten out the cube and you put the thing in like the T shape, the cross shape, you also don't have a cube. You have a flattened out surface.
I can make
flattened
Yeah.
out in the third dimension. Yes.
I understand that, and you can
Right.
make a cube out of it without having to distort it. Because if
Oh,
you
but
if you were
can
to
also
if
make
you
it-
were to distort it,
Also make a sphere out of
listen
to
to me. You're
distort
not
it.
listening, bro. That's what your problem is.
No,
That's what your problem
God,
is. You're
I'm
not even
bringing up-
listening, dude. So if you can just chop it up, if you can just cut the pieces of something up and put it on the 2D plane without having to distort it to put it back together again, that makes it a developable surface. Because then you still have it. You still have the makings of a cube. If you have to stretch and distort it, though, you don't have a cube anymore. You can't put those pieces back together and still have a cube.
Yes, you can. You can undistort them and put them back together.
The second you distort them, you no longer have the makings of a cube.
But if you're going backwards, then you have to undistort them.
No, if you distort it, you no longer have the thing anymore. You don't. If you distort the surface of, if you warp and stretch and bend and distort the surface of a sphere, you realize that's not the surface of a sphere or the surface of a cube or anything. You understand
But
that?
if you're taking it apart and you're distorting it, then if you put it back together, then you have to undistort it. Otherwise, you're not following the same steps. Do understand that if you go 1 step forward and 2 steps to the left, then if you go back, you need to go 2 steps to the right and 1 step backward. You understand that, right? So if you take the thing apart and you distort it and you're putting it back together, then you need to undistort it. That makes perfect sense. Why are you not understanding this, Jeremy?
Yeah, I understand that. If you have to distort, like if you have a cube, all right, I chop the cube up, I put it on a flat plane. Now, if I have to distort the shape of the cube to put it on the flat plane, those pieces don't equal up to a cube anymore because it's all distorted and warped now. You get it?
You didn't acknowledge what I said. You didn't listen.
Do you get what I said?
Take 2 steps forward, 2 steps to the left, and you go backwards. Then you need to take 2 steps to the right and then 2 steps backwards.
I don't even know what you're saying. You're talking gibberish now.
Otherwise, you're not following the same route backwards. You're taking another route.
I don't know.
So
you're talking gibberish, bro. I don't understand.
So if you're talking about taking something apart and then distorting it, if you're putting it back together, then you first need to undistort it.
The second you distort it, you no longer have the makings for the object anymore. So
You didn't listen to what I said again.
I'm telling you right now, you want to distort. So you think it's okay to distort things? and warp them and stretch them. That's not okay, because once you distort, warp, or stretch them, you no longer have the makings for that thing anymore. You can chop it up into as many pieces as you want. You can unroll shit. You can listen. You can chop.
Still have makings for the original object, because if you go backwards to reassemble it, then you can undistort the things you distorted previously.
So your argument is that a sphere is a developable surface and can be put onto a 2D plane. Is that now your argument? Because this is why I wanted you to agree to this.
No, I told you already. You're misrepresenting.
Right. Do you realize the surface of a sphere can't be put on a 2D plane because it's a non-developable? Oh God, bro! Fuck off, dude. Fuck off.
You can't
fuck right off.
it out in dimension.
I'm not gonna sit here and try to talk over you and teach you this shit the whole time, man. Like I said, go troll someone else with this shit.
Flatten it out in 3D. Nothing wrong.
spheres are not developable surfaces under any metric, as they cannot be unrolled onto a plane. That's from Wiki. Like I said, bro, you should look into this stuff, man. You might learn something.
I'm not gonna learn anything from you because you have
From
no
Wiki.
idea.
From Wiki. Wikipedia.
Yeah, you know that Wiki also says Hitler and the Nazis were right wing. So
I'll find
Wiki is
another
not
source. That's fine. Yeah,
Right,
no
it's-
doubt. I'll find another source. Now you're just being silly, but okay.
No, I'm showing that Wiki is complete horseshit. You shouldn't go from Wiki.
Yeah, no doubt. It's fine. I'll find a different. I mean, this is geometry, so every university and college across the world is going to have citations for this.
None of them are gonna agree with you, or I should say, they're not gonna agree with Beth, since that's
They're
what
all
you're
going to
reading.
say what Wiki said, bro. They're all going to say me and Wiki agree. They're all going to say what me and Wiki agree on.
So you're a Wiki parrot.
Oh, I got you. I'll find a different source. That's fine.
Well, maybe you can use another source than Beth also.
Yeah, no, Wiki. That's fine. I'll find another source. It's fine. Do you trust mathworld.wolfram.com or no?
I don't know.
How about web.mit.edu? You trust them? Or researchgate.net? Let me know when something strikes your fancy.
Well, look, we can use any of those because all of them also say that the Earth is a globe. So what do you want to do here, Jeremy? You
How
want to
about
use the sources? Do you want to use the sources that say Earth is a globe, Jeremy? Is that what you want to do?
That's just silly. That's what your argument's reduced down to?
No, it's not silly. Otherwise, you're just cherry picking. You
That's
have
what
to
your
agree
argument
with.
reduces down to? All right, bro. I see where you're at.
No, you're gonna have to agree with everything they say, which includes
all right,
Earth is a globe. Or you're cherry picking.
Yeah,
So
that's
which
fine.
one is it?
I'll agree to all that as long as we come to the conclusion that the surface of a sphere is not a 2D surface.
So Earth is a globe, set by
And
Jeremy.
the surface of a sphere is not a 2D surface, right?
Is that what the
Are we
source
gonna
said?
go? Are we gonna go with them or no? Are we gonna go with those sources?
Is that what the source said? Can you post it?
Hold on, I'll find it for you. Well, it's a
Please.
non-developable surface because it can't be unrolled by any metric onto a plane. So I mean, if it can't be put onto a plane, then it's obviously 3D, right?
Are you gonna post the source or not?
Can you have anything come up off of above or below a plane and still have it be 2D?
I'm waiting for the source you promised me.
I'm asking you because my source is irrelevant. If you think you can come up above or below a 2D plane and have it still be 2D.
Yeah, we've already been over that. Stop distracting and post the source.
I gotcha. Hold on. Well, what are you gonna trust, man? Do you want an edu site? Huh? What do you want? There's tons of them. ScienceDirect.com. Trust them. What's gonna be? I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't go with Wiki, but you really think these people are gonna say something different?
I never said Wiki.
What?
I didn't say Wiki. You came up with that. You came with a fucking Wiki quote.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I don't understand why you think they're gonna say something different than Wiki. But what do you do? How about Cambridge.org? You trust them?
You do realize that all of those websites say that Earth is a globe, but sure, let's see any of your sources.
Yeah, I know. That's like somebody gets arrested and he writes a diary or a journal while he's in jail awaiting sentencing. And he writes all these gruesome details on how he killed the people, where the bodies are, things the cops don't even know, you know, all kinds of shit, right? He writes all this shit in a journal. They go find the bodies, murder weapons, prints, all kinds of shit. And then the guy, and in the end of the journal, the guy says, by the way, I never murdered anybody or killed or harmed anybody in any way. So do we have to take that? You know, since that's all in his thing, do we have to say, okay, this guy never killed anyone? Do we go with that?
That's exactly what I'm saying. You want to go with that he actually killed those people. I'm telling you, no, you have to take the whole thing. You can't cherry pick. You can't cherry pick what you agree with and ignore the rest. You need to take everything. Right.
So you think this guy awaiting? Hold on, bro. You think this guy awaiting
globe? Jeremy.
Hold on, bro. So you think this guy awaiting sentencing? Well, go ahead, finish up, and then I'll go. Go ahead. I don't want to be talking over each other. Go ahead, finish it up.
Yeah, can you post your source, because this is a complete red herring. You've been distracting for over 5 minutes now.
This isn't a red herring. You said if I agree with these people, I have to agree that Earth's a globe because they said it somewhere else, and I'm pointing out how just because this guy waiting on sentencing said I didn't kill anybody after he detailed all the gruesome murders and showed where the bodies were and all kinds of explained how he did it. Shit, the cops only the cops knew. Do we have to take that into consideration if he writes, I never killed or harmed anyone at the end of his journal?
That's exactly what I'm saying. The part where he writes that he didn't
we
kill
should
anyone,
let the guy go.
Hold on. The part where he says at the end of his journal, where he says he actually didn't kill anyone and it was all like a joke. It was just a prank, bro. Where he says that's equivalent to them saying Earth is a globe. And you just want to go with your evidence and ignore everything else. But I'm telling you, if you want to use this as a source, you need to take everything.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. There's no point in even talking to you anymore then, because I mean, any definition or any book. Hold on, bro. Any definition or any book or anything you cite ever will just be worthless because somewhere they probably have said Earth's a globe. So I guess we're done here.
Just calling you out on cherry picking. So where's this source?
That's not cherry picking. You don't know what cherry picking is.
It's cherry picking. You want to take one thing they said and ignore everything else. That's literally cherry picking. So again, Jeremy, where's this source you promised me over 10 minutes ago? I'm still waiting. You're distracting. Post the source, please.
No, we're done, dude, because your logic's ridiculous. You know, if that's the way it's going to be with you, and if I ever cite a definition or something, you could just say, well, look at the definition of the word planet in the dictionary you use. They say Earth's a planet. Game over. So I mean, it's nonsense even talking to you. I don't know.
If you're mad because I called you out on cherry picking, well, that's your problem. I'm still waiting for that source. I'm still waiting for your source.
Picking.
Yes, it is, because you only want to take one thing and ignore everything else. That's literally cherry picking.
All right. So, I mean, like I said, if that's your argument, there's no point in talking to you anymore ever about anything.
Because I'm calling you out on your cherry picking?
No, I mean, if you wanted, you know, if you ever want to bring up a definition or a citation of anything, and you can always just say, well, they say Earth's a globe somewhere, so I win. So it's pointless talking to you.
If you don't want to be cherry picking, then you can't say, I'm going to use this source and they're correct about this thing, but I'm going to ignore everything else.
Sure, so I can never use any source, any definition anymore. Like I said, it's pointless talking to you.
I called you out on your cherry picking. Sure.
Yes, it's pointless talking to you. No one can use a definition. All you have to do is say, "Well, define this," and then if you ask them to post a definition, you could just be like, "Haha, I got you. They said it's a globe. Earth's a planet in that dictionary," and it's over with. If that's what your argument is reduced down to, then it's pointless talking to you.
It's not really an argument. It's just using your arguments and your sources. And if you don't agree with that, then you're literally cherry picking. And if you're mad because I'm calling you out, that's your problem.
Oh, it's fine. I'm not mad. I'm just not talking to you anymore. It's worthless talking to you. Like I said, I just showed that you can always just say, well, define this, and then you can say post a definition, and then you can say, well, in that dictionary, hold on. You can always just say define that, and then somebody will post a definition, and you can say, oh, well, in that dictionary it says Earth's a planet, and planet's a globe, so therefore I win. Like, it's just dumb talking to you.
Yes, Jeremy, you told me. Yes, Jeremy, you told me. And if you agree, then if you admit that you have nothing else besides that, then you admit that all your arguments, it's nothing but cherry picking. So thanks, Jeremy.
No, you have nothing else but that. It's nonsense.
But it's not nonsense. It's calling you out on your cherry picking, which you've agreed to.
Huge waste of time, man. Huge waste of time. You can always just point to, you can just literally win every argument by just saying, yeah, they said, define this. Oh, and that, let's see the definition. Then you can point to another spot in Webster's or dictionary.com where they say the definition of Earth is a planet and it's a sphere, and then the whole argument's over. So, I mean, what are you even doing here?
Right, so you repeated that 6 times. I'm waiting for a different argument. So if you
No,
have
you
nothing
won,
besides...
bro. You won. You won.
Jeremy, if that's all the arguments you have, then you have nothing but cherry picking, which is your problem, not mine.
That's right, no doubt. You should just, you won, bro. You should pack it up and go home. Like literally, if that's all your arguments are going to be reduced to, that they said somewhere else that it's Earth's a sphere, then what are you even doing here? You can win every argument like that, and it's pointless.
No, it's pointless for you because you have nothing but cherry picking, and I'm calling you out.
Okay, it's pointless for you to be here because, like I said, every argument you get into, you can just literally win it by doing exactly what I just said, and there's no sense in even talking to you. I don't know what you're even doing here. I should probably I don't know. I'm going to check with Geo, but we should probably just let you go from the server because you won.
You want to let me go because I'm calling out your cherry picking, and you have no other.
Anytime we talk to you, if your argument devolves to, they said somewhere else Earth's a globe, so I win, there's no point in talking to you. So it's worthless having you here. It's literally, you're worthless.
No, it depends on the person making the argument because you are making the argument and you want to cherry pick. So if I'm calling that out, hold the fuck on. If I'm calling out your cherry picking and you're telling me, well, it's useless, I don't have anything else, then that's not my problem. There are still other people I can talk to who perhaps don't cherry pick like you.
That's fine. If anyone ever if anyone ever uses a definition or a citation from somewhere, and they don't say and they don't concede Earth's a globe after they're cherry picking.
If you're gonna say science is all garbage and all that stuff, and then you want to use science as your citation, then yeah, you're gonna need to use what science says instead of cherry picking. If you want to cherry pick, that's fine. I'm just calling it out. And if you have nothing to add after that and get mad at me, then that's your problem. I can still talk to someone else, Jeremy. Don't be butthurt.
So if anyone wants to quote someone or use a source, they have to then pile up everything that source has said or everything that person has said just to clarify with you that we're not cherry picking. Is that what you're saying, mate?
I'm not saying you need to take everything the person said, because people can be wrong about many things. But if you're using some source where, for example, it's a scientific source, yeah, and you're gonna then ignore every other scientific thing they post, then you're literally cherry picking. I
It
don't
sounds like
see
you
how.
want us to read half the internet before we actually get what we want to get to, mate. I don't get what you're saying.
Classic Ed.
Well, I explained it several times. I don't see how you can misunderstand.
Because you're not articulate. Like having problems with the word added.
Jim Jam, which part of it is not clear to you?
I followed you, Jim Jam.
Jim Jam, are you there?
Yeah.
Right. If I post a source, right, and I'm saying this source is correct, and then you go to that source and you read something else they post, then apparently the source is not correct if the other part is incorrect, right?
That would be your
So
claim.
then I can't say the source is correct and then only use that part, because that would be cherry picking.
That would be your fault because you linked the source, then you found
Do you
something
get what I
you
said,
disagree
Jim?
with. If you found something you disagree with in your own link that claims to agree
Am I
with
cutting
you,
out?
that would be your problem, not my problem. Or Jim Jam's problem either. You should have came forward with a logically
check.
consistent argument first. Then you would have had a leg to stand on, like a pedestal. You would have had this pillar of science that you could have used. Welcome back, Ed.
Jim Jam, do you disagree with anything I just said, if you heard me?
Yeah, apparently on your side you thought you had internet problems. So you could try to repeat it. That's kind of hilarious. See Ed in there just talking to a dead mic. And then he just keeps going, though. Like you click the disconnect button and you just keep talking anyway.
Did it cut out? Did he?
Yeah, he's all kinds of jacked up right now. Too, like, maybe triggered. He's gyrating so hard in his desk that he's loosening all the connections on his computer.
What's that?
See, look at.
Oh wait, is Crit talking the whole time?
Look at, he can't help it. He's still gyrating.
Yeah, I had him turned down. Didn't hear a word you said, Crit, but go on.
It doesn't matter if you heard it or not. You won't understand because your goal is to not
Too low
understand.
to make out what you're saying.
Yeah, and your goal is to not understand. See, you will turn someone down, then pretend like your goal is to listen, but you turned them down. And really, you didn't. All you did was gyrate to the point that you disconnected all your cords because you can't hear Jim Jam either. This would be a you issue. Your fault. I can't go to your house and plug your cords in for you so your audio works. That's something you have to do for you. That would be a you issue. And you can get help. You could call tech support. Like just say, hey, my audio is not working. Like step 1, are the cords plugged in? Boom. IT service at the palm of your hand. But then the next step will tell you is like, hey, but you can't gyrate.
You're going to talk for 10 minutes again.
The issue is that you can't gyrate then, because as soon as you gyrate, you're going to loosen the connections, and then you'll be right back where you were.
community or thing. See your mic lighting up though, so I wasn't interrupted.
Yeah, you see it. God, this is hilarious. Ed turned his full computer audio down, or he gyrated and loosened the connections. So now he can't hear anybody, but he doesn't think that's a him problem. Anyone else here?
That's correct.
Hey, Jeremy.
Bro, stop fucking with them dudes, bro. I'm not doing this every other day. I'm telling you.
That's their goal, right? Their goal is to just wear people out to a limit, to keep pushing and then be like they won the debate because they just annoyed you to the point of surrender. No, it's gonna work. This framework works well. Ignore. I mean, and that's the best part. He says like I tagged him first. I didn't. Even in his own logic, he debunks the globe himself. Crit triggered me today because he tagged me. I didn't. I didn't tag him. Only thing I did was post my musing of the day, and he wanted to talk about maps after he tagged me about maps. And I wasn't even talking about maps to begin with. Then starts asking me questions about maps that he takes no answer, and then says that's a rule break, a violation of the rules. When I answer virtually about the same questions from Mr. Giggles, who then used my answer to claim I do not have an education, I'm dumb, and I can't answer with the correct answer. So that would be a contradiction, which was my first musing of the day. The contradictions that they have. It's about control. That's what they really want. They know the Earth is not a globe. They know they're not in space. They know all this stuff. But they have an agenda, a worldview that it's about trying to make everything mean nothing. Therefore, they can insert whatever kind of bullcrap they can to modify the truth. Because if they had even the smallest thing, even just an observation in science, they would be able to present that. But they can't. They can't even give you one observation that lines up with their claim. They got to tell you, start imagining a world that is curved and rotating. Then once you've got that, you're like, okay, sure, I can play along, Now what? Now imagine now it's flat, and just act like it's flat, and worry about what other people think, and don't change anything, and just keep spiraling and getting worked up over other people who aren't imagining the same thing you're imagining.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, really.
Yeah, I feel like it's not just sad, but almost tragic, because their model offers them the exact opposite, but they don't even convince themselves.
And that's why you see these sorts of tactics.
It's really all they got left. And why it's perfect. If they don't like flat Earth, why they could just ignore it. They've got enough content in their imagination to keep them busy. See, it really shows they are not even. It's like their imagination isn't even a speed bump to slow them down into a daily spiral. It's a Karen. It's really boils down to they're Karens. They're worked up over what somebody else is doing on a model that would prove to them they shouldn't even care. But they care. They do the exact opposite.
Yeah, offended that people don't agree with their imagination.
Yeah, and they won't present it even. It's like, show me what. Okay, I'm looking at the stuff you presented to demonstrate your imagination, and it's not workable. And then they get mad at that. Well, sure. Well, go talk to somebody else. Go to these places of higher learning, these institutions. Present your imagination to them. Let them get get feedback from them, and they'll get the same thing. No one's going to know what the hell they're talking about, because their idea of globe doesn't even match the narrative that's being presented today. It's a different globe in their mind. It's a different environment.
So what was the event today? Because I must have fallen asleep like not long before it was like highlighted that it was going to be on today.
Oh no, the event I was talking about with me and Jeremy
Oh, right.
had basically someone tried to get me banned because I wouldn't answer their question even after I answered, and I guess supposedly that's a violation of the rules or something. But even when it was said that if you keep asking the same question, you keep getting the same answer, that's not me spamming, right? I wouldn't, like, if I ask you what your favorite color is, and you tell me blue, and I'm like, well, blue's not a color, so therefore not an answer. What's your favorite color? Right? So I say, what's your favorite color? And you're like, dude, I don't know what you're looking for. Okay, it's aqua. My favorite color is aqua. And I say, aqua's not a color. That's not a color. It's not a choice. You did not answer me. I asked you what your favorite color is. And then you try over this, right? You try to give different shades of blue. You say the color of the sky, the color of a bird that is labeled blue jay. And at the end of the day, you then make a claim, or I would make a claim, that you spammed.
What the hell, man?
Yeah, that was basically what happened. It's like you were trying the whole time to articulate that your favorite color was blue after I asked you what your favorite color is, and nothing worked. So
And
therefore,
deny every answer of mine, and then at the end of it go, why are you spamming all this blue stuff?
yeah, why are you spamming? Like, why'd you spam so much?
Ah, well, there you go. These are the tactics, eh?
See, this is why I started today, about 3 hours ago. I said, this is why I know the Earth is flat. The claim of having science, but they only offer some kind of cringe thought and mind control. If science, in settled science, for the first time in the history of science, they would offer science and let it speak for itself. Yet all they do is offer one contradictory claim after the next that offers no change for humanity or themselves. Meaning that if they really think the Earth is a globe, they don't care about it. What they really care about is what someone else thinks over their own ideas. And I said, case in point, astronomy studies everything beyond Earth's atmosphere, which includes, like in the thing, it said the moon. Then I linked an article where it said the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. That would be a contradiction.
Isn't food in Earth's atmosphere?
It'd be a full break in the model, because they say I'm looking at something that's outside the atmosphere that's inside the atmosphere.
Food is in Earth's atmosphere, right? Food.
Are you saying food or Ford?
Food. The thing that you eat.
See, it's really, at the end of the day, flat earthers are just offering, can you understand flat earth before you disagree with it? And they won't. They won't even try to understand, but also say they disagree.
Grit was talking about astronomy.
I don't really think they like the fact that the moon's supposed to be in our atmosphere now.
Because it goes against what they claimed earlier. They claimed not in the atmosphere. Well, how can that right there is a fundamental fail in any logical or reasonable thinking. Something can't be something and also not something at the same time. Like, I can't be on Discord and not on Discord. Like, today
That's not
can't be December and not December at the same time. It really shows to you that they are thinking in their imagination a separate duality, a contradiction in reality that they can't square. So they want to blame somebody else for that.
But is it even that deep, or is it just, oh, the narrative's changed? I'm sure it's right, though.
Well, that's the problem. They can't see the narrative change because they claim settled science, no debate prior to the narrative changing.
But science doesn't prove anything, remember? And this is proof of it. The moon was in one place, and now it's in a different place. But it was still always right. Either way, for them, you know? It's just funny.
And what's interesting, too, is that some of these people I've seen on other servers that had nothing to do with Flat Earth, but they'll spiral about Flat Earth anyway. Like, I was on I was on a poetry server, and we're just sitting there reading poems to each other. And someone, I won't drop any names here, they joined it and just started spiraling about Flat Earth. And people were like, dude, you need to, like, shut up. You're disrupting our poetry reading event here. And they just kept going on and on about, you don't know who Crit is. They're like, yep, he's one of the first people on the server. He reads poems all the time. We know he's a flat earther.
Poetry
No
too.
one's got problems with it. And then finally they had to say, okay, this is it. If you say one more thing, we're going to have to ban you. No one's ever been banned in the server before. Just people come here and read poems. You'll be the first person ever banned if you can't stop spiraling. And he did. He spiraled again, and they banned him. Then he
So you
whispered
got-
me and blamed me for that. I go, dude, I was just reading the poem. I'm not even the moderator. How is it my fault? See, that would be a contradiction in their logic. I had no control over what they did on either side of that argument.
Couldn't something be something and not be something at the same time, though? Because I'm quite sure that that could happen.
The event later today is like the first live show, kind of like in the 2 hours, I guess.
Oh, great. So I haven't missed it. That's cool.
Yeah, it's
Does
I said
Crit
notification
Crit
'cause
have
it
me
is a
muted, or is he
West Coast time
deliberately
zone.
not responding to anything I say? He might have me
I don't know.
muted.
Maybe you're on low and Crit just can't hear you.
Yeah, Crit, can you hear Papers, please?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. He asked if something can. Sorry, you go ahead. You said.
Yeah, I was just thinking because, of course, if you go very like hard edge on it, it's a law of identity violation. But then again, in certain area of mathematics, 2 plus 2 could equal 1 or 0. That's modular arithmetics. It's basically a system that loops around. But then, of course, in normal arithmetic, that we use it, 2 plus 2 equals 4. So it could both be 4 and not 4.
I would argue that they're different things. So it'd be like a language.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you might use the same word, but in different languages it means different things. So the identity isn't actually violated.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I actually sort of developed some philosophy around that a long time ago. It's basically my philosophical idea based on that was that there is only one truth. But then our human truth statements, for example, 2 plus 2 equals 4, they are dependent on what the hell are we actually talking about. And often when we hit a contradiction, we haven't well defined that we're talking about modular arithmetics or we're talking about this thing here. So you can hit contradictions where 2 plus 2, we presume it to be 4, but then it's not actually, because we're not talking in normal arithmetics. It, of course, you could take that to different directions, like the mathematical is just, the basis for the deeper point.
So the
The main
moon
point.
is 0 and 4. Wait, no, 3 and
Maybe.
2 and 1, but
The
not
main
4.
point would be a contradiction, not in the atmosphere and also in the atmosphere, as they use a method called astronomy, which studies stuff not in the atmosphere. Or like blue not being your favorite color as it is your favorite color. Like Jim Jam, what's your favorite color? You tell me blue. I say, no, it's not blue.
If it's both blue and not blue, then would you fly off the bridge or not?
If I say it's white, then that's every colour. So done. But white's not a colour. Yeah, I don't know how you had the patience for that one. What was the actual argument they were asking you then, anyway? Crit.
Okay, so it started off with that thing I read about a contradiction in the model, or the just conceptual ideas, even in and of themselves. Let me go back up to it. Okay, so this is about how them having science, but they don't present science, or having settled science, but they don't have settled science. Like one contradictory idea after another that would offer change, some sort of change for themselves or humanity in general. That's sort of environmental conditioning that I've talked about before. And the problem is that they have an imaginary thing, a ball, right? A lava filled, water covered space ball, a glob, that they are imagining, and then it's someone else's fault that they're not imagining the same thing.
So did they deny the contradiction?
So then the question was, well, what about maps, right? Where's all these flat maps? And I'm saying that would be a contradiction to me too, because there's no globe map either. There's no 3-dimensional ball that I can navigate on. If anything, all these globes we buy at the store, they tell you not for navigation purposes, not for education. These things are not something you can use. The only thing you can use this for is for decor. That's it. It's a piece of artwork. It's not accurate at all. It's completely inaccurate. That they actually think that if someone tried to use this and they got lost, they'd be like, hey, I tried to use a glob to navigate and I died. Like Amelia Earhart, if you will. So then the thing is, well, I'm just going to ask Crit a bunch of questions about maps, and no matter what answer I give, it's not an answer. That would be the contradiction again. That an answer can also be not an answer. And the best part was, it wasn't just 2 people. There's multiple people. So other people then used my answer to say a claim that I don't have a third grade education, I was stupid, I'm dumb, I keep repeating myself, I'm not repeating myself. This is a type of a spiraling that should be debunked with their imaginary ball. Because even if wrong, right, they could still use a flat map to explain their idea. That's why they have to say flat Earth is a conspiracy. When flat earthers tell them it's not a conspiracy. So there's something that's also nothing again, something that's a identity violation. When I'm talking about flat Earth, I'm not talking about conspiracy theories. If they want to talk about conspiracy theories, they should need to present that claim first. But they want to run from that because there is a lot of conspiracy out there.
I can't remember who it was in the chat that was saying yesterday. A guy that owned a pub, he kicked a customer out because they were talking about 9/11. Doesn't that just sound a bit petty?
Yeah, I could see that. But I mean, in a way too, though, I respect it because that is private property. If someone says, "Hey, we've got some 9/11 families that come," or whatever their excuse,
Yeah,
whatever's
fair
dropping,
enough. Right. Yeah.
that's like a real fine line where it's like, "Hey, I understand that every topic should be open for discussion, but some topics maybe not." Like in certain
Yeah. Right.
companies.
Yeah. It's true because someone did bring up a good point. Like, yeah, I don't want to mention it because Gio doesn't really want it spoken about on the channel. But you know, um, if a group of people were talking about paedophilia, say, but yeah, it was a good point to say. Yeah, no one would want that in their pub. So
Yeah, that's not a good atmosphere.
no. But I just don't know. It just seems a bit strange with the 9/11 thing that because quite a lot of people, especially when you're drinking, you find things to talk about, and I don't know. I think it would be quite a common conversation, actually. I mean, especially closer to the time it happened.
This has been a lot of things too, where those conceptual ideas, like the lunar mission hoax or the 9/11, those are shared by a wide swath of people. So that a lot of times will trigger globalists too, because they want to try to label and pigeonhole people into boxes that they can, try to attack that box. But they can't, because there's people on the left wing, on the right wing, there's big government, there's little government people. It covers the whole gambit of society. The same thing with the Apollo hoax. There's people who think globe, also think they faked the lunar mission. There's people who think flat Earth, who also think they faked the lunar mission. There's people who think space travel is possible, just hasn't been done yet. There's lots of things in there, and people have lots of different reasons for why they think what they think. So then for the globalists to come in there and be like, you all think that because you all lack an education, or you've all fallen for a conspiracy theory. It debunks their claim on its face, because they're making claims about unknown information that they don't have at hand, but they could get if they wanted to, but they don't. So it's like these multi-layered contradictions, so they can make a statement that they feel comfortable with to maintain their imaginary spaceball. What's up, Crypto? How have you been?
Oh, just been just went out the other day and I didn't have my mask on, and then I got really, really ill. Oh wait, no, that didn't happen.
I
There
even
was
went in the shop the other day and everyone else was wearing masks. I wasn't, but no one said nothing. It was all gravy.
a story I read about this lady whose
Well, I
mask.
think- yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, what's the story? The lady with the mask.
Okay, yeah, the thing, like the ear, band broke, and her mask wouldn't stay in her face. So she panicked, actually panicked into a panic attack that became a
No
medical
way.
emergency. Yeah, they actually had to call an ambulance because she became, like almost into like a panicked herself into a frenzy, and they had to, help her.
Hypochondriatic shock.
Yeah, like it was that bad, and people were in the news talking about and she was alone on the sidewalk when it happened. She was just walking down the street going somewhere with a mask on.
And
No
this is
one's
what
even
it's doing to people.
Yeah, that's what they've done. They've made people so scared of living or so scared of dying. I heard someone else say this on another server, which is really powerful. They're so scared of dying that they stopped living.
Yeah, mad.
But maybe that event would be her turning point. It was all the way to rock bottom. After she recovered, she realized she's going to be okay. She will be an alternative form of right, or an alt-right. She's still not right, but she will be alt-right. She'll say, wow, I did that to myself. I panicked because of X, X, and X reasons. And that will be self-reflection. That a self-truth. She changed her own reality. And now, or maybe not. Who knows? I've never heard a follow-up story. Maybe she became one of those people who wear 2 masks now, in case one failed.
Probably.
That's probably what happened, right? In realistic terms. But at least the story's out there that people can Google it and look at it and be like, wow. Like, you cannot write that, In the day and age where they're suppressing all information that goes against the government narrative, you still find these tidbits of truth because they can't hide all of it. They can only do it some of the time, not all of the time.
Getting people scared of air, though. It's mad.
It was a masterpiece.
Mad world.
And that was like 2 years ago, and people are still not thinking yet. They're probably just counting the time and said, we got them. Yeah, a play on words, right? Entendre, right?
Got them.
Yeah, a masterpiece. That's really good, Crypto.
A masterpiece. Yeah, I weren't reading the chat.
It's like knocking on another new year, 2022. and nothing changes New Year's Day. The same. I mean, maybe some people will be like, "Damn, lunar mission canceled, space tourism canceled." You know, like the supernova, right? Canceled. You know, maybe at this point there'll be like the 2020 and 2021. It's like, okay, whatever this illusionary, imaginary ball that they have in their mind isn't matching what they thought their expectation was, even. Not let alone trying to explain it to another person. In their own head, it didn't match the expectations they had for it. And some of them, maybe will think, let me relook at their own ideas first and understand them first. But some of them won't. Some will just double down. And your favorite color will still be blue, and they'll deny it. Here, I got one for you. I just thought of this. So I ask you what your favorite color is. You tell me blue. I'm like, not an answer. You're like, okay. Let me see if I can try to explain it this way. You ask me, like, do you understand 3 primary colors? I'm like, drive on. And all those 3 primary colors, 2 of them are not my favorite color. And I'm like, yep. And they say the 2 colors that are not my favorite color would be yellow and red. And then also I go, irrelevant. I ask you what favorite color is. That's when they go into bot mode. You know, like their brain is doing a hard reset. Because they see the color you're talking about, and it matches their idea too. But they can't even make themselves to recognize the answer as an answer.
Yeah,
So
they can't. They can't even agree. That's what it is. They don't want to agree.
Yeah, it's like they don't have to. You should be able to understand before you disagree or agree. But if they tell you your answer is not an answer, they can't say it's also a wrong answer. Because they said it's not an answer first. That's the law of identity again. A contradiction in their model, in their mind. Which highlights their broken logic and why they can't express their imagination outwards. Because they really don't get it either. They're just pretending that they get it. It's like Ed's still having problems with his audio.
No, he's getting the turkey out of the freezer. Come on.
He's still gyrating. There's like some sort of weird clicking sound. Maybe this would be interesting, like he actually had something positive to add. That's what's going on in the other server too. There's an agreement on adding. Like even as simple as that, right? So if I add something to a conversation, did I add that or did someone else add that?
Eh?
I mean, even like a simple statement like that, right? It's hard for them to comprehend it. that if a person does something, that means that person did something.
Let's not make this confusing because there was someone called a person.
Oh yeah, that's right. Their handle was a person. Yeah, I think he's not here anymore. It was a sock. Maybe if I'm thinking of the right person or the user, that was like a sock of somebody.
Yeah, I think it could have been one of the other channels.
I heard on 24/7 this guy did the 12 days of Christmas, but like the 12 thoughts of the Globie. It was quite clever.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that? 12 days of the Glober.
Yeah, the 12 days of the Glober instead of the 12 days of Christmas. It was like because the first one was pretty fun because it starts on like the first day of Christmas. My true love sent to me, like a Glober sent to me one picture of a pear, something
Yeah, you could really
earth,
get creative.
earthy. Like one picture of a Paris earthy. Well, yeah, like for like three French hens, it was like something to do with lens.
What was 5?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was. It was kind of clever how they did it. So 5 was rings.
Molten rings?
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. They got one for Let me see if I can find this. Sound coming from space again. Yep, right here. It's on YouTube too. So NASA recorded sound coming from Jupiter's moon, not sci-fi, the real deal. And you can like go to their Facebook page and their YouTube channel, and they actually got it. Here, I'll post it in live stream. So, and they think it sounds like 1950s sci-fi movie. It's not sci-fi though. It's the real deal. There's chirping, high-pitched whistling hums that they speed up to crescendo. It's got 19,000 reactions, which I'd like to see how many of those are like laughing. Like because even that's the lowest level science, people know, I've heard, right, that you can't travel sound through a vacuum, through a medium that's called a vacuum. That's why the movie Aliens was supposedly so scary, because in space, no one can hear you scream, but they can hear a moon sing.
But that's not a contradiction.
Not at all, right? That just makes sense, you know? I haven't listened to the YouTube yet. I've been meaning to. This ain't the first time they did that, though. They did that. They've done like spooky, like Halloween, like 20 something. Like if you go to the NASA gift shop, they have like spooky Halloween music from space. Like you can buy some sort of space music.
Sounds like a conspiracy. In it though, it does sound like a whack job shop.
Yeah, someone needs to tell them, it's like, dude, that doesn't consistently work with your model right there. That would be a contradiction. I'll be back one sec. Here's one: an ever-expanding universe that's contracting. Gravity is a force, not a force.
Because we don't have to work at the really is level. Now, that statement in itself is just telling you a lot. We don't have to work at the really is level.
Yeah, things that make you go,
Some people.
Yeah, other people are like, yeah, makes sense to me, yeah. Bullets go over the curve, but you can't see the curve. But they go over it.
But we don't have to work at the reality level, remember? So it's fine. Let your imagination flow.
Or that Michelle Thaler goes on a show called Big Think and then tells people it's not okay to think. You're on the wrong show.
Like, Wow, contradiction much? Oh wait, but Crit, the moon can make noises now because it's not in space, isn't it? It's in Earth's atmosphere.
Oh yeah, they were talking about the moon of Saturn though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that would be a problem because now Saturn's
Oh.
also in the atmosphere, right? Along with its moon. On the on this other server, there was these two people talking about religions and stuff in parts of the world, and he was saying that Islamic people use their left hand, to wipe their butt, and the guy's like, "Here's a bidet, like a Turkish bidet, a Turkish toilet."
Sorry,
It's
you
a,
cut out for a lot of that.
oh, okay. On a different server, this dude was on some sort of like Muslim, anti-Muslim Islamic rant, and was
Right.
talking about that Muslim people wipe their hand with their butt. I mean, that wipe their butt with their hand, with their left hand. So the dude's like, "No, I live in an Islamic country, and this is what we use called a bidet. It's like you wash your behind every time you go to the bathroom. And then the dude said he never heard of that it's not something that's real, right? That it's not, he's never heard of a bidet, so he needs proof, right? He needs, show me proof for this bidet. So then after the guy going back and forth for a while, the conversation was going nowhere. Like pictures didn't work, links to where you can buy one at your local store didn't work. Nothing worked, right? This guy was dead set that there was no such thing as a bidet. So the guy's like, how about this, right? How about I explain it in a different way? He said, if you had, the guys were English, right? So it worked a little bit better with this Nutella. This is like chocolate peanut butter type stuff.
Yeah.
He said, would you use toilet paper, right? Or a paper towel to clean up Nutella? And the guy's like, well, hell no, right? He goes, so why would you do that? That was getting too graphic, right? And the guy's like, yeah, so you could escalate, right? You could go to, baby wipes. What would be the next thing you could do? So then finally, after the guy getting to agree that, hey, yeah, I suppose, just a quick rinse would be a way to go. He says, that's a bidet. And the dude was like, no, it's not. It's like, oh my.
It's pure denial.
Yeah, just denialism. It's like no matter whatever framework you try to bring it in the question, they're not going to be able to understand the content at the same time claiming they understand the content. But they don't. It's that contradiction because they're not ready to learn because they've already got some sort of thing in their mind that's true. Their reality is a radical break from lived experiences of others. So if someone can tell you their lived experience, but the person's not even willing to recognize the other person as a person, or even recognize their lived experience, that would not be, people in Islamic countries or people who have bidets problem. That would be the other guy's problem. And he's probably got a reoccurring issue. That's not something that exists inside a vacuum. That
like he's got blockers up that doesn't want to hear other people's experience, and then naive about the subject, a B-day. He's never heard of one, so is just naive, and then he's in denial.
And that is not just the one thing. I'm sure it's repeatable over and over and over again, which makes it that even if he's got some sort of version of Earth without bidets in it, he can't explain it to anybody, even himself.
You said even if it's got an Earth without bidets in it. That was all I heard.
Oh yeah, he wouldn't be able to explain what that looks like to anybody else.
Sorry, my internet's bad. I probably need to go back in my room. Yeah, my connection should be good up here.
Or how about this one? So they can see the sun setting. They see the sun moving through the sky. And they'll say that's Earth moving. You're like, how? How did you do that? How did you look at X moving and it was not X moving? Like, can you walk me through that logic? Because my worldview is if X is moving, then X moved. Not me, right? If I'm watching something, if I see something move, I'm going to assume it's moving. It's like that you can tell Earth is rotating because it's not rotating. That's how you can tell. You can tell it's curved because it's not curved.
Yeah, just stupid.
That's really good, Crit.
You can tell a vacuum sound can't travel through a vacuum because it does. You can go to NASA's YouTube page and listen to the moons of Jupiter sing.
But it's so beautiful, though.
Top of the charts.
Yeah, they said there's over 600 comments that reference Isaiah 40:26. I'll have to look that passage up.
Isaiah what? 14?
40:26.
Oh, 40.
Okay, so lift up your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all of this? He brings out the starry host one by one and calls forth each of them by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. That's quite powerful too when you hear NASA astronauts say they owe it to God. Thank God that this mission happened. NASA is always thanking God. But the atheists will say that the model predicts or explains no God. But if you look at who presented it first, Copernicus, Newton said the model is so full of glory and splendor that a creator cannot be denied. Copernicus said that these orbits are perfect circles. Perfect circles don't exist in nature. Therefore, supernatural. Done so by a supernatural being. It's like just a little bit of history. Just crack open the book. But then the globals say there's no flat Earth books. Here's a list of Amazon. There's like 26 pages of flat Earth books. The famous Zen Garcia has about a dozen to his name. Just like if you can get them to at least pay attention long enough to realize that they're contradicting themselves, then maybe they'll understand that they should understand something first, which could include their own idea before they start talking about other people's ideas.
Well, then that comes down to honesty at the end of the day, doesn't it?
Yeah, which is a problem with them. They're not very.
Yeah.
It's hard to get them to be honest. That's like the honesty. If you ask them if they did something, and they'll tell you no, they didn't do it. Someone else did. I go, so right here, where you posted at X number of minutes after the hour, and you said this, that wasn't you? And they're like, no, that's you. I'm like, that's not me. I can see your name, your tag, your writing. That would be you from your account, not my account. If they said, oh, because I said something, I posted on their account. And I go, that's not honest. You're not even being honest with yourself. Or the use of socks, right? With like Mr. Giggles. I mean, he's been here since like the very beginning, is what I've heard. thousands of sock accounts. You ask him, how many socks do you have? He'll say 0. He's never had a sock account. Which is interesting because if you look at their experts, right, space.com says step 1 when debating the flat earth, build trust. Their step 1. Step 1, build trust. See, they deny their own experts and then try to make it seem like flat earthers deny their experts.
Well, it just shows that their target, their tactic is to persuade and, you know, instead of actually have a discussion, they want to force their worldview on other people. That's it.
Which is a problem because they can't explain it. They can't explain their worldview.
Gain
So how
trust. Isn't that sound like a con man? What would a
Yeah.
con man want to do first off?
Like tell you to, Jerry's got a good one where he was talking about this survey book, like 900 pages. They said to him, you cannot talk about survey until you've read this 960 page document. And they're like, he says, have you read it? They're like, no. Well, why are you talking about survey? And they're like, oh, because they already know it's a globe. Based on this document you didn't read?
So yeah, imploring you to read something just for them to have the discussion with you. They implore you to read something that they're not going to read themselves, you know?
Yeah, they won't even crack the binding. They won't even open the book to the first page. But yet they think they've got some sort of expert level knowledge that's beyond space and time that they don't need to follow it. Because they know all the answers already.
Well, it's already creating an unfair position. Like, we're not having this discussion unless you read this book, but I don't need to.
Yeah, and then if you do read it, if you power through it, you just didn't understand it.
Yeah, of course.
It's cringy. And if you apply it, see, they think they've got cover, that they can act that way because flat earthers have the problem that they've deemed in their mind. But any other worldview or mindset, if they did the same type of thing, they'd be like, wow, dude, you've got some issues. Like simply word switch flat earth with any other thing. Like they do the same thing to vegans too, or anyone they've deemed to possess some sort of conspiratorial thinking. Which is another good contradiction, because a lot of these guys are atheists, which is the ultimate conspiracy theory. You don't get much higher than that.
Yeah, ironic.
See, that's like back in the 60s and 70s, like atheists and flat earthers and other people with minority points of view, they were all allied because they saw the threat of the federal government. And they said, hey, I might not agree with what you say, but I'll defend your right to say it. Now, you've got these atheists, third wave atheists, saying if you disagree with government, you're wrong. It's a crime to do that. A thought crime that carries some sort of consequence, which might include some sort of weird street social justice activism.
That's why, in a sense, you don't want to get stuck judging them because they're just victims. You look at it from the government, and they've just done a really good job at you know, hook, line, and sinker. Caught them. They're on the end of the hook.
Yeah. because they think government's on their side when it's not. Okay, government claims God is real, and in America here, God of the Bible. If atheism side with government to slowly censor out speech that they disagree with, it's not going to end well, because government says, in God we trust. That's their first claim of the day. Their motto says that.
I only see revolution.
You know what's funny too is just by virtue of me believing that the earth is flat renders me a complete idiot. I have no sense. I'm stupid. It doesn't matter what I say. Everything is just scrutinized, and they don't trust what I say, like I'm in a MC Tunes server here.
Perfectly designed like that, though, isn't it? For people to have that reaction.
Right. It's unbelievable. I say one thing, and it's like, clown emojis. I knew that there was no way that you would look inside a book. You have a brain problem. What are you talking about?
The same book that they won't look at.
Right, but because I'm a flat earther, the way I'm reading it is not correct somehow. The words on the page don't mean what they say because I'm reading it. And none of these people have ever spoken to me one-on-one. They've put flat earthers into this box, and they labeled that box idiot. So anyone who comes out of that box is an idiot, and that is it. You're not getting that label taken off. Unless you say Earth Glob. And then it's like, oh, well, he's finally come to his senses.
Yeah, Right the Hand did a really powerful event with that. He said that he's a globalist and he's just pretending for fun. And they all said, "Yep, there he is, got him." And he's like, "No, I was just joking. I just wanted to see how foolish you could be, how easy it is to trick you." And like, they'll still say to this day, "Yep, Right the Hand is just playing." Even though he told him, he explained it to him, like, "No, I said that for a specific reason. So you would see how foolish you are and how easy it is to trick you into something."
B-Ball posted in what is this? Who's Blue Marble Science? He tagged me in this video about the James Webb Telescope, and I was like, "Is this a hint of what you want for Christmas or something? I don't get it." And then George tags me and says, "It's sad that you cannot comprehend and appreciate the engineering accomplishments achieved in developing the JW telescope. This is what makes you and others like you a flat earther." And I said, "So what you're saying is Earth has nothing to do with why I'm a flat earther?" He said, "Where did I say that? It has to do with critical thinking skills, blah, blah, blah." He wrote another paragraph, all because I asked B-Brick if he wanted a telescope for Christmas.
And he probably does. That's the best part. He probably actually does want a telescope, which is true.
That's true. Think of the sentence you just used. He probably wants a telescope for Christmas. That's true. So do you appreciate the engineering on the James Webb, Jerry?
He tagged him.
Yeah,
that must be he wants it. If I send you a link to like Amazon and like tag you in it, you think I'm like giving you a hint of what I want for Christmas?
No.
Okay, good. I would say quite the opposite, but now I know what not to do.
And then he tagged me in a sunset video, one of his videos where he says, "Evidence for a globe is as easy as a sunset." And of course I said, "Let me ask you a question. Is the sun the earth, yes or no?" And that triggered, I think, 6 people or 7 people into just spiraling about my question.
It's not really a question, though, is it, Jerry? Is the sun the earth? Well, of course the sun isn't the earth. It's a redundant question. The question itself is the answer. You're asking, is this object that object, when you're using both objects in the sentence?
Yeah, and he's saying, look at this thing that isn't the earth. This proves what the earth is.
Yeah, we can do that. It's the same way as, we can use other things to refer to things that we're looking at, or we can look at the relationship between things, which tells us more about the thing. So what's wrong with that?
You
Yeah,
can
you can look at an airplane, and you can just by looking at the airplane, you can know how fast the airplane is, or if something else is moving in relation to another thing. You don't have to, I don't know, be on it physically.
the assumption is, well, you can't explain this on a flat Earth, and as if my inability to explain this to his satisfaction proves glob.
Now that I agree. Now you're on a point, Joe. I agree. You know, your conviction is not proof of anything. You know, it's the evidence that brings the proof. And I think when I listen to a lot of the arguments, what I hear from people like yourself is, you don't know the Earth is flat if we just take you at work. It's generous enough to do. You don't know what the shape of the Earth is. The Earth could be a globe, it could be flat, it could be convex, it could be a wobbly blancmange. Because that seems to be where you are.
Well, I see what I see.
Yeah. Which puts you in the camp of, I don't know the shape of the Earth. I don't know if the Earth is stationary or not. I don't know what the sun is. I don't know the distance to it. I don't know what the moon is. I don't know what I'm not describing all of these things to you, but these are things I commonly hear. Cool. You don't know a lot of stuff.
Correct.
Which is almost like saying, please convince me of this argument. And then all you want to do once someone tries to convince you of the argument is then ask, well, is the Earth the sun?
And it's not.
You know, which obviously it's not, because they're two separate things, and nobody is saying that the Earth is the sun, which why it's a redundant question.
And I'll give you another example. I was in Gems, and what's his name? Yasi. He asked me, okay, how would you determine what the Earth is? And I said, I would walk in a straight line all the way around, and then I would go half that distance and walk perpendicular to it another circle. And that would only be possible on a glob. Or some other shape like a oval or some rotund.
It's not flat, you can say then. It's a three-dimensional shape of any shape.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't really tell you much, does it?
It tells me that it is a shape.
What about the surveys they did from sort of the mid-18th century onwards?
Yeah, no one can explain how that was done. They hand me 900-page documents and say, here, read this.
Well, like the transatlantic arc of parallel of North America.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That's
So,
what started the whole conversation.
That's quite simple. You're talking about some spherical excess when you're measuring triangles.
Right. Now, how do they get the angle from their kind of horizontal?
Why would they be getting an angle from the horizontal? That would be leveling.
Well, okay, you have a triangle, and then you're seeing where the land deviates from that flat triangle, right?
No, you're taking three angular measurements which don't add up to 180 degrees.
Right, but that could be caused due to elevation.
No, couldn't.
Why not?
Because that's where you were correct, where you're taking the angle from the horizontal, not the angle from your plane, I think. Sorry, it's a bit late today. In fact, the introduction part of the book goes to a fair way to explaining that. And if you read the basics in surveying, the very basics, it goes more into it. So that's where they differentiate between the leveling, working out your altitude difference between point A and point B versus taking an area, which is 3 measurements, generally 6, where you're taking from point A to point B to point C, point C to point A, and then normally a halfway point in between each of those 3 points. And you do that, a number of times.
Right.
And then when they put it all together and they actually look at the angles between the relationships between the angle for AB, the angle for AC, and the angle for BC, and you add them all up, they ain't 180 degrees.
But from what plane are they getting that angle from? Like there has to be some kind of standard that it's deviating from. How do they establish that flat?
So what I suggest you do, well, you establish your horizontal by leveling. So that's where you create your level. That's where you create yourself in line with plumb.
Mm-hmm.
And then that then zeroes your scope out, and then you're taking the measurements from point A to point B, from point B to point C, and so on. And if you're interested, Jerry, if you think that this may be a valid way to understand the relationship between the maps that we make and the real world around us, then you should look into it more. It's a lot easier than walking around the world twice, mate.
I don't know, but the
question is, are you interested?
I am, but I'm not. I'm not gonna.
Then you're not interested. If you're not prepared to put any skin in the game, if you're not prepared to do any work, then you're not interested. Don't be silly.
It should be easy for people to explain this to me. And what?
Why should someone have to explain anything to you? I've explained it to you. You want more detail, so the way you go and do that, if you want it, is you go and read some books.
Okay, well, here's my question. Okay,
that's what adults do.
You got your 2 plumb lines. How do you tell that they're not parallel? Do you take
Again, that's not your triangulation. That's another way to work out the fact that the Earth has a curve to it, is looking at the relationships between plumb at 2 points. Now you're not working on spherical excess. There you're just working on the relationship between 2 plumb lines, and effectively you're establishing a horizontal from plumb line A, a horizontal from plumb line B, and then you're working out your angle of intersection. And what you find is plumb lines aren't parallel to each other.
Well, if you're not measuring the distance from the top of one plumb line to another, and then the bottom of the plumb line to the other, and then comparing those distances.
You need to go and read the basics on this, Jerry, because you have no idea what you're talking about. I've read the basics. I'm not claiming to be any form of expert. Just when this whole surveying thing came about, I don't like being ignorant. So I went and picked up a couple of basic textbooks and I read them.
So why don't you tell me?
Why should I do it? I've done the work. I understand it. I've explained it to you. I've explained it really basically, where you create a horizontal from point A, you create a horizontal from point B using your leveling, and then you're working out if those 2 horizontals meet at 180 degrees, i.e. a flat surface. If they do not meet at 180 degrees, then those 2 plumb lines are not parallel to each other.
Right.
That's simple.
How you determine 2 plumb lines separated by what, a mile?
No, not even that. You're doing it over 600 to 800 feet.
Okay. Are you taking?
And that is the very basics now of surveying, which is where you're taking your reading off your sight stick. And if you haven't even bothered to open a book on surveying at all, then you're just then basically being a child. You're asking to be spoon-fed. And I have more respect for you than that, Jerry. So what I suggest you do is, if you don't know the very fundamentals, the very basics of surveying, go and pick up a fucking book. Yeah, I know, it's annoying, isn't it? You actually have to work for this. I'm not going to sit here and spoon feed you the very basics of a topic that I am not overtly familiar with.
We could have been done by now if you had.
No, we couldn't be done by now. because you'd keep asking questions, and all you're showing is that you're not actually interested in the topic at all. Because if you had any interest in the topic, you would have at least done a basic bit of reading on it, or at least consider saying, yeah, actually, I'll go and do that.
I have. And what they do is they compare their results to what a model says that they should get.
No, in that case, no, you
they
haven't. So explain to me how you take a single sight reading from point A to point B.
That's not what I'm interested in.
No, I just, if you got to understand, it's a bit
It's
like
a quiz
saying,
time.
I want to drive a car, but I'm not interested in keys or in ignition.
Yeah, this is nerdism. I just want the bottom line.
Yeah, which you're not prepared to do any work to get. So you haven't read any books on this. All you've done is you've gone to some people that are giving you conclusions rather than looking at the actual method of how they do it. If you want to know, go and read a book.
And you also disagree with the conclusion, but you have no baseline for doing that. So I don't think you can be in the position to disagree with this if you don't know the very basics. You just have to accept the conclusion from whatever, if there is some kind of expert who told you this, if you don't understand it fully.
Well, maybe you could tell me, funky boy.
Yeah, that's again, you're
I'm
just
not an
reaching out.
expert.
Yeah.
Oh, all
You're
right.
reaching out and you're trying to get someone to spoon feed you, not so you can actually learn about something, but just so you can say, well, what is space? What is volume? What is the, and ask what really are very puerile questions. That means you have to go right back to the foundation of a topic that if you want to talk about, you should do what most people who are interested in having a discussion about the topic, at least go and read the basics.
Okay, so have you read that massive 900-page tome?
I haven't read all of it, but I've read a fair portion of it, yeah.
So could you tell me where the exact methodology is spoken of?
That is a book of results. That's not a book on the how. So just go and look up basic surveying. That's all you need to do. You can do it online. Or do you want me to provide all the links to you? Which I'll just do a Chris on you now and say, no, you do you.
That's not me, dude. You do you is basic vernacular.
Oh, what did you start, foolish?
No, but this is like the broken logic. He tries to apply something to me that's not me. That's what we're all morning. We've been talking about broken logic. Something cannot be something and something else at the same time. It's
Who
broken.
put the quarter on you, Chris?
Yeah, I get. If he's trying to debate, that's also not me either. He lost a debate. Jerry beat him. So now he wants to deflect.
I can give you an example of what I read on the back and forth side. Disclaimer, I'm no expert, but I have read on basics topics in surveying. Like, for example, I think maybe I could, with a book with me, I think I could be able to do some basic surveying. But by no means I'm no expert. I just read a little bit on how they use auto level when they are, because I read on it because I've been told a lot of stuff from people on Discord, which I wasn't sure how was actually working. And I read on how you can do surveying, because I was thinking, how can you compensate if you have refraction? And we know the precision, the accuracy it provides with auto levels, it's like within a kilometer, it's like 1 or 2 millimeters. It's very small. And I'm thinking well, you can't do that if you have if you don't compensate for some kind of error, atmospheric error or something. So you have a methodology for that. And that I didn't understand it until I read on it, and it's actually not that complicated. But what you do is you put the auto level in the middle between the rods. So when you measure it from one stick to the other stick, and you have the auto level in the middle, you will procedurally you will compensate for any systematic error if it's similar on both ends, which it would be if there is like if you're on a globe and the refraction and the refraction and the Earth curvature is similar on both ends, and so that the systematic error would be similar on both ends, it would null each other out. So I learned that this is actually what Rakia and like all the people do. Like Bev also do this, but they never told me this part of it, and I'm thinking like, what the fuck? Why couldn't they just tell me the whole story? Like, I had to. Å, faen i helvete. Jeg så han ikke.
Pay attention to the road, Funk.
I was looking. I'm using my Bluetooth. I'm not on my phone. I was just there was a car. He was black and he didn't have any lights on his car. I didn't see him.
That's
Fuck's
nice.
sake. He didn't have any front lights, and it's in the middle, like it's dark now. Fuck. Yeah. It's very interesting actually. I find it it's actually a quite interesting topic. But I don't know like exactly how they do this spherical excess. Are you there, Foolish?
Yeah.
I was thinking, like, from what I got from you, like I have just read like as you said, like I've just read like conclusions and like these are the numbers. I have no idea how they actually did this. I saw some pictures when they did it, and because what I can like intuitively, what I can understand from it is when you only measure the angles between A, B, B, and C, that's the only thing you care about. Then you don't care about elevation. If you don't care about elevation, all you have to do is just like look straight ahead, draw a straight line, which is much simpler than having to worry about elevation.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
That way you can measure much more longer distances and be much more precise. You don't have to worry about, and to a big extent, you don't have to worry about refraction and Earth curvature and all that kind of shit fucking up your measurement.
And again, we're still talking about sort of observations that tend to be taken over, a couple of miles at the most. It's not like we're doing long range observations, because there are three basic levels of surveying you do. There is, I'm building a building with a foundation, and I need to be to this sort of degree of kind of accuracy. You then have level 2, which is, hey, I'm working out elevation. I'm doing my sort of site or area surveying. I'm doing land border analysis, that kind of thing. And then you have sort of the sort of broader range, which is where you're getting more into the, I'm interested in this continent or the geodesics of the planet that we live on.
That's what they do that for. The spherical excess that's like, what's the purpose of that? It's only for like figuring out more precisely what the shape is.
Also where your arcs of longitude are going as well. So if you're trying to work out exactly where you are on the Earth as a point of reference, then you need to take that into account. Otherwise, you start getting offset by a greater degree as you go further and further away from that point. It's an exponential inaccuracy or a logarithmic inaccuracy, which. So if I've got a sort of like, it's 200 feet at 5 miles, then it could be 2,000 feet at sort of 50 miles and so on. And that becomes more and more important as you want to establish large areas of land. So things like the borders of states or the borders of countries tend to be a little bit contentious, and people have gone to war for a lot less than 20,000 feet worth of land. That's why Egypt and the Sudan are still fighting over a tiny piece of territory, which gives them a bit of coastline. More for the Sudan than for Egypt.
great thing about the spherical axis in terms of like this debate topic which we have is that then we don't have to go into the discussion about refraction and all that shit.
Yeah, I mean that's just again trying to pull in excuses to hand wave away the topic. Oh well, you can't rely on this, you can't rely on that, but we do rely on it to do all this other stuff. So, you know, it's kind of one of those good reasons not to look at evidence that challenges your position.
What is the contention, or what is their point, or their like counter argument from flat Earth, or like Bev or something? What do people say against it? What is their problem with
level
this?
is horizontal.
Oh my god.
That's Bev's pretty much argument, and Euclid says that it can't be the shape. And then when you go down the rabbit hole with Bev, you suddenly find out that he'll admit that there are non-developable shapes in Euclidean geometry. And a non-developable shape merely just means that if you lay it out flat, you're going to get distortion. So a nice sort of cube will lay out flat very nicely, no distortion. Something like a sphere or an oblate spheroid or an irregular shape of any sort will not lay out without distortion. Hence we get our projections, hence we get the distortion to the continents, and it's more exacerbated as you go north and south, further north and south of the equator. So by bringing in things like, oh, well, you know, refraction could be screwing you up, or, oh, well, you know, you can't really know this, or, oh, no, you can't measure that accurately. You know, these are all then the excuses that can be wheeled out to say, oh, thank heavens we can ignore that evidence, which is rather screwing up our fun evenings.
I think Bev tend to attract very weird people into his, I don't know what you call it, gang or whatever.
I call it the Fortress of Doom.
Why do you call it that then?
Because if you follow that kind of thinking, you're doomed to fail. Back to critical thinking again. Well, you know, we can disagree with each other on stuff, but you know, there is a certain logic that we generally employ.
If you can disagree with you, you'll disagree with anything, my man. Anything. At
I
any time
don't
for any
disagree with
reason.
you, and I've said to you many times, I can't do you, but I can do me. So me will do me, and you can do you because I can't do you. Do you remember
That's
that?
what I'm saying. If you disagree with
Pointing
it,
out
that
the
is
logic
you.
of where you're actually sort of failing, because I was being a bit silly at the time, and you want to take everything that's silliness as us as seriousness, and then try and use it as a sad way to score points. I'm not
And
here
you
to
think it's
score
some sort of
points off
score
you. I'm
point
not
thing.
here to score points off you, Crep.
That's another problem too.
Yeah, you are just here to score points. Everything you do is about scoring points. Look at me, I'm right.
That's content you added for you. No one else is even tracking that part.
I'm gonna invite a couple of Chinese people, one named you and one named me. This is gonna be really fun.
Yeah, it's like that. Really Who's cool. On first? You seen that before?
Okay.
Here, let me find it for you, Funk. You might like this. It's like a Abbott and Costello. It should be easy to find on YouTube. All right.
I never I can't watch it because I'm driving, so I have to watch it later.
Do you want me to DM it to you?
Yeah, sure. Just DM it. What I never understood the whole argument about we all agree math isn't reality, but for some reason they hold the whole Euclid. I never understood that whole argument. I don't understand it. The whole argument about we only apply Euclidean geometry because those are axiomatically proven or something like that. But so are other shapes which are non-Euclid. So I don't understand. Do you understand his whole argument, Foolish? I
Yeah,
don't
so
fully
so the idea is you can look at all the postulates of Euclid, and you can mathematically prove them. So hence they're proofs. The only one that we have an argument about is postulate number 5.
the
Where there's
parallel something?
yeah, that's two parallel lines will never meet. And in a two-dimensional flat plane world, you're right, which is really what Euclid is mainly concerned about. He's concerned about, the surface of stuff, not the volume of stuff. There are some things he talks about the volume, but generally he's more concerned about the surface and the shape of that surface and how you can make three-dimensional objects from two-dimensional borders.
The
Don't know if
problem,
anyone... Sorry.
well, I was going to say that the problem is that all of Newton's physics, all of his laws operate within Euclidean, but allegedly we're living on a non-Euclidean surface. So
yeah.
So what happens is people say, "Oh, well, it's locally Euclidean." Okay, well, there goes all your surveying.
Well, no, I mean, again, it's about the fact that, if you need to measure the thickness of your desk and you need to do it to the nearest millimeter, you can use a ruler. If I want to measure the thickness of my desk and I need that to, 1,000th of a centimeter. Yeah, I'm not going to use a ruler. I'm going to get a more accurate. I'm going to get a pair of vernal calipers, or get something that's giving me a more accurate reading than that. So it's about what you're looking to do. It's the right tool for the right job. And locally, because we live on a really big Earth, and because that level of tolerance doesn't matter, it's not going to affect our outcome if we're building, a foundation of something, or if we're building, a pond or whatever we're building. It doesn't matter because it's too small. It's taking up too small of an area for us to be concerned about. LIGO was big enough where they did. Runways are big enough that they do.
Yeah. But you can express the Earth in a Euclidean geometry.
But it's a non-Euclidean surface.
Well, the surface is, but you can also explain it as at a certain part on the volume is where we live. Then that would be Euclidean.
Yeah, which is why they need to compare surveying results to a model. It's because they're not measuring with non-Euclidean geometry.
You've got to ask about face. It's the geometry, the measurements that create the model, not the model that create the measurements.
Right.
So I can postulate and say, oh, well, if it's like this, then the measurements should be observed like that. And then I can validate using measurements to see if my model is correct or not, but I'm not making my measurements conform to the model. That's not honest.
So why don't they just measure without comparing to a model?
Because they're seeing if the model is correct, because that's how we refine models, isn't it?
Well, why would you?
I want to work out how many steps it is to the shops. I can count them 50 days in a row, and then I could start to work out what's the most steps I've taken to the shops, what's the minimum steps I've taken to the shops, and what are the median values.
But if I'm going to measure my door, I'm not going to consider it a banana and then account for curvature.
Yeah, that would be, but what you could do is you could say, well, it could be a banana. No, I've measured it. It's definitely a door. Now, you'd be right. It'd be a silly thing to do. Well, unless you've got a very big banana and that's actually what you're using for a door.
I
Could
do
be
have a
possible.
big banana.
It's true. Especially an e-banana. I mean, if you can go into some of the dankest, stanky globe spaces and just come out smelling like roses.
This is what I find funny. You know, I mean, we've been having a sort of pleasant conversation. No one's getting at anybody else, and now we've got to talk about dank and dark and
That's what we were
dirty
talking about.
globalists.
That was a conversation.
No, it was.
This is the problem you have at Gems, is that you join the conversation and derail it, then get muted, and then claim victim.
And there we go again. You see, rather than sticking to an argument, he's got to try and score points against people. I rest my case.
Why do you always make everything personal, Santa? You're talking about yourself all the time.
I don't.
What
That's
happened
bullshit.
to you on the other server?
What server?
You compared it with Gems.
No, that was feedback he was getting that wasn't even from me.
Well, with that,
I don't understand.
I'm just going to fuck off because otherwise I'm going to get annoyed at Santa because he's now trying to get an emotional rise. And to be honest, it's too close to Christmas and it's not really worth the effort. You're subpar, my friend. Subpar.
Okay, yeah, and that was you. That wasn't me. Because other people are in the VC having a pleasant conversation. So if you try to invoke me for why you're leaving, you would have to explain why
Who are
everyone
you
else
talking to?
in
He
the
left.
VC is not leaving.
Stop talking, Santa, about it. Nobody cares.
You got stepped on.
Oh, in terms of what he was talking about, the measurement, like I would like, you have to consider when you measure something, how do you determine what you measured? How can you conclude from the measurement? You need some kind of baseline using logic or something like that, right?
Drive on.
Yeah, so we can't measure and then say it's we cannot measure and then just from the measurement conclude without actually thinking and using logic. I think this is where like the math coming in, and I don't think this won't. The only thing you need to validate is that your logic is sound, not sound. It doesn't have to be sound. What should I say? Logic is valid, and if it is valid, then I don't see any problem with using that for example, math, to have a model and then do a measurement and then comparing it, because that's the model is basically same as thinking in my mind. It's the same as using your mind to actually understand what you measured.
How about if you substitute measurement for calculate? Is it still logically consistent?
Yeah, if it's if the calculations are valid, then yeah.
How about figure? If you figure it.
I don't know what that even means.
Well, it's kind of like just a play on words. They always talk about, there's an old wise tale that says, liars figure and figures lie.
Yeah, I don't understand what that has to do with if you're lying or if your logic isn't valid or if it's not, if it doesn't follow, then I mean, it doesn't matter if you lie, because the person who reads his logic can understand that he made a wrong conclusion from it, and problem solved.
So the person could just say no thank you, and that would be good enough then, right?
I don't understand what he would say no thank you to.
Yeah, so if you, like, not you, the person, so a nebulous person out there said they did a measurement which was a calculation which figures out to be X is not X. That something is something, and it's also not something at the same time. The same thing. The law of contradiction violation, if you will. So if the second person says, you know what, I understand what you're saying, it's not for me. It's not something I would claim, and it's not something that I think is even logically consistent. Because you've got multiple layers of inception there that end up at a broken idea. Would that be okay if that
There's a lot of weird things there. Like, for example, when you say calculation and measurement, you have a calculation, but if you're gonna get something from reality, you always have raw data. So you always include the data and what you measured. So
yeah, so the conversation would then be about the data at that point and data collection.
Yeah, that's important, like data acquisition and how it's processed. I mean, that's what part of what doing science is. But you include data and being transparent. I don't see that's no problem with yeah.
So that goes back full circle to what Jerry was talking about. So if someone has a book full of data, it would not include the person who is not part of that data. So by them telling him he cannot participate in the conversation unless he reads the same data that they did not read.
Didn't read the data, and why can't he be part of what discussion?
That's what the claim was. If Jerry's still here, the claim was that no flat earther can talk about survey unless they read this 948-page document that they also did not read.
I think you can talk about it, but if you're going to criticize it, you need to understand. Then, of course, what are you going to criticize if you don't know what the hell the book says?
Yeah, the
like,
book.
If he hasn't read it, then what's the point?
Yeah, their claim was they read the book, and the book says not flat. So I think Jerry was saying, well, I see the Earth, to me, presents as flat. So how can something be flat and not flat at the same time? A law of contradiction. Basically a debunking. Because
that's true, but you have to consider the limitations of our perception. If you see something as flat, what does that really mean? If something is like, if I see a table which looks flat, if you look at it more thoroughly with like not a microscope, for example, it's not really flat. It's bulky. It's got curvature and shapes and valleys and mountains. But I only see it as flat. Is that like contradictory?
So if someone tells me not flat, and I say, well, okay, I'm going to go with what I see, they could say, no, thank you then, right? Because you could say, well, my lived experience is that not flat equals flat. And I would be like, okay.
I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, I gave you a very good example. Like, with a table, if you use a microscope, and if you see the table as flat, but if you use a microscope on it and you see valleys and mountains on it, is that contradictory?
Yeah, like if there's variations that all go back to some baseline, So I would say that is still describing the
About
surface. as
looking
flat.
at it looks perfectly flat to me. So I consider the table to be flat. But if somebody showed me a close up of the table, I wouldn't believe the table. This is a table, because to me it looks flat. But the picture shows that there are valleys and mountains and on that table, just really tiny ones.
Okay, so the to line up the comparison, apples to apples here, that would be like the person then says, here's a 900-page document on how microscopes work. Unless you read this document, you can't talk about this. But they'll talk about it behind your
You
back.
can talk about it, but if you're going to criticize a certain part of that document, then you of course have to read it.
Okay, well, which part
right?
would be presented? Break it down like in chunks, right? And Jerry
You want
said,
to
can you show me the method? Where's the method here of how to use a microscope? Just explain to me how to do it. And they won't even do that part.
You can read on that. If that's your criticism, you're going deeper and deeper, and that actually requires you to do some research. And you can't, as Fuller said, and he's correct about that, you can't feed people on this with like 1-2 minutes of speech. It takes time and effort to learn this. And other people who did this actually spent years and on researching this topic. Maybe I don't know. Right?
Yeah, but they actually didn't, right? Because they won't be able to go to any of these real solid spaces, like where rocket science is being done, where surveys being done. No one there is going to listen to them either. So they've got multiple feedbacks from multiple different people who have nothing to do with flat Earth from the beginning.
But I'm not talking about going to places. Just understanding the topic and reading it. You need to put effort into it. You can't there is no quick shortcut. Like, you can't learn math by watching a 10-minute YouTube video. It's impossible. I can give you like the shortcut, like math works by manipulating numbers, and you can like get like how you can apply it and all that. I can explain that, but you can't use it. For you to use it, you have to read on it, and it takes effort and time. You can't go past that.
Yeah, which is really great, because now I've got a system in place of counting and keeping track of things that don't rely on whatever you're putting down. So if you said, well, sure, you don't get it, and your system works, I'll be over here and I'll do me and you do you.
But why don't you just read on it, and then I'll actually, if you want me to take your criticism seriously, you have to, at least the very minimum, you have to read what I said. And
Yeah,
you have
that's what I'm saying.
to understand everything.
And even better is my system of counting and keeping track of numbers fits inside your framework. So you would be like, oh, that's really interesting, because inside your own framework, I can explain that. Like, say, negative numbers.
Not making any sense.
Well, I'm trying, because we've gotten so many layers of inception here of trying to just pare down.
There is no inceptions. It's very simple, Grit. If you're going to learn a topic, you have to put effort into it. That's all I'm saying. There is no inception or complexity
I got that,
to it.
Which is why Flat Earth is so powerful. Because people haven't even tried to learn what Flat Earthers are talking about, but yet they say they disagree. That is breathtaking to me. How are you disagreeing? You don't even know what I'm talking about.
A lot of effort into your topic. Like, I saw people even like modeling the black swan image and try to understand what's going on there, right? So I think people put a lot of effort into it.
Yeah.
More than any other did.
It would be a lot easier if we could get a map as well.
Yeah, that would also help. Like, I want to understand. Like, so many times I ask for you, please explain to me all these things, and I don't get like answers. And if I go to the globe side and ask for answer, I can read pages on pages explaining everything in detail. which makes also like sense and logic and sound. It sounds like it's very sound logic, so I understand it, right? So yeah,
Except
I
for
want
it
Flat
doesn't.
Earther to give me that, and I'll abandon Globe if somebody give me that from Flat Earth.
Yeah, I would say you've already abandoned Globe. You just don't know it yet.
I it's weird. That's a weird thing to say.
Well, I mean, are you at some point are you going to use the Globe for any practical purpose?
If I'm gonna use the Globe, I
Yeah.
walk on it now, so I already used it. I
Oh,
use
but
it
it's also
now
flat
because
then
I'm
too.
sitting here. No, I'm using the Globe. I've used maps.
Which are
I
flat.
have relied on. No, they are based on a globe Earth, and for example, I've flown airplanes, and like the distances, that would matter. If the Earth is flat, the distances would be different, and it would take a different time to fly. And it doesn't. It takes the time which is allocated, or the predicted time. So in that sense, I've used the globe.
That's interesting because my idea is quite different. Because I'm seeing if a globe and you move away from the center of mass, that would create a longer circumference. So it would be a longer. The higher you go up, the further distance you have to travel from point A to point B.
Yeah, that's true.
So I would say quite like it's interesting. You've got the same proofs I do, but just different conclusions.
Can you show me the numbers then, and I'll look into that. Can you show me your calculations?
Yeah, you could use yours.
I have actually done this calculation one time. I don't have the numbers now because I'm not on my computer, but I did a calculation because I've heard this claim, oh, you're traveling much further. And like what you're really doing is you're just skimming the surface, to be honest. So it's not really any difference. But if you have you done your it sounds like you have done these calculations, Crit. So if you can send them to me and I'll compare it to mine.
Yeah, I can just explain it. So you've got a ball here with a radius of 5.
That's wrong. That's the wrong radius.
No, I'm just saying a conceptual idea.
Okay.
Yeah, so you've got a ball, a basketball.
Yeah.
5 inches.
Yeah.
I move my finger off the basketball 1 additional inch.
Yeah.
And I want to travel across
You're already
the
higher than the ISS. You're already higher than the ISS. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but are you tracking now that this is a much larger distance to travel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I understand that, but you have to take into account the scaling, right? So you don't get things wrong. So I want you to use real numbers, not conceptual thought, because you can also do this and expand it like 20-fold, and say, well, I expect to see something more, but that's would be wrong, right?
So the scaling only works in imagination land. That's a
no. You
powerful
have to
thing
use
for me.
the real numbers, and I'll compare it to my notes.
Crit, I'm actually currently working on a route from Los Angeles, California to Honolulu, Hawaii. It will be done on a sailboat, so elevation of 0 at any point. Would you like to compare numbers on that?
No.
No,
thank you. Yeah. Yeah, this is see right now. This is just a test, right? Let's see what happens. You've got a solid no, thank you, right? On a flat Earth, no means no. On a globe, no means no. So let's see which is understood. Because my conceptual idea is like,
You're again spiraling
if they
about
really
things
can't
that don't
even get the
make
word
sense.
no,
Spiraling.
not my fault. No,
You
I'm giving you
already
a prediction.
accepted your no, so stop saying that.
Well, I have to say, let's see what happens.
Can we just continue the
No.
conversation?
I'll
Okay,
accept
we'll
your...
just continue. You just don't want to do this, so then we'll talk to somebody else.
I accept your no. I just realized that your no is actually saying no. I will not defend my own position because I know if I do, I will be shown to be wrong.
Content you added for you. Your
Right.
fault.
You wouldn't even attempt.
No,
to...
your fault. You added that content. You have no idea why I said no.
Ooh.
You even after I told you why I said no, you still added it.
Crit, grab a branch. You're spiraling, dude. Grab a branch.
Fault. Your fault.
Grab a branch. You're spiraling.
You added content for you, not for me. I can explain my ideas, but I can't understand it for you. I told you why I said no.
You don't want to explain it.
I just did.
That's the problem. No, your explanation was, I don't want to explain it.
No, I said that I doesn't say if no, because we had talked earlier about how if someone says no thank you, why can't they say no thank you?
Then you're not
this is a practical exercise in real time.
Then you're not supporting your position. Like you're saying, you're making a claim and then you're saying, well, why? And then you say, I don't want to say it. And it's okay.
No, I did say why. There could be all kinds of reasons why. Number one, no means no.
But that's like meta explanation. You're explaining why you're explaining why you want to do that.
Now you know why.
Yeah, that's not what we're asking for, Crit. We're asking for not the meta explanation, but the actual explanation to your claim. I don't want to talk about
actual explanation is no.
Why you got up this morning and why you're in a bad mood now. I don't give a shit about that.
Yeah, I'm going to test if you're able to even share lived experiences with me. In my world, in my lived experience, no means no. Just like when Jerry told his story. In his lived experience, if somebody's read a book, they should be able to cite the page he asked for. So when the person says no, they will not cite the page because X, Y, and Z, namely because Jerry's a flat earther, they won't do it. Then he's got to say, oh, okay, well, you won't do it. I'll just have to move on to a different person, a different conversation, because that's the end of it. Now, I use that same logic in a different connotation, a different context, and suddenly you don't get it.
Well, I think you changed the narration a little bit there. I think he talked about Jeremy asking how they did it. And I think Fuller said they don't explain their methodology. They just present the results.
And they blamed him for that.
No, but that's like the explanation. He is asking for something that doesn't exist. And then he said, well, if you're going to understand surveying, then you need to read on surveying. And you can't ask for a page in the book which doesn't exist.
Yeah, and that really debunks them because they're saying no. They won't give them a page that doesn't even exist.
But it doesn't exist. How can it give you that page? Give me something that doesn't exist.
Just say with it. Just say, hey, the page and how to do this doesn't exist. And Jerry could be like, oh, okay, I see what you're talking about now.
He did say that. He did say that.
No, they didn't. They told him they wouldn't even look it up until he's read the whole 900 pages. And then they still won't do it. Because after the end of reading this whole 900 pages, if he still thinks the earth is flat, then they made a bunch of comments about him. So it wouldn't be an issue that they would be able to help him with anymore.
I don't think they expected him to read the whole 900 pages, but
yeah,
at least to read a little bit.
It's a bluff.
I also don't see how that's a parallel between me saying I'm currently working on this navigational chart. Would you like to compare your numbers against mine?
I said no, thank you.
Right, I understand.
Okay.
But you see how those two are vastly different?
Yeah, it's
900 pages versus.
No, thank you.
I've already got these numbers.
I don't want them. No, thank you.
Right, I understand. I get why you're spiraling. I get it.
Yeah, you can add that to the list now. The claim of spiraling is why I'm saying no, thank you. That just to get you the.
Well, why do you even talk about the topic which you're not willing to support? Like, you see how pointless it is for us to talk to you when you make this whole thing about the claims, and you make not huge claims, but you make certain claims, and when we just skim the even top, that like even touch the top of what the claim is, how it's substantiated, then you just stop talking about it.
Yeah, so let's go with it. Can you give me an example? What would be the
There's nothing to go with because you already said no. You don't want to do anything with it.
Okay, so if I say no thank you, that is
Yeah.
me saying thank you. That would be
No,
another
that's you just saying no.
contradiction.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, and I gave you a reason why, right? See, it's like
No,
the
you
same
didn't.
thing.
You, just,
No,
I
never
don't
you gave me
think
a
you did.
meta reason.
Okay,
You
sure.
never gave a
There we
reason.
go.
Don't
A
give me no
contradiction.
reason.
You
You've
never
got
gave
one
me a reason
person
why
saying
you
no.
don't want to see my numbers.
Yeah, I've got one person saying I didn't give a reason, another person saying I gave a reason, and
No,
he's
who-
deemed it a meta reason. This is a contradiction.
Okay.
There
You've
you
got
go.
two people making contradictory claims. That's why I know the Earth is flat. Because the story given by you guys
Yes, but
doesn't
if
even
I say
add
that
up
the
in
Earth is a
real
globe, there is a
time to a
contradiction.
logically consistent
So
story.
now we have
It
one people
breaks
say,
on
one
its
person
face
saying that the
right
Earth
from
is
the very
flat, and
beginning.
another saying it's globe. That's why I go with
This
the
is
globe,
why
because there's
answers are answers,
contradiction.
even if you don't like it, understand it.
Crit,
It's
you got
all the
anything
same.
other than incredulity for me today?
Yeah.
You could, yes, I do.
Oh, please tell me
Contradiction.
something.
Yeah, contradictions.
So how about some evidence of the flat Earth for a change?
Yeah.
Of you,
This is my.
He
This
said
is
no
my,
to that, so
how
there
about some
it
evidence
doesn't
of the
lead
flat Earth
anywhere.
instead of saying that it's not a
I
globe,
say
therefore it's
no,
flat?
thank you.
yeah, contradictions. It's flat, therefore it's flat.
That's
Come on,
not a
how about some evidence
contradiction.
of that? Come on.
Okay, what did I just
That's
say?
that's by the way.
Evidence of
circular.
this flat,
That's
please.
faulty logic.
Flat,
That's
no,
circular,
X,
and that's my
P
proof for
equals
globe.
P. Not P
Yeah.
equals not P.
I want some
That's
evidence.
circular,
that it's
so
flat.
that's
P
my
equals
proof
P
Yeah,
is
for
not
are you
evidence.
tracking right now what I'm saying? Are you able to
I
follow?
want some evidence.
I understand what you want, okay? And this is
Evidence.
what I'm giving you.
You're
Are
not
you
giving me any
following?
evidence. P equals P is not evidence.
Okay, if you disagree with that, that would be a fundamental break in reality. Your version of lived
Come on, I want
experience.
some evidence. Some
Okay, do
measurements,
you
something.
understand the law of non-contradiction?
Do you understand that that's not evidence that the Earth is flat?
See, I can't present something to you if you're not
Do you
even
understand
able
that
to
that's
follow.
not evidence that the Earth is flat?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, because
You're saying no, is not evidence that the Earth is flat. That's all you're
I'm
saying
telling
right
you
now.
that flat and not flat are contradictory claims.
I want you to prove it's flat. You say it's flat, and I'll prove it's flat.
Yeah, I'm letting you know that in my lived experience and many other people too, the law of non-contradiction is a thing.
I want you to prove it's flat, not prove that it's
Yeah,
not
I
a
get
globe.
what you want. I get what you want, and I'm letting you know that if you think you
Evidence
can
that's flat, let's
contradict
go.
yourself, if you think you can contradict
Come on,
yourself,
shut the fuck up and give me some evidence that's flat.
yeah, you're spiraling.
Come on, shut the fuck up. Give me some evidence that's flat for a change.
See, that would be another contradiction.
No, it
Telling
wouldn't
me
be.
to shut
You
the
mean
fuck
it would be a
up, and
contradiction?
also,
It's
It would be a
asking you a
contradiction
question.
to show
Yeah.
that the Earth is
yeah,
flat.
telling me to shut
You're
the fuck
saying
up.
words that
Yeah, telling me to
you're
shut
saying.
the fuck up and also talk is a
No,
contradiction.
he didn't say
That's
talk.
why
He
you're
said
suffering
I
right
didn't say
now.
talk.
He
I don't want to
said
hear you
give.
talk. I want to
He
hear you
didn't
give
say
some
don't want to hear me
evidence that
talk.
the Earth is flat. I don't
Okay,
want to
you
hear you yap. I
you
want
don't want to
I
hear
want
me
you to
talk.
yap about something specific.
See, this is a
I.e.,
contradiction.
Great.
no,
You
This is
don't
the
want to hear me
yeah,
talk,
this is a contradiction because
Yeah.
you can't give any evidence that the Earth is flat.
and you don't want to hear me talk. That is a contradiction.
I want to hear you talk about
See,
something
you
other than
have to break that before
what I want
I
to
can
hear
help
you
you.
talk about is the evidence that the Earth is flat. That's
Yeah,
all I want to hear out of your
that's what I'm
fat
saying.
mouth.
This is your
Come on.
logic. You want to hear me
Come on.
talk, and
Evidence the
you
Earth is flat,
don't.
please.
You'd want to hear me talk, and you don't want to hear me
Can
talk.
you
Evidence the Earth is
stop
flat,
it,
please.
Crit? God,
That's a
for
problem
fuck's
for
sake.
me.
Come
Because
on,
I'm
evidence
trying
the
to
Earth is
explain
flat,
to
it.
you
please.
what you want,
Crit,
and you don't
grow the
want it.
fuck up. Stop this bullshit, Crit. You're a grown man. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, so
You do
what
this
not
every
sure
is it?
that
fucking
he
day.
is.
Do
Evidence the
you
Earth is flat, please, Crit.
do you want to hear it or not?
Yeah, please. Evidence the
I
Earth is
don't
flat.
think.
Go.
So right now you want to hear something,
Good. Tell me.
right?
Evidence the Earth is flat. Go.
Okay, the contradictions. The flat
That's
Earth
not
has
evidence
none.
the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
the
no
flat Earth
evidence.
has no contradictions.
Prove
The
globe.
globe
That's
has.
Evidence,
Prove
please.
globe to me. You can't prove globe to me.
Oh no, I want you
I
to
can
prove
prove
that the
globe
Earth
to
is
you.
flat.
Cat.
Please prove globe
That's
to me. You can't prove
cat.
globe to me.
I
Don't.
don't
Guys,
care about the
no,
globe
I
right now. I want you to prove the
hang
Earth is
on,
flat.
stop
I want
talking.
you to
Everybody,
prove the globe, but you can't prove the
do you not
globe.
hear me? Seriously, I'm muting you. You guys need to stop over talking each other.
I'm gonna mute Redford Bear.
What did you say?
Why do you just jump in and mute everybody?
He was over talking and everybody's over talking. I'm actually a moderator, so yeah,
So
I
you
can.
just
It's fine, but can you understand my point, Redford? That
I couldn't
they
even
need to
hear your
prove a
point.
globe, but they can't prove a
Couldn't even
globe.
hear your
I want
point,
them to prove a
because
globe, but
everybody
they
was
can't
talking.
prove a globe. You get it?
I
think
can't
I
even
can
hear
prove
you
a
because
globe.
you're still talking over me.
No, I've
Come on, let's prove the
decided.
Earth is flat for a
I've
change.
decided I want you to prove a globe, but you can't prove a globe.
Come on,
You
prove
get
me
it?
the Earth is flat.
What is going on here, you guys?
I want some evidence the Earth is flat. I'm here to become a flat earther. This is the flat Earth page, right?
Liar.
So come on.
No, actually, it's just here to talk about the Earth.
Oh, then I want some evidence that the Earth is flat. I'm gonna be a
Liar.
flat earther.
Don't. You understand that your tactic is a bit silly, right?
He doesn't want
See-
evidence for a flat Earth. He doesn't
See
want
what
it.
you're-
So
the Earth
why
is
is he
flat.
pretending he wants it?
I want evidence the Earth
See-
is flat.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
See,
You've
Don,
already
what you're
said
what you're
no
doing
one can
is
give
you're
evidence
asking.
the Earth's flat. So
You're
you're in
asking
contradiction,
for.
sir.
Where's some evidence that the Earth is flat?
But in 5 minutes, you'll say no one has evidence the Earth's flat.
I want you to give it to me. You're not giving it to me. I don't think you
So
have
you're in
evidence
an
the Earth is flat.
infinite contradiction of wanting but not ever having.
Come on, give it to me.
So
You
I
say
don't
the Earth
believe
is
that you
flat.
want it. I don't believe you want it.
Don, if somebody asks
have no
for
evidence. Got it.
evidence, but Don, if somebody asks for evidence for a flat Earth and somebody says "dog" back to you, you will just say, "Well, that's evidence for flat Earth." You think anything
go.
can be just given to you?
I trust some people think when they ask for evidence for flat Earth. It's not everyone. It's
Yeah,
just
but
personal.
that's the
Some people I
response
don't
we
trust
get.
that they actually
He
want it.
said his response was contradictions. That's
Look at
his
his name,
response.
punk. Look at his
He
name.
might as
Paid
well
NASA
say
shill.
dog fart.
Does that suggest he wants flat Earth evidence? If he's
Well,
a
flat Earth
shill for
evidence. Come on.
NASA, if
Well,
he's being paid for
he might
NASA, does that suggest
Come
that
on,
he
Don.
wants flat Earth
Shut up or
evidence,
shut up.
or he's having a laugh?
he might be a bit antagonizing, but I also
No, he's
want
a
flat Earth
full
evidence.
full joke.
Come
Full
on,
joke.
Don. Put up or shut up for a change.
Yeah, Don, can you give us flat Earth evidence? No, you can't.
Okay, I'll give you flat Earth evidence.
No, you can't
Oh.
give me flat Earth evidence.
Yeah, I can.
Can you
I'll
give
now
me
do
flat
it.
Earth
Come on,
evidence?
Don.
No,
Let me
you
hear.
can't.
Please, papers. Just let him. He says he's going to give it. Let him give it. Go.
Fair enough.
It looks flat.
Oh, that's it. Excellent.
Yeah.
Wow. Anything
And-
else other than it looks
and
flat?
NASA uses green screen for the ISS.
That proves the Earth is flat. Got it.
That's evidence.
It's
The
not
Earth
the
being
evidence that
flat.
the Earth is flat. The fact
Yes,
that
it
NASA
is.
You
uses green
understand
screen
what
for the
evidence
shuttle
means.
for the
What
ISS
evidence
has
is-
nothing to do
I'll
with
tell
the
you,
shape of the Earth.
You're probably going to pretend evidence means something else. What it means is a reason to believe something.
I want evidence that the Earth is flat, not the evidence that the green screen is used for the ISS. So far, the only thing you've come up with is it looks flat.
That's all you need.
But no, it's not all you need.
You
That's
deny
all I
it.
need. No,
That's
no,
all you need?
more.
Is it looks flat?
You need more. I don't.
So you crawl off
do.
onto your rock, look around, say the Earth looks flat, and that's it.
You
You
need
see,
more.
You see how
I
you've done it
don't.
now. You wanted evidence. Now you've got
It's
it.
not
and you
evidence.
say,
That's
this isn't evidence.
it's not.
You just proved what we were saying, what Crit was
Come
saying.
on,
What
you
I
got
just
nothing
said.
else. That's the only thing you have is the Earth looks flat.
Give me
That's all
evidence.
I
That's my
need.
evidence.
That's what I
all
said.
you need.
You
All I
contradicted.
need.
No, I'm not contradicting anything. I just want, come on, you just give me one little. You say the Earth looks flat. Okay, so what else you got? I mean, that's it. That's the only evidence you have.
all I need.
That's all you have.
Because just to get you to deny that is
That's
very
all
powerful.
you have.
That's very powerful.
One piece of it. No, it's not, because the Earth
Dude.
doesn't look flat. If you at all look.
Let's turn this to you then, paid NASA. Do you
Oh
think
no,
that-
I'm not. I'm here to be convinced that the Earth is flat today.
Well, I'm not here to convince you of anything, actually. We're here to have a conversation about it. So you think that we live on a globe, right?
I'm not talking about the globe today. This is a flat Earth page. I'm talking about the flat Earth.
Well, actually, it's not a flat Earth page, so I don't really know what you're talking about. But do you think that the Earth is globe?
I thought the Earth was flat. That's why I'm here, to be convinced that the Earth is flat. So far, all I
If
got
you
is it looks
think the Earth
flat.
is flat, why do you feel like you need to be convinced that the Earth is flat? Because you're not making any sense, and you're just here
Well,
to
no, I want
troll
some
pretty much, and
scientific proof.
you're
You
trying to get a
guys
rise
say
out of people. So can you
you
stop and have a proper conversation? Because it's not
you
you're not going to get
guys
very far.
you guys say that you have scientific proof that the Earth is flat. So far, the only thing that Don has said after a lot of pushing is that it looks flat, and then that's
Okay,
it.
so
That's it.
I'm asking you, do you think that the Earth is flat, or do you think it's a globe? What shape? What do you think the Earth is?
I don't know. That's why I'm here. I want to be. Can you guys say the Earth is flat? Convince me. So far, all you say is it looks flat.
Again, paid NASA shill. How many times do I have to tell you? Nobody's here to convince you of
I don't
anything.
know what the Earth is. I
We're
want
here
you to
to
convince me that it's
provide
flat.
you
It
with
could be globe. It
conversation
could
and
be flat.
evidence.
I'm still undecided. I'm kind of searching for the answers, and I want the scientific evidence of the flat Earth, please.
The Earth is shaped like a D20.
Like what?
Like a D20.
A
Like
D20.
What evidence?
sided
What
dice.
even is a
Gotcha. Oh, thank you.
D20? And you sound like you're trolling too.
No, it's a 20-sided dice.
I thought it was a D64. Huh.
No. It appears to have large flat sections with an overall kind of bulbous shape.
So where are these vertices? I should be able to find the vertices, right?
Right, they're called mountain ridges. That's the mountain
Oh,
ridges.
mountain ridges are vertices. Okay, gotcha.
Get a list of the 200 proofs. We'll go through all of them, and then at the end, we'll see if you're still
Oh, the
asked for
200
flat
proofs.
Earth
I have
evidence.
to. I should read that book. Yeah, that's done by what scientist did that?
Mark Sargent
Mark Sargent. Yeah, he's got a science degree in what?
in flat Earth.
Oh, where'd you get that?
Well, you
You're making
study
shit
and you
up.
give
Like
it to
now
yourself.
you're just
Actually,
now it actually sounds like you're trolling. I mean, he's not like come on.
Oh, but he's an expert in flat Earth, and he's got.
What's the argument here?
Well,
What's the
Is
Don
that
argument?
his original
Yeah,
stuff?
the
claiming
point
he
is there's
is. I
200
disagree.
evidences, and you will still say at the end, "I want to see evidence." That's the point.
Oh, I thought you said there was
Yeah.
only one proof that the Earth looks flat. That's all you gave me. Now
That was
suddenly it's
mine.
200.
I'm not going to list all 200, but then I've suggested we could list all 200, and you would still say, "I haven't seen anything."
Oh.
That's
You-
your
What's the
spiral.
argument
I'm
here
kind of
exactly?
interested in this D20
Yeah,
method. I think I would like. I think I should go to. That doesn't look like any mountain range I know of there in the middle of the United States. Though. Looks a little too far east for the Rockies.
It's the Appalachian Mountains.
Looks a little too far west for the Appalachians. Look like it's in Kansas actually.
Yeah.
Dawn, do you consider this kind of what paid NASA seal is doing when you give something and he says that's not evidence? Do you consider it unfair?
Yeah, I think it's fine for him to come here to have company if his life's not going that well and he needs friends online like all of us. But he should engage in trying to progress thinking and finding truth.
I am.
And comedy and banter instead of being a literal NASA shill.
I'm asking for the evidence that the Earth is flat, and so far the only thing you told me, Don, is that it looks flat.
Okay, so then why don't you talk to somebody else other than Don if that's the only evidence that he can give you?
Oh, ask, and
Why you
Crit,
keep
Crit
going
hasn't
at
told me
him?
anything.
Well, I
and
tried to
nobody-
have a conversation with you, but you don't want to answer, and you're being extremely difficult because I know you're just trying
Well,
to troll.
I'm
What's the point of engaging in a conversation if you can't even have an honest conversation?
I'm unconvinced on the shape of the Earth. I don't know. I like this new D20 method. D20.
Well, that's your problem, sir.
Why do you like that then? Why do you like that one?
Well, I don't know. It's a new one on me. I mean, it could be provable. I guess. I guess you could go to one of these
It
vertices.
could be provable, I guess. How?
Well, I don't know. I guess we'd have to go to that point off of South America. I thought water was flat, though. I don't know how water adheres to 6 different sides. Is that 5
I have
sides?
pictures from space. I mean, I just posted a picture from outer space. Obviously not CGI.
I want to know how water. I thought water was flat, though. How does it adhere to 5 different sides at the same time?
Yeah, exactly. So then how does that make any sense, and why would you even entertain that? And that just means that you are
I don't
actually
know. It was
trolling, that
offered
you
by. It
wouldn't be
wasn't
doing
offered
that.
by me. It
Come
was
on.
offered by Kool-Aid here as a
Yeah,
model.
and he didn't. What evidence did he provide? And you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. So why does that make sense? But then you think water's flat. It's like what?
Well, I don't know. It kind of.
What's the point?
I don't know. That would be difficult to explain. I thought the water was flat, but
I think like asking when normally when people ask and you give like a very short, simple answer, and somebody says, "What do you mean?" and he says the same thing back, I think that's being very dishonest. Because if somebody were to ask, somebody were to ask me, "What is this? Why do you think this?" and I would say the reason why, and he will ask, "I want to know more," or something like that, you would explain more.
Well, I want to know more why the
Right?
Earth, what the proofs you have. All I've gotten
That's
so
what
far.
normally people doing. But the only thing he's getting back is that's sufficient answer. You don't need to know anything more than it looks flat.
Oh no, this D20 doesn't look like a flat Earth to me. I'm confused. I thought this was a flat Earth page.
How many times do I have to tell you that it's not a flat Earth page? Like, you sound like a broken record. So stop.
Not the flat
It's
Earth
getting
page?
annoying. It really is. Like, my patience is not
Well,
good
maybe I
for
should
you.
go to another page then, another
Well,
site.
you could just try to actually have an honest conversation and not act like a troll.
So right from the
I will
start, I
give
told you
my
the law of non-contradiction. Which narrative
Sorry,
makes
Chris.
sense to me is the one with the most proof, and the one I will side with. Also, which one I can support. So you wanted to know information from me. I tried to give it to you, and right away you went into a contradiction mode. You kept
You
telling me
have
to
given me no
shut up.
evidence. The only evidence I've heard so far is that it looks flat.
Yeah,
So you
I
don't
also told
understand
you about the law of
saying it.
non-contradiction.
That's not evidence. I want
For
evidence.
you.
No, it's not evidence for you. That's not
You
evidence.
asked me what
Evidence.
my evidence is. You didn't ask me what your evidence is. You got to be careful with the way you ask questions because now you're thoroughly debunked.
I'm not debunked.
Yes, you are, because you said your only proof is that no one's given you proof. You've been
The only thing,
given
no, hold on a
multiple
second.
proofs.
The only thing that's happened so far, Don said the Earth looks flat. That's the only evidence I've heard so far that the Earth is flat. You've just rambled on with some non-contradiction BS.
Yeah, if you're not following, that's not my problem.
Come on, where's
What's
your
your
evidence?
response to my evidence?
Okay, the Earth looks flat. What else? Anything else?
Okay, so
Why do you
Paige
want to
asked
move on to the
you,
second one? What's wrong with this first one?
evidence? What is your
Anything
evidence?
else? That's it? The Earth looks flat, therefore
I have
it's flat.
more, but I'm saying we need to
Oh,
talk
please
about
tell
the
it to me.
first one first. I've decided this is my
Okay,
first
the Earth
one.
looks flat. Okay. If I was in Kansas and crawled off from under my rock and looked around, yeah, the Earth looks flat. Gotcha. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Why can't you deal with that, Shill?
Paige NASA Shill, what does the Earth appear to you? What do you think the Earth? What is it when you go outside? What do you observe?
I see mountains and stuff. It doesn't look flat to me, so
Are you paid NASA Shill?
no. I'm
Okay.
just in.
I thought this was a conversation. Apparently, this is trolling instead of a conversation.
I was
Other people cannot talk.
specifically asking him. I mean, yeah, I just wanted to know what
Well, I
his
don't know. I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm
but
here to
then
learn.
this is not a conversation.
So I'm searching. I don't know what the shape of the Earth is. So
Okay, so I asked you what you do, what you observe when you go outside. If you do you not have eyes? Like, I'm just asking. Like, are you not able to observe this?
well, I don't know that you can tell the shape of the Earth. I'm just looking at.
I never. Okay, I asked you what you observe. I'm just
I see
asking
trees.
you a question. Can you
I see
answer
a
that? You can't
squirrel.
even answer a simple freaking question.
I see trees. I
How
see
do
a
you do it
squirrel.
then? If you can't look at it, how do you do it?
Red,
And
I'll play your
leaves.
game. Locally, on without any kind of tools or anything, it looks flat.
Right. Okay. So what do you think the Earth actually is then? Because now if we're gonna change it to you, I don't know what you think the Earth is. So
I
do
don't
you
know
want
what
to
the Earth
explain
is.
that to me?
I'm here for education.
So what I would do is I would realize
Contradiction.
my eyes suck. I have to wear glasses in order to be able to see the screen that I'm looking at. So I would immediately start looking for mechanical and tools that would help me measure and quantify these things. Personally, I would look at tools that have been used for the last few hundred years, like the sextant.
Okay, but take a step back. So what do you think the Earth is right now? Like, what is your belief? So if you were gonna explain
You mean when I'm not trolling about it looking like a dice?
So you actually think we live on a dice? The Earth is
No,
shaped
no,
like a dice?
no.
Yeah.
You were right. I was trolling about that.
Okay.
I believe, and I have evidence of the fact that we live on an oblate spheroid that is not a perfect sphere, but rather has a few bumps and bulges including the most predominant one in the around the continent of Europe.
A bulge. Oh, sorry. Did you say around the continent of Europe? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
it's actually the center of it's just off the continent, but it's easier to kind of describe it with words if I say near the continent or around the continent.
Because I thought isn't it bulge the equator? They say, but
Yeah,
that's
there's another one there.
Oh, so there's multiple bulges? Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
right. It's not a perfect sphere. There's
Okay, so you said you have evidence of this. So what evidence do you have of that?
the evidence that I would point to would be the nautical almanacs and star charts that have been assembled over the last few hundred years and are extremely accurate, reproduced and checked multiple times every day with zero contradictions.
So how would looking at star charts determine what the Earth is and what I'm standing on? Why would I look to sky charts for that, star charts for that?
Because of the relationship between distance and the observed elevation of an astronomical body. That
But I
being
still
six.
okay, so I want to measure my floor in the hall. Am I going to look up at the light fixture to determine what the shape of the floor is?
Oh,
to see how level the floor is?
sure.
Well,
Okay.
your flirt daddy say you can do that now.
You want to change
Your flirt daddy say you can do that now. They say that the sextant proves the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but that's fine if you want to actually go with the exact measurements. I'm the boat guy, and I love the Imoca 60 is my favorite sailboat ever invented. So I would point at the races that have been done with the Imoca 60, including but not limited to the Vendée Globe.
I'm not sure what that is, so you might have to
Oh,
drop a link.
cool. I will. Why don't I show you the Vendée? I love this race.
And then explain to me how that shows it's an oblate spheroid as well.
Yeah,
'cause
definitely.
That's what I'm curious
I
about.
would love to. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up the link here.
This, by the way, is an evolved conversation because earlier, when globe evidence was asked for, it wasn't listened to. So what I heard was one person whose name I will not say asking for globe evidence and in the same comment saying, no, you cannot give me anything. That's to me a little bit childish and a bit trollish. But good
And
job,
that's
this
fine, like, this
conversation
is
is
a-
actually moving forwards now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the whole thing, right? We want to keep it a civil conversation. I mean, we do disagree on things and we try to figure it out, right? So, yeah, I'll look at whatever he has to show me, and if it makes sense, we'll see.
So
But again, I don't know what he's did you
what I just posted was the Vendée tracking map. This is a map that was updated every 5 minutes during the 80, 84, depending on which boat we're looking at, day race. You can see exactly where they were at any point. That red line at the bottom is think of it kind of like a YouTube scroll bar where you can play the race back at any speed, see where they are. If you zoom all the way out, you can see that they're using a Mercator style projection. But next to those, there is there's all those different symbols. The third one down is the interesting one with the spherical projection. And if you click on that, it will actually change the map into a spherical projection, and you can see exactly where these racers were.
Okay, so then again, though, you're presupposing a sphere, right? You're
No,
not
no.
this map, it looks like a flat map, right? It doesn't. How does that? I still am missing the part where that actually proves that it's an oblate spheroid.
Okay, so what these boats demonstrate to me is they demonstrate a known distance. These boats left Vendée, France. They turned south. They sailed down until they cleared the continent of Africa. Then they turn east and they continue around until they clear the continent of South America. They turn north and they land in Vendée, France. We know how long it took them, right? There was literally a clock that sat on the dock and ran the entire time they were gone. I think we can both agree we know how long they were gone for.
I
We-
still don't understand how that
we-
proves in its own blade sphere, because
Hold
if
on.
I say like I think that the Earth appears to be flat, that makes the most sense. Well, the distance is just the distance, right? So are you accounting for curvature when you're calculating distances?
So let me get there. I promise. I promise I'll answer your question.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, continue.
So these boats leave. We know how long they were gone. We also know how fast they were going. We know how fast they were going through multiple different methods that all add up to the same numbers. The one that I personally use, because it's the hardest for people to deal with, is what's called a through-hole tachometer. This is a hole in the bottom of the boat that has an impeller sitting inside it, that the boat being forced through the water causes this impeller to spin. The computer reads that very similarly to the way your speedometer on your car works. You know, it's reading the tire, reading the impeller, same thing. So now we have speed and we have time. Well, speed over time equals distance. That's simple math. We all can do that. So
that equals distance traveled, not the straight line distance from point A to point B.
Correct. Yep, equals distance traveled. That's a good point, Jeremy. So we have this known distance and we have where they say they went, and all the different news organizations from at least 7 different countries that overflew the fleet, knowing their exact location at any time makes that pretty easy to do. If you attempt to plot this map on plot this route on any map that isn't a spheroidal model, such as the Gleason map, and I know nobody's presented the map, but that is the most common flat Earth map, so that's the one I'm going to talk about. If you put the same route on the Gleason's map, there are 40,000 nautical miles that are unaccounted for that these boats would have had to travel. They say they didn't, and their speeds say that it is impossible for them to have traveled it, because if they were moving that fast, the repetitive shock of them hitting the waves would have disintegrated these fiberglass boats.
You're just using basically Gleason's map as like a thought of us to say that because of the distance and the speed, it doesn't equate.
Right.
Okay, well but again, then like you say, I don't use the Gleason's map. I mean,
No,
I don't
why would
know.
you?
I haven't navigated, right? So again, I can't make that claim. I can't even say that. But I still don't understand, because you're using like a map, a model, which is something that I can't even go validate. So I still don't see
Hold on.
how that.
You can go validate that. You can go validate the spheroid model. You might not be able to take the route of the Vendée, and to be honest with you, neither would I. While I'm a sailor and I love sailing, those people are bloody crazy. Sailing in the Southern Sea by yourself? No, thank you. But they're able to do it. We are able to validate this. Where a lot of this started is I'm currently using the same model and the same maps in order to plot a route from Los Angeles, California to Honolulu, Hawaii. You could use the same mapping and software to plot a map from your house to the nearest big city, or your next state away, or across the country. You could go to New York. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly where you are, but if you were able to come up with a distance that is shorter than what the globe map says, that would falsify these maps.
But the distance is just the distance, right?
Right.
You're still not okay. So are you accounting for curvature when
Yes.
I mean, I don't account for curvature when I would go on a trip, and my time, I'd be like, oh, I have to put in that curve, make sure I get there on time. So it's still, I still don't see how that proves it's blade spheroid.
You probably wouldn't have to, especially on land where you're restricted by roads and highways and
But
things like that.
land
But
would have a curve.
on sailboats, which is where I'm coming from, because there is no roads, right? You don't have to stick on the right side of the road and drive. You kind of go wherever the hell you want. What we attempt to do is we attempt to get onto the Great Circle routes, because these are the shortest distance routes and very much requires the curvature of the Earth.
It requires the curvature of the Earth, but you haven't even worked in the curvature of the Earth, to my knowledge of what we've been talking about. So,
Okay, if you want to, you're right. I kind of skipped over where we use curvature of the Earth. We use curvature of the Earth for any time we use trilateration, be that with our GPS or our sextant measurement.
Sounds like a deflection to me.
yeah, so you're not actually, so you're saying it's built into the device that you don't even know? Like, you're not actually accounting for it? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's built into the mathematics that allow those devices to work. That's how you use it. You're using trilateration, which is angles and distance. And the only way that those work is with the curvature of the Earth.
Now, I'm not an expert on the sextant, so maybe Crit can take that over, but I know that you don't need the curvature for
Yeah, you don't. Even better is that there are GPS methods that predate.
Hold on.
Yeah, you can try to talk over me. You're just making yourself look silly at this point.
If you don't need the curvature of the Earth for a sextant to work, will you please explain the relationship between the heavenly bodies and distance, and why it is always 60 nautical miles for 1 degree?
I'm
Which
sorry,
debunks
but
it.
you're measuring from Earth, what did you say? Celestial bodies? How would I ever measure that?
You can't point out a star? You can't point at the sun?
How do I measure that? I
Okay,
mean,
sure.
that's just your
Go outside, point at the sun. Point at the horizon.
Yeah, don't do
Measure
that.
angle.
I'm not gonna do that,
Yeah,
but
that's silly.
is that 1 arm's length? I'm not sure, right? Like, you're just making claims.
It's
You haven't have you been to a star to actually measure the distance? Have you flown to a star?
We're not measuring distance. We're not measuring distance. Well, I don't know where you guys are getting that. We're not measuring distance to the stars.
I could have sworn you just said that, but I
No,
could have
we are measuring distance on Earth, because the distance on Earth is 60 nautical miles equals 1 degree of elevation change. Does that make sense? Okay, apparently that didn't make sense. Let me continue.
No, I mean,
No.
I'm not. This is not exactly my forte. So
If I'm sitting on my sailboat and I put the astronomical body, let's say the sun, at the horizon, it's sunset. I then turn my boat and go 60 nautical miles away from the sun. Or correction, we'd have to actually go towards the sun.
All right.
It will raise exactly 1 degree. If I go 60 more nautical miles, it will raise exactly.
Sorry, raise what 1 degree exactly?
It will raise in elevation.
What elevation?
It's apparent elevation from the horizon.
You're talking about the sun?
Yes, the sun or any of the astronomical bodies. The angle that I'm measuring will raise.
Move, you say the elevation changes? Am I following that right?
Yes, you can measure the elevation change, the angle of the elevation. You can measure that change 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles.
I still don't understand how that proves an oblate spheroid.
So
How?
what if you were, let's take it back to your house, okay? Where you mentioned you had a hallway that you wanted to measure. If you are looking straight up at a light fixture in your hallway and you take 3 steps away, that light fixture is going to move a set amount. If you then continue to move the same direction, that light fixture will continue to move away from you. But the amount of angle change will increase for every step you take in a quadratic equation. It'll actually
would have to look at it. It's almost close to squared
But
function.
again, why would I be looking up at something in the sky instead of actually like observing where I am? I don't understand why you got to look up to the sky. Like, why? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I look up the light to determine what my floor is? Like, I get perception. Yeah, I mean, of course, but
Yeah,
that
'cause
doesn't
how
make
much
sense. I still have yet to have you provide evidence of it.
how much of the Earth can you see standing on it?
Quite a bit, actually. I live in a pretty flat area.
Yeah, do you think you can see 24,000 nautical miles?
I don't really know what a nautical mile is, but I'm guessing that's a lot, so no.
No. Do you think that
But that
maybe
again is your perspective, right? I've already said that. I know like your eye is only able to see a certain distance, and I'm not claiming
what?
that I can see forever.
That's just
That was never anything that I said. I'm waiting for you to actually
So
provide evidence
right,
that it's
I'm working you through it. I'm trying to go real gentle here. So you can't see 24,000 nautical miles standing on the face of the Earth. Can you see the sun from anywhere within its 24,000 nautical mile termination line?
Again, I don't know what 24,000 nautical miles equates to, so I can't answer that.
Okay, let me translate that over to it's about 27,618.707 statute miles.
What is it? Can we talk kilometers, perhaps?
Okay, you want kilometers? Sure.
Yep.
Sorry, I thought you were American. I apologize.
That's all good.
44,448 kilometers.
Well, no, your eyes can't perceive that far. That's ridiculous.
Right, but that's the amount of space that is lit by the sun.
Okay, your point being what?
So
then?
anyone in that can look up and see the sun, but they can't look over and see each other. So maybe we should use something we can see from a long distance and always rather than something that's very, very
But you
small.
already talked
Which
about
is
elevation,
why-
so I
which is
know
why-
you know that your eyes can see different, right? That's different. We
which
know.
which is why we use the 57 navigational stars, which are all circle equator stars for navigation.
But
This
again,
is
that
the way
still
sextants work.
doesn't show me and provide me with any proof of a curvature. Staring at the sky and trying to measure a star or the sun that you can't actually get to, then
I'm not
how
measuring.
how
I'm
does
not
that
measuring
that
distance
doesn't
to the
prove
star.
anything?
I'm still not measuring any distances to the star.
It's basically like, okay, so you're not measuring any distance to the star. Okay,
Correct.
so okay, so then
I
you
think
still haven't provided anything for curvature.
But you think that it's I'm gonna ask, can you think it's fair to have to assume that the star is a thing that everybody can see, that it's like a thing which is there?
Do you not see stars, or do you not see
I see
luminaries
stars.
in the sky that
Yeah,
they
and I
call?
believe that when I see the star, the other people see the same star. So I think that it's a thing there. It's an object which is illuminary for whatever reason.
Right, and it's
And
based
if
like on your perspective and where you are, but people.
yeah, but when
Yeah.
I go outside and I point at the star, the other people also see the same star. I think that's a fair assumption to make, right?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Yeah. So I see the star, other people see the star. When other people are in other countries, they see the same stars that I see. We don't see different stars. And they all people point at the same thing. It's not like it's different for each person. Like when I point it and the person next to me, he sees the star at the same place. And when you move around, it moves a little bit in the sky, right? So for me,
Yeah,
it's like
it's
that's pretty given. It's like it's a thing there. It's not magical.
Right. I mean, well, yeah.
That's cool. Now all you have to. Oh, sorry, Rick. Go ahead.
No, go, Jeremy. Go for it. Take over. Go for it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now all you have to do is prove that star is that star in the actual position from your point of view, or is it in an apparent position?
I would say it's it looks like it's in a fixed position.
Yeah,
Because
sure. The
everybody
star
sees
looks
it
like
at the
it's in a
same place.
fixed position, but according to your view, is that the actual position of the star, or is it an apparent position? You know what that
It's an
means?
actual position of the star.
That is the position of the star. You're saying.
Yeah. At
So
least
there's
within the
no
limit of
refraction.
my.
So no refraction here. We're seeing in straight lines this time.
Well, it could be some error because my eyesight is perfect. But
Right. So
I
not
think
the actual
when you
position.
point
Hey,
when you
Jeremy.
point at it.
No,
when
sorry,
you-
didn't mean to interrupt.
Hold on, let's finish this up. So not the actual position, the apparent position, right?
I think for this purpose, I would say it's the actual position.
So
I
no
don't
refraction.
think my eyes can't. My eyes wouldn't determine that refraction anyway. So I think it's not insignificant.
So because your eyeball can't determine it, it's not happening? That's your argument?
No, I'm not saying that it's. I'm just saying it's insignificant. It's negligible in this example.
Sure,
I'm
that's your
making.
all right, that's your claim that the refraction is negligible. Now how do we prove it?
Because when different people look at it from different places, we point at the same star.
So how do we know
And
they're seeing it in the actual position?
because when they look at the other stars, they also look at this as that they are the same distance from other stars. And that's like literally impossible for them to be looking at different places from different stars.
Hey, dude, how does any specific person know that they're seeing the actual position and not an apparent position of these stars? Other people looking at them doesn't validate I'm seeing it in the actual position. I don't know what you're on about. Am I roboting?
Yep.
Yeah.
Slightly. Yes.
But when
So
that's how
other
you validate, right?
people looking at, am I good now? Am I
But
good now? Hold on.
that's
Am
how
I
you
good?
validate. You have other people validate it for you, right? That's the only thing you can validate.
Okay. So so I'm looking at a star. Hold on. So I'm looking
You're pretty
at a
choppy,
star.
Jeremy.
You're roboting.
Yeah, you're cutting
see it in a certain spot. Another person looks at the star and they say, "Yeah, that's where it actually is." How do they know they're seeing where it actually? Am I good now? Am I good now?
Because you have reference points, right? You use a reference point.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, use a reference point.
Okay, so now that you can hear me, now you want to go, just relax, bro. Let me get this out. So I'm looking at a star. I see it in a position. Somebody else looks at a star and goes, "Yeah, that's the actual position because I can see it too." What you're saying doesn't make sense.
But you can use a reference point, right? I'm not saying just looking at it, period. I'm saying looking at it at the specific position.
Anyways, I'm about to be lagging again. Red, don't let them fool you with this nonsense of actual. Everything they have is based on a presupposition. Anyways, go ahead, guys.
Isn't it a fair assumption that we can say that it's the same star? He's saying refraction exists, but I'm saying it's negligible, and I think he maybe accepted that because it didn't really say anything.
Kool-Aid,
That's your claim.
Kool-Aid is talking about the relationship as you move 60 nautical miles. And it doesn't matter if the star's in its actual position or if it's refracted 2 arc seconds. The end position minus the starting position will always give that same relationship. Because when you start, it's going to be refracted the same as when you end. So it doesn't matter if it's in an apparent position or its true position. That relationship is preserved.
Yeah. And yeah, but that's but my whole point was that I think I think you gotta have a really good argument for not accepting that stars is a thing up there, and that you can use the stars
Use the stars for what?
for a reference system
Reference
for
of
point
what?
reference for your position on Earth. Because as Kool-Aid said, you use that as an example because you can only see so far, but and you can't even see each other. But both of you can see something in the sky, which both of you can see the same thing in the sky, which makes it a very useful tool. And yeah, and there is also a very simple way for me, at least, to explain. Like I accept that the stars are something that is up there. We don't even, but I can say that it's stars that is burning. That it's like a burning thing of gas, which it's
All right.
visibly burning. But
You have
but
no
that's
proof
irrelevant.
of that.
But
Just
that's irrelevant.
That's
So calm
outstanding.
down. Calm down. That's
Irrelevant.
irrelevant.
Remember I talked about the irrelevant part?
That's irrelevant.
Yeah, no,
The
it
point
is relevant.
it's a thing. No, it's irrelevant because it doesn't matter what is lighting. If it's an alien with a huge flashlight, or if it's a burning piece of gas, doesn't matter. The point
It
is,
does. It
the
matters.
assumption is the light comes from. No, it doesn't, because the light source come from the same spot, and it would do even if there are aliens with a flashlight, or if it's a molten piece of gas.
So why do you make
You can.
assumptions? Why do you say it's like, oh, it could be an alien with a flashlight? Why don't you just say what it
I
is?
just made a
You
point.
observe it as a luminary in the sky. You making claims
I
that it's
did.
all of
I did, and I said that's why I said it's irrelevant. So don't. That's why I'm saying it's irrelevant. So I don't want to talk about proof of stars because that's irrelevant. The point is, it's this thing which is a luminary, and we both see them.
Yeah, but I still have yet to fully like understand how even the star looking up at the sky determines what the Earth is. It just doesn't
So
make any sense.
the way I would say it is
So
when you see.
wait? So why don't you actually give the proof? Where have you
Yeah,
found
the
curvature anywhere? Like
the evidence would be when we look at stars, we see them at certain amount of degrees between each other. I don't even know the distance between them or how far it is away from them, but all of us can measure degrees. We have a 360 field of degrees around ourselves. That means we can divide that into, then we have 360 degrees of around ourselves, so we can measure the degrees between two stars. And so can anybody who does this.
okay, but I still again why
And when you
at the sky to find
and
if the Earth is a globe.
I'm not finished. That's why it doesn't make any sense, of course, when I'm not finished. So when you look at two objects and you move towards them, if they have a certain spacing, if you move towards them, closer to them, their spacing will increase. If you move further away from them, their spacing would be smaller. That's just what has to happen if it's a thing there. If there are two objects who are there in reality, and they are actually objects there, then that's what's going to happen. And the only way where two objects actually keeps their position at the same angular distance between them is if you actually if you change your angle to where you view them. You don't really you don't change your perspective. The only thing you're doing is you're just looking at a different direction, and in your corner of your eye, those objects would have the same angular distance between them.
Yeah, but this is not explaining anything. You're just obfuscating on something else, and now you're talking about that if you move closer or further from an object, they get further Like,
give me a second
But
to
when
say.
you but when you
Let
move
me
okay,
say
but
it
sorry.
when
more
Who wanted to
succinctly.
interject there? Sorry.
but when you
Let me
move
No, Funky,
across.
hold up.
let me say it a little more succinctly. So it's a geometry thing. The distances and the angles that you're measuring are indicative of a positive curvature, such as a sphere. They are not indicative of the relationships that you would get on a flat geometry. Like if you are measuring walking down your hall and things on the ceiling, that would give you a flat geometry, and those measurements would be indicative of that. When you're out in the sea, and you're taking measurements of where the stars are, the angles and the distances you're traveling, those measurements are indicative of a positive curvature geometry.
No, they are not.
Yes,
would
How would
they
you
have
you
measure?
that's
can
You
literally
actually
can't even measure how far a
mathematically
star
prove
is, and you
that.
can't even get to a star. So again, why
but
are
that's
you guys all
irrelevant.
up
You
in
don't
You're not
guys?
measuring the
Show
distance
me
to the
where you
star.
find curvature on Earth.
You're
but you don't
measuring the distance you travel and the angle to the star and the relative relationship of how that changes as you travel.
Okay, so
yeah.
do you find curvature as you move across the Earth to measure the star distance?
But
Like, you guys are still not providing anything of
but
curvature.
this is literally the only thing that can happen if you are looking at the stars and they don't change their relationship with each other, but they are moving over your head.
Yes,
The
that's what I'm
only
saying
thing,
too.
the only shape, the only thing that can do that is if you're changing your angle to it. That
No,
means you're
no.
okay. So how
So,
else can that happen?
okay, so does this mean my ceiling fan in my living room, does that mean I'm spinning when it's on?
I didn't say that at all.
Okay, well then why are we still looking up at the sky to determine anything of what we're standing on? It doesn't make sense.
Can I?
But you accept
Because
that
the angle measurements that you get are changing as you move across the surface, and that indicates what kind of surface you are on. A flat geometry has specific values. A curvature geometry has specific values. A hyperbolic negatively curved geometry has a specific value.
If you
Can
knew
I-
how the sky worked, everything, if you could
It
validate and
doesn't
verify
matter
how the
how the
sky worked and
sky
everything.
works.
Hold on
You're
a
just
second, bro.
measuring
Hold on.
angles.
Hold on a second, dude. I waited to finish, bro.
Go ahead.
Relax.
Go ahead.
So, in order to know that you have the right angle, in order to know that you have the right angles, you need to know how the sky works. Something could be getting magnified. You could be seeing a reflection. You don't know. We can't go there and validate it and verify it. So until we can do that, this whole sky
You just
thing
need
is
eyeballs
nonsense.
and you need your eyeballs and a sextant angle
and
measuring device.
And you need to presuppose how the sky works. Yeah.
You don't need to presuppose anything.
How the sky works. Yeah.
You are though. He's right. You
Can
are.
I?
What I said 2 sentences ago.
But
Can I
Magnifications
touch
and
on?
mirrors
Can
and
I touch on
reflections.
this?
Yeah.
Can I touch on this because I've heard flat earthers say the same line quite long time that why are we looking at the sky to determine what the Earth is? Well, I come from sort of a scientific thinking background. So in the science, you just take all the data that's available. You don't shut down any piece of evidence. And the best theory that you have is the one that fits all the evidence. So you don't shut down any piece of evidence beforehand. Unless you have a
We do
very
shut
good
down
reason to
shit
do,
that not.
unless you have a very good reason to do so. And I have never
We have a good
heard,
reason. I'm
I
about to
have
tell
never
you.
heard
We have a
until
very
Jeremy
good
said,
reason to do
yes,
so.
Jeremy, but this was
We have
said
a
long
very good
before.
reason to do so, and I'm going
Yes,
to tell you.
Jeremy. Hold on.
Can I tell you why we have a reason to
Hold on.
dismiss this?
I'm making my point.
Spiral.
So flat earthers during the last 4 to 5 years, they never gave any
He
good
just wants to talk
reason why
about
we
flat Earth,
should
doesn't want to listen.
shut out the evidence. So that shows that it's a philosophical reason why they are shutting it out. It has nothing to do with why it is untrustworthy. So go ahead,
right.
Jeremy. Now tell me
So
why it's
let me tell you
untrustworthy.
why we're dismissing this, because in science things are supposed to be verifiable. You're supposed to be able to validate them. It's supposed to be empirical. You know what I'm saying? Repeatable. This doesn't have any of that. We can't verify and validate none of this shit about What's going on with the sky? Is it a reflection off a concave surface? Is it light bending crazy? Is it getting magnified? You don't know. We can't verify it. Therefore, we're dismissing it because scientifically we can't validate it. So why would we accept something we can't validate? That'd be stupid, right?
Sure.
I know.
However, that's not the actual reason. If that was the actual reason, you would dismiss the sky. You would have given that reason for the past 5 years, and you didn't. You only said we cannot look at the sky.
Dude, I have been. I've been giving that reason the past 5 years.
You never mentioned any reasons. So you know, Jeremy,
I've been giving
very
that
well
same
that
speech
this
for the
is
past
not,
5 years.
No, you know very well. And even if you did, by the way, Jeremy, because I'm about being honest. So I don't know what you have said, but every other flat earther I have heard has never said that we dismiss the sky for this reason or that reason. They never gave any good reason for dismissing the sky.
And I just told you why we dismissed it. You agreed.
Yes,
Let's
but
move
no
on.
one.
You agreed.
You can say maybe for yourself, but you cannot speak for any other flat earther because no other flat earther ever gave that reason. So that's why I'm telling you that's not the reason why you
let's
guys.
take a poll.
Can I address?
That's cool.
Can I address the reason, Jeremy? Jeremy, if the sky was doing those things that you just claimed, would it not show evidence at 35,000 feet, the cruising altitude of most airplanes, versus 0 feet standing on the deck of a sailing ship?
Who knows? We don't know how the sky works. Do you? Can we validate it?
We
Can
do
we
know
verify
that we do know that sextants work the same whether you're standing on the deck of a sailboat or if you're at cruising altitude on an airliner.
Yeah, and
Hey,
also,
hold on. I thought all the flirt daddies said that the.
Go back to sleep.
I thought that all the flirt daddies said that the
not gonna
sextant
do
was a
anything.
great
I'm not
proof
gonna
of
say
the flat Earth.
I had to buy K-cups. They didn't have any
And-
more to K-cup things.
and
I
also,
thought the sextant proved the flat Earth. Is that not true now?
What's that?
I thought the sextant proved the
No, I
flat
got
Earth.
they didn't even have good ones. There's like a K-cup fucking shortage or something.
Oh, hello, didn't
I just got like
didn't I
Dunkin'
just hear?
Donut shop ones or whatever.
But-
Not even Dunkin' there, just donut.
Jeremy,
shop.
hot mic.
But I just want to point out something. The reason why I would make the assumption that the stars are coming, that when we look at something, it's from a fixed place. When you shine a laser, it goes straight. It does have some refraction. It doesn't have infinite refraction, but for the most part, it moves straight. When we look at something in the sky, it's at a position where we see it. It's a straight line from here to that object. There is there
lasers are
any
going straight.
for us to
Hold on a
assume that
second.
we make some weird bends suddenly out of our atmosphere?
Dude, if your argument is lasers are going in a straight line, then you're fucked because we have so many laser tests showing that Earth is flat. And your guys' argument to defend that it's not flat is the laser spinning.
But
Jeremy,
it doesn't move. It doesn't take curvature. It doesn't take extreme paths in normal atmosphere. Sure, if you light it through a longer distance in extreme environment, but you don't do that in the sky. When you see an airplane, is it distorted? No, you can zoom in on it. It's pretty clear. It doesn't refract and do all kind of weird shit. It moves in a straight line from here to that object very far away.
So do we got to start pulling out laser tests to show you that the Earth's flat? And then what are you going to say after that? You're going to say they don't move in a straight line?
Jeremy, I'm confused. Can you please clear something up for me, please?
Ridiculous.
I thought that the sextant was the great flat Earth prover. Is that not true now?
Dude, I never said that. I would think
That's
that
your
would
flirt
be.
daddy, so that's QE. That's
Dude, what the
Nathan
fuck
Oakley.
is a flirt daddy, dude?
Flirt
Shut
daddy.
up, man.
That's broken, dude.
Nathan Oakley.
Fucked up.
Nathan
Your
Oakley,
that's like
quantum
a
eraser, all
meta-
those guys.
No, that's a meta conversation that Funk should have invoked on, but he didn't, so he's hypocritical.
I thought. Wait a minute, hold on. Is the sextant proving that the Earth is flat or not?
Hey, Funk, what's a flirt daddy?
I wouldn't think so.
I don't know.
And I've heard that from.
I think he was saying he was
the
indicating that.
flirt daddies are the guys that give you guys your marching orders. You know, QE.
There it is, right there.
Nathan Oakley.
You should go bring it to him then.
Funk,
Hey,
I
hey,
have, and they've said that it proves the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, so let's
You know,
hear it.
10th man.
Where's the audio of you bringing it to him?
So we can use the sky.
You want to hear the audio from when I
can
brought it?
we use the sky or not?
Yeah.
I
We
was
can, but
It'll be
Jeremy says no.
entertaining at least.
I was immediately muted and yelled at for the next 45 minutes while on mute.
Either way, that's not my
Where's your
argument. I'm
audio,
saying
Jeremy?
you can't. I'm saying you can't
It's
look at the
almost-
sky and tell the shape of Earth.
But
That's my
other
argument. If
people
you
say
want
you
to bring it to
can.
them guys, if you
It's
want to
almost
bring
like
it,
your flurf daddies are scared to have a conversation.
There
with
it
you.
is.
They get wrecked.
if you want to bring it to them guys, go ahead, man. I don't care.
So hold on a second. So right here we have to not use the sky because you say so, but other
No, you
other
can.
competitors say.
If you want to use the
Do
sky,
you? Tell them you do you, Crit.
You do you. Don't try to apply your proof to me. That's where I
So
say,
there's
thank
different
you.
proofs for different people.
Exactly. That's why you shared lived
gotcha.
experiences.
Gotcha. Okay, so there's no objective proof. There's only what?
Yeah, there's objective.
Nobody gave me a reasonable
can't-
explanation to fucking light not moving in straight lines.
Hey, Nasty Shill, you can't apply a conversation.
For the past 5 years.
I'm looking
Where you
for
been
the
for the
shape of
past?
the Earth.
Where you
Nasty
been for the
Shill,
past 5 years?
you can't
that
apply a
think-
conversation you had with someone else to these guys. You have to have a conversation with each individual, man.
Wait a minute, hold on. I thought there was like a flat Earth proof.
It's not a fucking cult. Contrary to popular belief, it's not a
I'm look-
cult. Why are you
I'm
muddying the
that's
water?
me. I'm looking for the shape of the Earth, and I'm trying to figure out if I can use the sky or not.
Yeah, well, whatever you had with QE was between you and QE. Whatever you have a conversation with Jeremy is between you and Jeremy. It's not fucking complicated.
So there's no objective proof. There's only subjective proof for various people.
No, you just need to have the conversation with whoever you're having with it and find out what they think.
So
about
if they say the sky, I can use the sky.
Like,
to
I
prove
think
the
you're a
shape of the Earth.
fag, but some people might think you're a nice guy. Like, so there you go, right?
So hold on a
where's
second.
the proof?
So if you say I can't use the sky, but they say I can use the sky, I can't really use the sky, right?
Well, if you're
you
arguing
had-
with them,
Yeah.
If you're arguing with them, go ahead. We'll use the
Go
sky.
have your
When you're arguing with
conversation.
me,
Okay, so wait, hold on a second. So there's sky flat earthers and non-sky flat. I gotta keep all these categories.
No, yeah, because there isn't categories, you fucking moron.
There is
That's the
category
thing.
because
No, there isn't.
you will not accept the proof that the sky shows the
Oh
shape
my
of the
god,
flat
you're
Earth,
just here to
but
muddy
QE
the
shows-
water, dude. There
No,
is
I'm here. I'm looking for the shape of the
there is no each little group is labeled, or there is no each little group either. There's just people that are having conversations that are trying to figure shit out. No big
me
deal,
too. I'm
man. You
trying to
don't
figure
have
out
to
the
make
shape
such
of
a
the
big
Earth.
deal about it.
I'm trying to
There
figure
you
out the
go.
shape
Well,
of the
then
Earth.
go
and-
figure it out.
Well, I'm trying to, but I've been told that I can use the sky. Now I'm being told I can't use the sky. So
There's no authority figure in what you can and can't do. That's the whole point. And if you want to go have a conversation with QE, that's great. Go have it with him. But when you have one with Jeremy and it goes a different direction,
I
that's
can't use
between
the
you and Jeremy. That has nothing to do with you
So you
and
guys-
QE's
okay,
conversation.
so
I
you
think
guys
that
are-
makes common sense, really. I think
you
you
guys
know
are
it
not.
does, too.
So there's various different.
Yeah.
So proofs for some people are not proofs for other people. So
Hey, why don't you just grow up and have a conversation with them instead of muddying
Well,
the
I'm
water
here, I'm
and
looking for
bringing
the
in
shape of the Earth.
QE's conversation? It has nothing to do with it.
I'm looking for the shape of the Earth.
Just grow up, dude. That's all you got to do. It's
I'm
not a
looking
big
for the shape of
deal.
the Earth. Come
Hey,
on,
well,
I'm
just
not-
grow up and have a conversation with these
I'm
guys
looking for the
without
shape of the
bringing in what QE said. Whenever, whoever, nobody even knows
I'm
what he.
confused.
Nobody
I'm
can even
confused.
confirm with what he said because nobody was there for it except for you and
Well,
him,
it's-
apparently.
Well,
So-
apparently it's on record that he
So
said.
who even knows what he said, right?
It's
So
on
just
record
have a
that he says you can
conversation.
use the
Why
shape-
don't you
you can
just
use the
start from
sky.
scratch, have a conversation with these guys, and leave your other conversations out
So
of it?
I can't use the sky. Is that correct?
No, you can. They already said you can. Go right ahead.
But,
I'll
but
have
wait
a
a minute. But
conversation.
if
Tell
it
you what
doesn't
they
prove the
think.
shape of the Earth, then
Oh,
why
you're
should I
just
bring
being
it
a
up?
dickhead, dude. Seriously.
Well, I want to know. So far,
Seriously. Just
I'm
stop being a
asking-
dickhead
I'm
about
asking
it.
for evidence of the shape of the Earth, and so far, the only thing I've heard is that it looks flat.
What are you, 12?
Well, no, I'm looking for shape of the Earth.
Well, then have a conversation with them.
Well, I've tried to, and
No, you
Well,
have not. Not
you
since
know,
I've been
you're
in
I
here.
want
trying to
evidence of the
bring-
shape of the Earth. I'm sorry. 'cause,
You're trying to bring in shit that you had a conversation with QE about, and they said, go ahead, bring it up if you want, but they disagree with them. Are they not allowed to disagree with them?
Well, I guess, but I thought that there
Well,
was
there you
like
go.
objective proof of the shape of the Earth.
Like
So
I
far,
said,
I've
it's
heard
not a fucking cult. Everybody has their own thoughts.
So if you're so curious about the shape of the Earth, paid NASA show.
He's not. Don't
What
listen to him.
experiments have you gone to? Oh, I know he's a freaking troll. What experiments have you done to go and determine what the Earth actually is? If you're that curious, why are you in here?
Well, he's on
talking
Discord
talking
every
about what
day.
some guy says this.
Well,
And
I'm
so,
looking for
I
the
just
shape
want
of
to
the Earth.
find out. Then get out and do some freaking
Oh, like
experiment.
what? Like
He's
what?
on Discord every day. What more do you want?
What experiment should I do?
Like, I mean, day in and day out, every single day.
Hold on a second. I was
What do you
talking.
want him to do?
Hold on a
Serious.
second. I don't. You're not giving me any information there, Godscalp. This other person says I should do some experiments.
Okay, I'll go on mute. That's good.
What experiment should I do? Hello.
Well, what do you think? Well, okay, so you don't even
don't
know
know.
what the shape of the Earth is. You go outside and you basically say like your eyes lie to you. You can't observe anything. So I mean, how I can't if I tell you to go do an experiment, go to a body of water, observe like long distance observation, you're gonna be like, well, I can't see. So what's the point? You're just gonna come in here
Well, no, I want to
and
know
just
what
keep saying,
experiments.
oh well, somebody said it looks
You-
flat.
well,
You don't know how to have a constructive conversation because you
You
keep
told me-
interrupting. And you keep throwing things back that other people have said. I mean, you're making claims that I've never said and talking about things that people haven't said in this room. So
Okay,
why are you
so
here?
tell
Why are
me.
you
You
here?
said that I could do experiments. I would like to do these experiments. What are they?
Well, okay, let's start. When you go outside, what do you observe?
I don't know, trees.
Hey, NASA, we could put you on a boat and get rid of you for the next 2 months. I'm just playing with you, brother.
No, I just want to know. I mean,
Maybe on a rocket ship. We could put him on a rocket ship and get rid of him for a while. Leaving on a jet plane.
Well,
Hey,
so
that'd be
what am I?
fun.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out. I'm writing this down. So I
Just
go
writing
outside
this.
and I look.
Oh.
Wait, hold on a second. I got
Big rather
go
than
outside.
him talk about.
1, go outside. 2, look. Go
I
outside.
think Jeremy has a good. I think Jeremy's working on something.
2, look. Okay, so what do I do after? So 1. Okay, get 1, go outside. 2, look. And then what?
Or do you have the ability to go outside right now?
3, open your eyes.
No, stop. Do
That
you have
was
the
look.
ability to go outside right now?
Okay,
And
looking part of it.
Funk, hang on, I can't hear him. What? Can you go outside right now, paid NASA show?
I
Is
can
it
look out a
daytime?
window. That'll
No,
be
can
good
you
enough.
physically walk outside or whatever? Maybe you're.
Well,
gonna be
I can't do that
Get
and still
yourself outside.
converse with you.
Pardon me.
I can't do that and converse with you. So.
That's
You'll
fine.
have
We can give you 10, 20.
So okay, so I'm going to go outside.
years
What am I going to do
ago.
when I'm out there, though? You have to tell me what to do.
Science.
You go outside and tell me what you observe. Do you feel the spin? Do you see curvature? Tell me what you observe.
There are trees and leaves and squirrels.
You have leaves and squirrels where you're at? Nice.
Sweet. I had a squirrel. I had to get rid of that fucking.
I have no squirrels, no leaves, just snow.
Yeah, me too. Can you? Okay. You sound well. Anyways, I'm gonna DM you, God's scalpel.
Woohoo! Okay.
People are really laughing at this, but like this is literally the evidence we got, and you're ridiculing him for doing your evidence.
What are you talking about?
Recreating your evidence.
I'm
But
asking.
this-
So I'm going to go outside.
Ridiculing him for actually recreating your evidence, and you're saying, well, it's ridiculous to do this.
So I'm going to go outside and then I'm going to look. Hey, please, please be quiet. You're not being helpful in this. I want to experiment.
Go outside,
So far,
open your eyes, look at leaves and stuff like that.
So far,
you know?
I'm up to 2 steps. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to look.
Yeah.
Observe.
Observe. Okay.
Observe.
That's look. Same thing. Okay.
Observe the Earth.
Synonymous to other
Then
symbols.
write down what you see.
Okay.
This would be called a naturally observed phenomenon.
Okay. Write down what I write. Okay. So
There
I
you
see
go.
trees and leaves and squirrels and therefore flat Earth. Gotcha.
Oh, you have to do it first, and then you can conclude.
Well, I've got a window. That's close enough for going outside for this discussion. So, okay. So therefore flat Earth, or I mean, is there more? Is there step 4?
Yeah, have you done the first steps yet?
Well, I'm looking out the window. That's close enough to being outside.
Okay, so that's what you see.
Yeah.
That's what you observe. Therefore, That's what you observe.
Okay. So I'm
So
asking.
now, do you have a question about what you observe?
I don't see how that proves anything about the shape of the Earth.
You're done though, right? Because you don't have a question.
Result is you
Well, I want
observe
to,
what you observe.
So yeah, I see what I see the neighbor's house. Okay.
You
Yeah.
see what
Right.
you see.
Now
You see
what?
your neighbor's house, then you see your neighbor's house.
Now what? What's that got to do with the shape?
Do you have a question about what's going on, or do you have it figured out?
Well, no. I mean, this. You said that this would prove that the
Okay,
Earth
we
was
can
flat.
do it again. We can do it again.
I'm going to go outside.
So
Look
you've
and write
made
down
an
what I see.
observation. You wrote down your observation.
Uh-huh.
Are you confused about anything? Do you have a question, namely a cause and effect? Like, do you have
I
a
don't see any cause.
hypothesis?
What's
And
the
you see
cause
no
of the
effect.
squirrel? What's the cause of the squirrel?
So you would say this is objective truth. That if anyone did the same observation you just did, they would see the same thing you have
No, probably
and
not.
have no question.
No, because the one guy said that he would go outside and see snow, so he wouldn't see leaves and squirrels. So
I have a proof for you, Paid Nashville.
what's that?
There's a place called, there's a province called Saskatchewan in Canada. And it said that if you live there and your dog runs away, you can watch it run away for a week because it's so damn flat there. Now, there's no way you could watch your dog run away for a week if you live on a ball. I mean, they're all flat earthers in Saskatchewan.
How do you believe that what you see is what you see?
I live in Colorado, and it didn't look flat from there, but okay.
Yeah, but you can't tell from Colorado. You got to go to Saskatchewan and watch your dog run away.
So I mean, but for a week, you mean you can watch your dog run away for a week? That's a pretty big dog.
No, that's how flat it is. That's the point.
It's that flat? You think your dog could really run away for a week?
I mean-
It's a very slow dog, then, right?
Mm-hmm. No, he's not slow. He's fast.
So,
Okay, so
is that
hold on
a
a second. I've gone outside. I've looked. I've written down what I've seen, and what's next?
Do you have a question about it?
Next, you
Yeah, I
get a
thought
dog,
this was supposed to
move
prove
to
the shape of the Earth,
Saskatchewan.
and I don't see the trees and leaves and the squirrel in my neighbor's house does much with the shape of the Earth.
Okay, that'd be you problem then.
No, why is that a me problem?
Because you're talking about objective reality. So if someone else goes there and sees something completely different,
Why would they see something completely different?
So the argument not
under
working
your
for
own
you
logic,
is,
right? You said
his
all
problem.
you have to do is look out the window
testing for
and
hallucinations, schizophrenia?
just looking out the window
Yeah.
is all you need to do.
And that
For
proves
you.
that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, and with whatever you observed, go with that.
I thought this was an experiment to prove the shape of the Earth. I don't see how this does that. Maybe I'll explain it more.
Yeah, even the foundations of an experiment. What variables are you change, vary, manipulate? What is your hypothesis? What's your null?
Those are
You
good
haven't even got
questions.
there yet.
Those are good questions you guys
I'm
didn't
asking
give
that.
any.
I'm asking how to prove that the Earth is flat, and so far I've gotten go outside, look, and write down what I see.
Make observations.
And okay.
And you did that, and you're
So
done.
what
That's
variable-
all the
what
further
variable?
you
Done,
could
that's
go.
it? So the Earth is flat because
No,
there are
you
trees
said
and
that.
leaves. Well, no,
What
I'm asking for
variable
proof that the Earth is flat, and you gave me
I
this
told you
experiment.
at start, you wanted science. Here's science.
Okay. So this, I can. So anybody can do this, and they will observe that the Earth is flat.
That's the best part. Observation. If you observe the Earth,
Well,
what do you observe?
I don't see how this proves that the Earth is flat.
Are you still looking? Maybe that's the problem. Did you close your eyes?
No, I'm
Well,
still looking.
Okay,
I'm looking outside now.
look out there.
The squirrel has moved.
Okay,
I
so
don't
the
see
squirrel.
the squirrel anymore.
Okay, so the squirrel moved.
Okay, so that proves the Earth is flat because squirrels.
Wait. I'm just listening from afar. But okay, so how does what your observations are? How do they prove anything then with the shape of the
Well, that's
Earth?
what I'm saying. I'm asking for an experiment to prove the shape of the Earth, and
Okay,
you
so
guys
you
gave me
think
3
it's a
steps,
globe, and then you
and I
flat
don't
looks
see
at
how
the
that proves anything.
things. You think it's a globe, so how does your observations prove it's a globe?
Well, I asked for. Actually, I didn't ask for anything about the globe. I'm here looking for the shape of the Earth, and you asked for how to prove the Earth was flat. I got these 3 steps, and I don't see how that's proving much. Maybe you guys can help me some more.
Do you know what honesty is?
I'm being honest.
Okay, so honestly then, tell me what you think the Earth is.
I don't know. I'm looking. I'm undecided. It could be either. It could be flat. It could be rounded. You have to. I'm looking for ways to prove that, to show the Earth is flat, because I thought you guys were flat earthers here. I'm kind of. I used to be a glober, but I'm changing, and I want to prove that the Earth is flat.
For you.
Oh, wait, so you thought it was a globe, and now you want proof that you're changing. Okay, so this is like a verbal warning. If you keep this up, I will give you a warning.
Why? I'm looking
Because
for.
you're not being honest, and you're.
I'm looking
like a
for an
troll.
experiment to show that the Earth is flat. I've
well, if
gotten
you keep
3
it up, I'll
steps.
give you a
Go
warning.
outside, look, and write down what I see.
Hold on. The fact that he's looking for an experiment that shows the Earth is flat, that's a what is question. Science doesn't cover it. Natural science doesn't cover those questions. The study of the natural and physical world. So the fact that you're even asking,
I can't show that the Earth is flat, Jeremy, with science.
The fact that you're asking for a scientific experiment that shows that the Earth is flat, tells us that you don't know shit about how science works.
So you have
Demonstrate it.
But you have no scientific evidence that the Earth is flat, and
I can help you inside that framework, Nessa. I can help you.
But why did you guys guide him through this if you think it's wrong?
You guys told me that I could do these 3 steps and prove the Earth is flat. Now Jeremy's telling me that I can't do it scientifically. Is that true, Jeremy?
No. Here, listen. I'm talking to you. Try to follow.
Hey, Crit, just for a moment. I want to talk to Jeremy for a second.
Yeah,
Jeremy,
I know what you want. Okay.
There's no way. There's no way to prove that the Earth is flat, Jeremy.
He'll just tell you the same answer.
No,
I'm not saying there's no way. Hold on.
I want to make sure that
I'm not saying there's no way. I'm not saying there's no way. I'm saying the way that it's going to happen is not going to be through natural science at all. That's definitely not going to be the way.
It's not going to be through natural sciences? Then how?
Absolutely not.
How?
Because you don't know. It's that the fact that you're asking this demonstrates you don't know how science works, because natural science answers how and why questions, not what is questions.
That's ridiculous.
Okay,
chemists ask what is the structure of certain molecule all the time. What is the structure of hemoglobin?
What is the structure of the Earth?
What is the result of carbon dioxide reacting with ethanol? There's a whole load of what is questions.
All right, which none of them are answered scientific, not through natural science via the scientific
chemistry isn't a natural science.
Jeremy,
I didn't say that. I'm saying there's a what is question. You can't give me a what is question and put it in a hypothesis.
Jeremy, I want to know then.
Put a what is question into a hypothesis. Let's go.
Jeremy, I want evidence. Jeremy, maybe you can help me then. I'll ditch the experiment that you guys have given me.
No, don't ditch it. I got it. I can help you.
Okay, go ahead. Well, hold on a second. Maybe Jeremy told me that I can't. That you're a whole.
I'm telling you can.
Okay, so what's next after
right down? Correct.
Okay, so you observe a squirrel. You observe leaves. A little bit of snow, right? Or no snow.
No snow.
Okay, so you've seen these things move. You have not seen the Earth move. So what if you were to say that if the Earth is moving?
Wait a minute, hold on. I haven't proven that yet.
Yeah, your observation. What did you observe? Your objective observation, not subjective. Don't add in something that you don't see as your opinion. Let's go with fact.
Okay.
So what have you seen move?
I've gone outside, looked. I've seen squirrels move. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Therefore, let's experiment.
Oh, how Jeremy told me that I can never prove the shape of the Earth.
Okay, I'm talking to you now.
Okay, so this is different.
This is going to debunk your claim earlier about flurf daddies.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Remember when you were talking about that?
Yeah, but that's because they said that I could use the sky, but you say I can't use the sky.
Your fault.
Wait, dude, can we use the sky or not?
Well, it apparently depends.
So look, as soon as we start going down the experiment route, you guys want to spiral about
Come
what
on.
other
Okay,
people
hold on a
are
second.
talking.
I've gone outside. I've looked. I've seen a squirrel. I wrote it down. I saw a squirrel. Okay, step 4. Correct. Great. Step 4.
Yeah, so you've seen a squirrel. What did the squirrel do?
He looked for some nuts and ran back up the tree.
Okay, do you know why? Did you know why the squirrel did that?
I can no. Actually, do I really know why? No, I don't know. I can guess, hypothesize maybe.
How about, do you know what a squirrel is?
Yeah, I know.
How about
I mean,
interview?
little rodent-looking animal, live in trees, bushy tail.
Interview the squirrel.
He's a rodent.
Okay, it's a rodent. So now you've got a what is question.
Okay, so
So now,
squirrels
how about
prove the Earth is
hypothesis?
flat.
What do rodents do?
They look for food, eat, make more rodents.
Do you do that?
To make more rodents? No, I don't do that.
Oh, you don't. No, but do you look for food?
I don't go out and peel through the leaves to look for food, but okay.
But could you, if you wanted to, right?
I suppose if I was
So
hungry.
by that logic, you just proved you're a squirrel.
Oh, I'm a squirrel?
Yeah.
I didn't ask to prove I'm a squirrel. I asked to prove the shape of the Earth.
Yes, I'm saying. So we're getting there,
Okay.
right? So you can go with in this environmental conditioning, you could be a squirrel. You could
I'm
be
a squirrel.
So
So
now
I
you've
proved that
got
the Earth is
now
flat
you're
now because
building
people are squirrels.
for you.
You know what we were talking about last night that was very interesting was the intention experiment and the placebo effect. And I mean, these guys were arguing with me last night. Like, I drew a conclusion from the placebo effect that your mind can control matter, physical matter, right? Would you all agree with that?
I don't know. I'm just
NASA.
being blown away by the fact I'm a squirrel.
Yeah, because you could fit that because that's your observations. Now, if you want to experiment and get some sort of hypothesis,
Well, I'm
you could
asking
do
for
that.
it. Come on. I'm asking you to do an experiment to show that the Earth is flat, and so far all you show me is that I'm a squirrel.
Yeah, are you?
Well, I don't know. I guess you say so.
Okay,
He's,
so that's the part.
he's spiraling, Crit. He's
Yeah, I'm
spiraling.
Spiraling. I'm
trying to
asking
get
for
him
an
to follow this.
experiment. I'm asking for an experiment to prove that the Earth is flat. Jeremy says I can't do it. Crit's giving me this thing that basically said now he says I'm a squirrel, therefore the Earth is flat. I guess.
I can help you
No,
with
because
that.
you're spiraling. There's a step. The problem is that I'm trying to get you to find a what is question, and I said to you, "What
can
is
help
a
you-
squirrel?"
I can help
And
you
you
with
said a squirrel is something that eats and looks for food. So I was like, perfect. That works, paid NASA shill. I can
Well,
ask you, do
excuse me,
you also
what
fit the
does that-
same criteria?
What does that got to do with the shape of the Earth, please? I'm asking for how to prove the shape of the
This
Earth.
is what you're
So
asking
far,
for.
all you've proven is that I'm a squirrel, which is kind of an interesting.
I can get you there. So can you stand on your head?
No, probably not anymore.
Okay, did that what is
That
question
that's
fail,
perfect.
or did the
That's
what is
hold
question
on, Grit,
succeed?
hold on. I was talking. So that's
No,
actually
you're not
perfect.
talking. You're listening right now.
I'm talking. So that's perfect. That
So
actually
which
proves the
one is
globe.
it, Pay Nessa
Because
Show?
hold on,
Hold
Grit,
on,
I'm still
Crit.
talking.
Let him go.
So
Hold on.
He's just
if
going to
you-
spiral.
I know.
hold on.
Just let him go, though, please.
So if you were
Okay, let
able
him
to
spiral.
stand on your head, that would prove the flat Earth because the inverse squirrel law. But because you cannot stand on your head, that proves the globe.
I don't know. Do you guys? So you got anything more, Crit, or should I let you think about it for a while?
Yeah, it's still the same thing. It's the what is part. That's what we're on.
Well, we're on what is the shape of the Earth, and you've had me.
No, you're on what is a squirrel. This is what you observed.
I don't really
You
care.
observed
about
a squirrel.
I'm not here to talk about squirrels. I'm
Yeah,
here to talk
it's
about the
it's
shape of the Earth.
building. It's a lot of blocks. When you're down this low, this level at the objective reasoning, it's going to take some time.
Well, I'm asking for an experiment.
NASA Show, are
asking
you
just be
currently
patient.
observing a squirrel?
Just be patient.
Yeah, well, actually, no, not anymore because the squirrel disappeared. But
Okay, so the squirrel's gone now, so you're not currently observing a squirrel.
I guess I'm not a
So
squirrel.
maybe we can move on. Are you now looking at the
trying to.
Earth?
I'm trying. Yeah, I'm looking at the Earth, trying to figure out the shape of
Yeah.
it, and
So what is the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. I'm asking for a Crit, and he's telling me I'm a squirrel.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
I asked you a what is question. What is a squirrel? That what did you observe? You observed a rodent, right? That
Which is a squirrel.
looks for food.
What are all the properties of a squirrel? You just asked what is a squirrel, and he said parts of it.
Yeah, a rodent that looks for food and eats.
I'm really not here to talk. Squirrels. My interest in squirrels.
This is your observation, homie.
But I'm asking the shape of the Earth, and you're
Yeah,
going on
and we're
camping
getting
on
there.
Squirrels.
We're
Okay,
getting
so
there.
what next? Come on, let's go.
Step by step. Okay, you're gonna have to be patient. This has been a multiple year spiral that you've been on. And
Come on,
the
tell me.
train can stop here.
Crit, I'm getting impatient, man. Move it on. Shit.
Yeah, you can do that.
We can do
Wrestling,
that.
I'm
but
not here to make you
This is
say you
part of
can't do
Crit's
something.
multi-decade spiral.
Yeah, that you could do that too.
I'm asking I'm asking for an experiment to prove the shape of the Earth, and so far you've been off on squirrels, and I don't see what
No,
squirrels
you did
have
that.
to do with the shape. I just saw a squirrel.
Yeah,
That's it.
you were given by other people to make an observation, and
Okay.
I'm following you with that observation.
So squirrels prove the shape of the Earth how?
The what is question.
Squirrels prove the shape of the Earth how?
What did you okay, let's start over. What did you observe? So,
Let's start off with an experiment to prove the shape of the Earth.
okay,
And
experiments have to be built through
1 was go
observation.
outside, 2 was look, 3 was write down what I see, and I'm waiting for the next step, please.
Okay, so what did you see?
I've told you what I see. So now
You
what
saw
does that got
a
to do?
squirrel, right?
Trees. Well, I
Leaves.
saw
You
trees.
saw trees too, okay.
And leaves.
And they
then
were
they break
falling,
out.
right? The leaves were falling?
The leaves are
Where's
falling.
it going, bro? Where's it going, Crit?
To
I
the
don't know.
what
That's what I'm
is.
asking. You were even born Jeremy, which says something.
It's talking about like what is questions. He wants to make
What
observations.
is the shape of the Earth? And
Yeah, and this is what you have observed. What have you observed? Trees, leaves, and squirrels.
okay, so what's step 4, please?
So what are they? Are they the earth or are they you? What is a tree? What is a leaf?
What is a tree? Hold on a second. Let me take it to my bog before I figure it out.
Okay.
I think he's getting into categories, basically, without saying categories.
Yeah, these
Okay, well,
what are or what is questions will build the foundation.
What is the shape of the Earth? And you're having me talk about trees.
Your observation.
Well, I'm observing now. What's step 4? Come on, let's get on to the shape of the Earth. I'm doing your experiment as you tell me to, and you're off on squirrels and trees, and I'm talking about the shape of the Earth.
You're the one, hold on here. You're the one that's being a troll and saying what you see when you go outside.
I am doing exactly what Crit
trying to
has told me to
entertain your
do.
ridiculousness and try to make it so that's what you're observing. So he's to tie it in together because it's just so ridiculous. So at least he's trying to entertain.
I am doing your experiment. Are you saying that your experiment is ridiculous?
No.
Oh, okay. Then let's go on to step 4 now.
So which one of these things do you want to use for step 4?
I don't know. What is step 4?
Step 4 would be a question.
What is the shape of the Earth?
Okay, did you observe the Earth in any of these things?
Yes.
Which one? Which one? Tree, leaves, or squirrels? Which one is the Earth?
Leaves are on the ground.
Hold on,
Okay, so the
public service. Hold on, Crit, real quick. Public service announcement. We're doing a show tonight, 5 p.m. Eastern. Same time Brandon shit used to be on. Let's fucking go. Anyways, go ahead.
okay, so the leaves is what you want to go with?
No, you tell me, Crit.
Yeah, this is your observation.
Well, I'm waiting for step 4.
Yeah, step 4 is ask a question.
I thought that's not step 1?
No, step 1 is observation.
Okay, so what is the shape of the Earth? That's step 4. Okay, step 4, question. Thank you for getting step 4, question.
Your question is what is the shape of the Earth?
What is the shape of the Earth?
Okay, did you observe the Earth in step 1?
Yep.
Which was?
The leaves are on the ground.
Okay, so leaves equal Earth.
Well, the leaves
Or
are
does
on the ground.
So ground, okay? You observe the ground.
Yeah.
So we'll go back to step like 2 or 3, however you
Okay,
worded
go
it out.
outside, look, write down what I saw ground, question, what is the shape of the Earth?
Yo, hold on real quick. I need another second, guys. How do you, Geo, are you here? Because I got this guy, The Realm. He's a cartographer. And how do you voice verify? Oh, you know what? I think I got it in the DMs with me and you. Never mind.
Okay, so what's step 5?
Okay. I can help you if you need to, Jeremy.
Yeah, can you verify this guy, The Realm? Just give him like voice verification and the roles to like chat and the text and shit and post stuff.
Yeah, is he in the VC right now? Or I can find him. He's called The Realm?
That's his name. Yeah, let me see. Hold on. Yeah, he's The Realm.
Okay, I got him. I'll tag him and I'll
All right.
give him the role.
Yeah, this guy's a fucking cartographer. He was doing something with magnetic declination and how it like I don't know. He'll explain it to you. I like some of what he was saying. He's a hardcore glober, but still though he was like trying to make flat Earth maps. It was I don't know. You check him out.
I think
Yeah, he might be
magnetic
off-landed.
declination is where you do the correction between north and magnetic north, but I could be wrong. Happy to be correct.
Could be something. Like I said, I don't know exactly what he was saying, but I found it interesting.
So, Crit, what's step 5 then?
So your question was,
What is the shape of the Earth?
what is the shape of the Earth? Did you observe the Earth?
I did.
Which was?
What's where the leaves are on top of?
Okay, so the ground, right?
Okay.
So what shape did you observe?
It's actually concave. I'm kind of looking at a ball, so the Earth must be concave.
Okay, good. So now you've got a question. The Earth is concaved like a ball, like a bowl,
No, the Earth
right?
is concave like a ball. Yeah, so it must be a concave Earther. Wow.
So now if you were to take like a model, right? Like say take a bowl, could you drop leaves into a bowl, and predict the pattern that the leaves will fall?
Yeah, pretty much. Random. Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that, right? Can you go through
Oh, we have
the
to
experiment?
model? So I can build a model? Okay. Build
not
a
a
model.
You don't need to build a model. What you would do
I
is
don't have to
called
build a model?
research. You'll need to do a model.
Okay, build a model.
No, you don't need to build a model.
Oh, what's step 5 then?
This is your question. It says the Earth, you observe the Earth
That
to be
was question 4.
concave like a ball, like a bowl.
That was question. So that 5 is the answer? Okay.
No, now you would be an experiment. How would you experiment using these
I'm
variables?
asking you. I don't know. I'm asking you. I thought this
Yeah,
was
and
the
we're
experiment.
going through it step by step.
Okay, so what's step 5 now? I'm not
Okay,
going to build a
so
model?
so if you've got a conceptual idea of a bowl and you drop leaves into this bowl,
I have to build a
can you
bowl?
predict the pattern at which these leaves will fall and
Yeah,
land?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so then you went through that and you noticed that it didn't match your observation.
Actually, it does. If I build a bowl and drop leaves into it, if I build a bowl, it's gradual as the bowl I'm looking at, I imagine.
Yes, see, I see leaves, and I would look at your observation and be a perfect blanket of leaves on a flat surface.
Good.
Well, it's not perfect. It's thicker in some spots than it is the other. And
Yeah, based on the density of the leaves above.
it depends where the trees were. Underneath the pine trees, there's not a lot of leaves, but
Yeah, and they don't have leaves. Pine trees
well, they
have needles, right?
There are more needles underneath the pine trees.
Okay, so that would be another problem because now you've got leaves and needles being the same thing. These would be different predictions.
What's step 5 now? I'm sorry. What I lost track of what step 5 is.
That would be like, so you said that you built a bowl that you
No, I didn't say
used.
I had to build. I thought you said I had to. Do I have to build a bowl or not?
You can if you want to.
No, what's step 5? Come on, I want to do this experiment.
Okay, did you drop the leaves?
Well, I mean, is that what I need?
Did
to
you
do?
predict?
Do I need to build and then predict leaves on the ground? What's that got to do with the shape of the Earth? I'm sorry.
Because you said you observed this Earth to be concaved
Yeah, it
like
looks
a
concave.
ball.
Well, like the inside of a ball, like more like a dish.
Like a bowl, yeah, like a dish, okay?
A very gradual
So if you were to drop things into a dish, you could predict after enough times how they would land.
Do I need to do this then, or
This would be your experiment.
how would I do that?
You would lift things up into the air above,
Well, I would need to build a model of the.
or just pick a bowl.
Just pick a bowl, but
Yeah, just pick one.
Should
Because
be
then you could.
earthenware bowl, right? Should be made out of earth, right?
You could do that too.
Well, I mean, tell me. So what? I have to build a model now?
No, you can just predict
Oh, I can
using.
predict
Yeah.
based on what?
Then when you finally do the experiment, you could be like, oh, hey, that actually matched what I was thinking.
So I do need to build a bowl and actually drop.
No, you
leaves.
don't.
Well,
You can.
I'm
This
confused
is an
now.
optional step.
Okay, so
You can.
okay, optional.
You can
Build a
do
model,
it.
optional. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, you can do it
Build
or
model,
not.
Optional. Okay. Optional.
I think it would be best in this scenario to use a bowl to just.
So what's step 6?
Did you drop? Do you have a bowl or not? What did you do for step 5?
Well, you said it was optional, so I skipped it.
You skipped it, so no bull.
Well, you said
Okay.
it's optional. Is it optional or not?
Yeah, you get to pick.
Okay. Let's go on to step 6 then.
Okay, so then dropping objects over a concave surface would produce a pattern.
Okay.
This pattern does not match your observation.
Actually, it does.
Okay, that would be a break in observable reality. Your lived experience does not match others.
Well, it matches what I see and dropping leaves on.
Okay, so that's for you. So now you can go about your life
the Earth
and
is
tell
concave.
yeah, for you.
No,
And
well,
you,
for
someone
me,
would
I mean,
say,
it's different for different people. The shape of the Earth
yeah,
varies.
because your lived experience does not match other people,
The
and
shape
you
of the
can
Earth
get
varies.
feedback. You can get feedback on this because now you can take other people's ideas of what concave or what bowl is
So
and
the
say,
Earth
hey,
is
I
concave.
dropped leaves that on trees that squirrels were there.
So the Earth
and
is not flat; it's concave.
for you.
For me, but so
Yeah.
it's different for different people.
Yeah, because your result did not line up with other people. You do not have repeatable, observable,
Oh,
and
so the Earth is
measurable
not concave after all.
for you.
Oh, but so it's different for different people.
Because this is your experiment. It wasn't my experiment.
Well, wait a minute, hold on. Experiment, as I understand, so experiments can.
Yeah, I feel you're
So
stumped right now.
The Earth varies, then. The Earth is
For
various
you.
shapes.
See, your observation, I would say you went in with some faulty assumptions.
Oh, actually,
that-
no, I didn't have faulty assumptions. The Earth is, I mean,
Yeah, you said you saw
here, the Earth is concave.
curved, concaved Earth
Yeah,
that
it's
leaves
definitely
were
a bowl.
over.
It's a little valley here. You know, little water down in the middle, kind of like a valley.
Okay, so how would you verify this then? Maybe you went back and your observation was wrong. How would you improve on your observation?
I don't know. How would I do that?
Yeah, think about it.
No, I mean, you're here. I'm here trying to figure out.
Yeah, I worked with you for quite some time, and so now you've got
So the Earth is
brainstorm
concave.
for you.
Well, for me, the Earth is concave, but for
Yeah.
somebody else, it could be flat, or it could be a globe for other people.
You could do that too. And then you could say, hey, so when I dropped it, I
So the
flipped
shape of
my
the Earth
bowl
depends.
upside down and then got some sort of different
There is
result.
no objective truth, right? It sort of depends on.
No, I told you there was objective.
Well, it's not, because you said it
No,
varies.
there
If
is.
it's objective, it wouldn't vary.
So you're looking for answers, you get answers, and you don't accept them. That would be a you
So the Earth
problem
is
again.
concave. Okay,
For you.
For me, but not for everybody.
you.
So the Earth is only concave.
Yeah, so now you can give this experiment to other people and see if they get the repeatable results.
Well, if they live in, say, I don't know, top of Pikes Peak, it would be different then. So the Earth varies in shape.
Yo, who was saying they had Bob from Globebusters on speed dial? Or they had their phone number or
Right,
something.
well, maybe you can think of a
what's
better
it?
experiment, Crit. Well, I'll give you some
No,
time.
your experiment.
Well, I'm doing your experiment.
No, that's not my experiment. I went through the steps
You are
with
giving
you.
me the steps. So far I've got 5 steps.
Yeah, however you want to step them out is fine. Okay.
Oh,
It
so
really
I
boils
can just
down to
I just make up shit and do whatever I want.
you can do that too.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how.
Okay, right now this is what you
how
need to
figure
do.
out the shape of the Earth.
This is what you need to figure out.
I'm really
Ways to improve your observation.
You're telling me now that the shape of the Earth is
No,
convex.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. I did
You
your
said that.
experiment. The shape of the Earth is convex.
That was your experiment.
Okay, so the shape of the Earth is convex.
Okay, and then
Why are you guys say it's flat?
Yeah, and if other people's observations do not match, I would be like, sure, well, maybe go back and refine your observation.
Dude, unless you're trying to do the cause of the shape, unless you're trying to figure out why is the Earth spherical, or what was the cause of the Earth being spherical, you cannot put this into an experiment.
What the leaves, the pattern that
Sanity
the
at
leaves fall.
last, Jeremy. Thank you.
The pattern that the leaves fall.
I told him that earlier. I mean, I told him earlier, Dress. You
Well,
weren't here.
Jeremy,
You missed it.
I want to know how. So the shape of the Earth is not provable.
I didn't say that at all. That's crazy talk.
Well, then
A measurement. He's going through a full-on experimentational methodology where you're proving causation, or where you're trying to infer causation.
So you have a pattern of leaves on the ground.
Well, one second.
There's a cause and effect to that relationship.
I've gone through your 5.5
No,
steps.
yours. Yours.
And the Earth is concave. So now Jeremy
You.
tells me now that your steps are that
Not
whole experiment
mine.
is false. I want to know, Jeremy, how Jeremy would have me prove the shape of the Earth then.
This is your experiment, not mine.
It's yours. I did.
No,
you
yours.
guided me through it. No, it's yours. I
No,
did your
you
steps. I
own
asked
that
you what steps
experiment.
to do. No, it's yours. This is
No,
the crit
your
experiment.
experiment. Mine's much
This
different.
is the
Mine.
crit experiment.
No, it's not. It's your experiment.
This is the crit
I
experiment.
would not even get the same result as you or the same observation. There's
This is
nothing
the crit
you
experiment.
have.
You told me what to do. I asked you what to do.
You did it, not me.
No, you told me these 6 steps.
Yeah, for
Other
you.
than that. So you told me how to do it. This is the crit experiment.
And you
This is the
did
crit
it.
method.
You did it for
So
you.
anyone can do these 5.5 steps and come up with the shape of the Earth.
For you.
No,
How'd you
anyone.
get a half a step?
Because step 6 is sort of because step
Oh, man.
5 was optional. So
It's quite simply what this experiment boiled down to is, can you predict patterns of leaves falling on the ground?
Can you?
therefore
And you
the Earth
can.
is, therefore the Earth is flat. I mean,
For you.
it's not. It's concave.
Concave, yeah.
It's concave. So
For you.
concave Earth. But Jeremy says this is Jeremy. You just said I can't do this. What?
I
But
don't know.
Chris
This
said
isn't
I can.
natural science. I don't know what this is. This isn't like the
Well, how do
scientific method with natural science.
How do I prove the shape of the Earth then?
You'd have to do like a
Observationally.
measurement.
Measurement. What kind?
I wouldn't use observation, Russ. That's
What kind
at
of
this point in the game with the refraction, the light bending and shit. I would use like a straight up.
No, a measurement is an observation, Jeremy.
Well, all right, yeah, you say that.
What kind of? So you tell me how. So what's step 1 in Jeremy experiment? This is I have the crit experiment. Thank you, crit.
Your experiment, not
No,
mine.
this is the crit experiment.
No, yours.
You told me. I asked you what to do. You gave me 6 steps. Thank you.
And did you do it? Did you do it or did I do it?
Well, you told me what to do.
Okay, but did you do it or did I do it?
I did the crit experiment.
Yours then, not mine.
I did the crit experiment. Crit told
You
me how
could
to
have added anything or take away anything you wanted.
I didn't though. I did
It's
your
for
steps.
you.
This is yours. The crit.
No,
so
you.
What's the Jeremy experiment?
I already told you you can't. I already told you you can't do this in an experiment. So you could do.
How do I prove? How do I show the shape of the Earth then? What do you want to call it?
You could.
Measurement?
You probably do a measurement.
Okay. How do I do this, please?
But if I knew it'd already be done, wouldn't it? Now you've heard us
So
brainstorming
you
for
don't
the
have any
past.
proof of the shape of the Earth?
Have you not heard us brainstorming for the past 6 months on how to do this measurement?
So you have no proof of the shape of the Earth. Hello?
Do you have proof on a shape?
Well, how? What? What is it? Please.
I don't know. Do you have any shape proof, or are we on the same
asking
ground?
you.
We're on level ground here.
I'm here looking for the shape of the Earth.
You're on the fence now.
I think we could do
asking you.
several methods. I could run you through a little experiment that we could do.
Yeah.
It's not really an experiment; it's an observation.
The measurement. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go through one.
So I would use a combination of, standard surveying, geodesic surveying using theodolite. I would then compare that to side scan radar mapping, and then I would do photographic mapping on top of that. And from all 3 of those, we should be able to determine whether there's a variance in between them when we start looking for spherical excess.
This sounds great. Let's go. You want to do the
Oh,
first
and
one
let's
first,
put a fourth. Let's put a 4th method in,
That's
and
fine.
we'll do radar horizons.
That's fucking awesome, bro. All right, you want to start with what do you want to do first?
Well, we can go and see if that data's already been collected and use it, can't we?
Sure, I know, but which one do you want to talk about first and see how it could potentially be flawed, or there could be errors?
Oh, no. It's not any one.
It could be based on a presupposition.
Jeremy, it's not any one. It's a combination of all of them.
So I can't do them all at once, Strauss. So I can't talk about every single thing at once right now.
Yeah, the whole thing is here, Jeremy, is we compare the results against each other. And then that's going to say, if they're all vastly different, then we've got a real problem. You're right. That shows false methodology. That shows that we've now got a problem in one of our data sets or multiples of our data sets. And that's what we would do if we did this method. So it's not the problems of any one, it's the comparison between each other to see if the results coming up are consistent, because that means the chances of being wrong are therefore reduced. We can always be wrong.
So you don't want to talk about it, or?
There's no point. I mean, we can go into the weeds and you can go, well, you don't know the optical corridor of the theodolite, but it's not about that. It's about comparing whether that makes a big enough issue when we compare it against other measurement techniques.
Sure, some of you have some correlation going on. Okay.
That's the whole point. Yeah, it's the fact that, if we've got method 1 saying it's 5, method 2 saying it's 7, method 3 saying it's 5, method 4 saying it's 5.
I know the problem is, hold on, Dress. The problem is all those.
We've got to look. Then we've got to start saying, well, what's weird about method number 2, and either say, aha, now we understand what the influence is, and then correct for it, or eliminate that method and look for another one to add on.
All right, hold on. I'm going to tell you what's the problem with and why these all might be lining up is because almost all of them are based on the same presupposition, which is the way light's bending in the atmosphere. So of course they would be lining up if you're doing them all based on the same presupposition that you can't.
You're not though, are you? Because that's why you're doing different methods. You're doing effectively an optical method, a radar method, which doesn't have the same refraction issues. It's not optical. It doesn't have the same refractive indexes as light.
It does have refraction.
It's
right?
much less.
Yet still there.
Yeah, which is fine.
It's fine
because it doesn't matter what method you're going to do. There's always going to be a tolerance in there, Jeremy.
Like I said, Druss, if whenever you want, we go through each one of them. I know they all seem to line up, but they're all based on the same presupposition.
There's no presupposition. It's something that we can actually measure for, again, by using those cross correlations.
It's
not going to change the fact that if our margin of error is 0.001, and the tolerance we need to be within range is 0.1.
Hold on, Druss. Hold on one second. I want to address the first sentence you said. I want to address the first sentence you said, where you said there's no presupposition. Look, the time before I talked, I told you what the presupposition was. You're all presupposing on how light bends in the atmosphere.
Yes, that's not a presupposition, Jeremy.
Yeah, you're presupposing how the light is bending.
No, it's not presupposing. It's based off
distances in the
data,
atmosphere.
and it's based off data, and it's based off experimentation.
Yeah, that's just known.
It's not known. It's not known how light travels a long distance in the atmosphere.
Yes, it
is. You don't have the proof that that's how it's happening. You don't have that.
You may say that. I'm sorry, but unfortunately, we have physics and light and the understanding of its properties and how it propagates through different densities of media down to pretty accurate levels. Are we going to be within a tolerance of 0? No, of course not. Any measurement doesn't have a tolerance of 0. No measurement does.
All right,
but we're going to be really fucking close, Jeremy. And that's the problem I've got with this argument.
All right, I can't do this with you right now. You like to go on a little bit, and I'm trying not to get loud.
All right.
But I want to stop you every first sentence because you're just going into it instantly, just being wrong. You don't have evidence that is how light's bending long range distances in the atmosphere. Okay, you can't prove it. You can say how light bends on short distances, and you'd be correct. Through a fish tank, we can see how the light's bending. However, now when you extrapolate that into a long distance, there could be other factors at play. You can't prove it's the way you say it is. Okay? That's just a fact. That's not even like a question.
So can you name me anything we do where we know all the factors involved over any distance?
I don't know.
Is this place dead with so many people in it?
No, we're here.
Hello?
We're just a short intermission. Hey, settle down. Mommy's not going to save you. Gotcha.
Hold on, Jay.
Short intermission. What's up? What do you want to talk about? I want to talk about the placebo effect.
Interesting. That's very interesting.
Now, would you draw a
It's a
conclusion?
powerful effect.
Lemon, let me ask everyone in the room. Would you draw a conclusion after knowing what the placebo effect does? Would you draw a conclusion that your mind can control matter? Your mind affects matter. How about that? That's better phrase. Your mind affects matter.
I wouldn't go that far. I would say, like, for example, we know that having like a deteriorating mental state will physically harm your body.
That's your mind
and
affecting matter.
yeah, I know
You
it
realize that,
affects,
right?
but it's also like
But you
it's
just
not
said you
only.
wouldn't agree that your mind affects matter. But the thing you just said shows us that your mind affects matter.
Yeah, but when you say mind, you're saying like some kind of abstract thing that is not
No, well, how about a
natural.
deteriorated mental state? How about your
Yeah.
mental state? How about we use mental state instead of mind?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
mind
we
over
can.
body, though, isn't it? Your own
Huh?
body, Jeremy. It's mind
The
over your own
saying,
body.
that's what we were arguing about last night. However, the saying is mind over matter, right?
Yeah.
And after
Yeah.
the placebo effect, I mean, this guy just admitted it. A deteriorated mental state or your mind will have an effect on your health, which is matter.
Yeah. It does.
Yes, and when you take the placebo, and do you know what the placebo effect is?
Yeah, I know. Like when you, for example, when you think you took medicine, which helps you, sometimes people can get better just by
Yeah, so
thinking.
between that and the deteriorated mental state, wouldn't you come to the conclusion that our mind can affect matter?
Yes, but I'm not sure what you mean by that, to be honest.
What are you unsure about? Which part?
I'm not sure if you mean in a metaphysical way or if you mean in a naturalistic way.
Yo. Did I
You
cut
understand?
out? Bro, I didn't hear none of that shit. I don't know if I cut out or you cut out.
I'm not sure if you mean in a metaphysical way or if you mean in a physical way or natural way. Naturalistic.
Do you mean
I don't
like?
even-
Do you mean is he talking in a telekinesis sort of way or?
Yeah,
or a
something
more
like that.
subtle-
Or
Bro,
if
your
it's like,
mind.
oh, your mind is when it's
Dude, hold on, I
like
can explain. I'll explain.
chemical stuff, right?
It's fine. I'll explain. Hold on. So the thoughts in
Okay.
your head, right? A deteriorating mental state. The thought that maybe you took a pill that had the cure in it. The thoughts in your head now affect physical matter, which would be whatever is the things going on in your body, the physical matter in your body. This is a very clear-cut statement. It's simple, not confusing at all. The thoughts in your head affect physical matter.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to say it like that, then yes.
That's your mind. That's your mind controlling matter.
Yeah. You can say
Affecting matter, at least you could say affecting. I would say use the word affecting.
It's affecting your body. Like if you're depressed, then your mental state your physical state can deteriorate.
So knowing that, have you ever heard of the rice experiment?
Oh, Funk. You're in for it, man.
What experiment?
You don't know what you just agreed to, bro. He's gonna pull all sorts of crazy stuff.
Were you listening last night, Jace?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was tough. I can't believe I got him to admit. Should I wait for more Globers to admit that your mind can affect matter before I go into it, or?
I wonder how many would fall for it.
Them
Yeah,
guys
but
that
that's why
gems are too good.
that's why I made like a distinction between what you mean by when you may mean by mind. Because when I say mind, I
Thoughts in
don't
your head.
mean thing.
Just the thoughts.
Yeah, and when you say thought, that's also abstract. It's not good. It's not deep enough explanation for me.
So what?
Well,
Are you
thoughts
reneging
are.
on the stuff you just agreed to?
Hmm?
Are you reneging on the stuff you just agreed to?
Yeah, but that's why I made a clause so that because I was guessing there was a trick. If you're trying to trick
Dude, it's
me.
not a trick, bro. It's not a trick. It's not a
Okay,
gotcha
then
or anything.
continue then. Continue.
It's not a gotcha. The placebo effect and a deteriorated mental state affecting your health clearly shows us that your mind is affecting matter in some way. It may be only the matter in your body. Still, it's having an effect on that your mind can affect matter.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
if we extrapolate that out now and we put those thoughts out there and try to affect other matter, right? You think is it possible that our mind could affect matter outside of our bodies?
No.
What? Why? Why would you even say that?
Because the brain is
crazy, bro.
attached to your body, but your brain isn't attached to
Yeah,
other bodies.
you gotta think about the presence or the lack of signaling hormones that are a direct result of mental state.
That's why I'm saying, like, I don't think if you understood what I agreed to, then you wouldn't ask such a ridiculous question in my mind.
Okay, so what happens with the hormones, Left Lane? That's good. You went into that. My mind says, oh, I took the pill. I'm going to get cured. It releases hormones, or it says I'm in a deteriorated mental state. It releases that into your brain, right?
Well,
From your brain.
you could, if be thinking that you took a pill that's going to make you feel better, which actually elevates your mood, which actually produces a positive effect.
Which is your
maybe-
thoughts. Which is your
Yeah.
thoughts telling your brain to release the hormones. That's your thought affecting matter.
Yeah, indirectly, but it doesn't. It's not telekinesis. It's not transporting magical mind dust through the sky and into the matter. It's just a cause and effect relationship between what's going on in the brain and like chemicals and stuff like that.
Yo, I'm going to try to get everyone to do the race. That's one of the most important things I think that we could even be talking about is this. If this rice experiment intention, have you ever heard of Lynn McTaggart, the intention experiment, Dr. Emoto with the snowflakes, the rice experiment? Have you ever heard of any of this stuff? This could be the most important. If it's true, if any of it's true, and those vibes you put out there, are affecting other people and other matter and shit, like, that's one of the most important things we're ever going to know. It's worth looking into, I think.
Yeah.
There's even Nobel Prize winners that are backing this mind over matter thing. Now the Globers over at Gems, they'll say, "Oh, there's some disease you get when you win a Nobel Prize. You think you're the shit now." And I guess you get Dunning-Kruger from winning a Nobel Prize because you get crazy or something. I don't know. But that's what they'll say that, those guys have, the ones that are backing this shit.
Well, it's like
everyone
you
figure
don't-
out that objects can have like a different surface area, and if you drop things over the top of them, they can reveal that surface area. Oh, never mind. Paid Nass is God. Okay.
Dude, I've often thought of taking a mold of a level surface, like dropping some, making a level surface and then dropping some concrete on it and then flipping the concrete on its side. Because if you have to make a straight line, and you're only worried about not going left, right, it's mad easy to make a straight line like that. I can make straight lines like that all fucking day for miles. And if you can make a mold of the surface of Earth and then flip it on its side, you wouldn't even have to go far either. All you need is like a few million. What do you think, Left Lane? You ever snap a line?
I don't know. What are you saying?
I would ask Jace, but he lives in Plato's cave. You ever snap like a 50, 100-foot line or something?
Yeah, pop a line on the concrete or whatever.
Yeah. You could carry that out like indefinitely, right? And be really fucking accurate if you overlap the, like, 10, 20 feet at the end of the last one. You know what I'm saying? You could keep that going and be confident that that's pretty fucking good.
The thing is, you would, how would you go about establishing that each segment is on the true level as the other?
No, that's what I mean. If you're only worried about going left to right, making a straight line's easy. If you're not worried about the up down aspect of it. So, like, say you could take a mold of a level surface, and then flip that on its side, and then you snap a line right next to it, and you would easily be able to tell, like, if the thing was curving or not, because there'd be deviations away from the straight line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's like a side for side. That's what I did for my proofs. Measured the Earth as flat and stationary. Side for side method.
Yo, we got to get a. You guys excited for the show at 5? I'm fucking pumped, bro. Let's go, man.
Yeah.
I know. I feel like I might not even log out. I was gonna like go do some other stuff. Just
Crit, don't ruin the show. Don't ruin the show, Crit, please.
Well, okay, I won't even come. That way, I'll factor myself. No, I'll factor myself out completely.
Sacrifice.
I'll take one for the team because globalists love to blame Crit for stuff. So if I'm not here, how can they blame me?
I'm not sure.
Crit. I mean, you and NASA talked about swirls and bowls for like 30 minutes. I mean,
that was tough, bro. I had it.
Yeah, that's the thing. NASA had pissed off all the other flat earthers and they just stopped talking. I was the only guy left that was going to talk to them.
Yeah, and even getting in and making a small pun was so hard. Like, I had to really, really persist to get one pun out.
Seriously though, Jace, if you're listening, I would like to go over this crystallology. No, that's not it. What's that fucking crystal? Whatever that crystal thing's called, Jace. I'd love to go over it with you, seriously.
Crystal.
No, it's called crystal. I forget the name of it. It's some kind of goofy shit with crystals.
And really, the whole conversation with NASA boiled down to dropping leaves over the ground show the Earth is flat. Even if he wants to say it's concave.
It show it's flat. It showed it's concave.
What's the argument?
Live in the bowl.
Yeah, it could be a bowl.
Yeah.
Not something I perceive. I observe.
Yeah, I think the argument is if you you go outside, you observe squirrels, you observe leaves, a bunch of steps, then you throw some leaves on the ground, and if they form a bowl, it's flat. Although you think it's concave, but it's anyway flat. And if you're on a hill and they they form like a hill shape, it's still flat because you want to think it's flat. That's sort of the experiment, isn't it?
He got you on that one, Crit. I don't know.
Oh no, I didn't hear it. He just missed it completely because that was painting out the shells. That is concave.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but you just said that it's flat.
This experiment only works if you're paid NASA shill and no one else, and it can't be anybody else's experiment, even though Crit came up with
You can. You can take it too if you want. For you.
Crit, you just said,
not for me.
I heard you quite clearly say that if when Jeremy asked about the experiment, that if you drop leaves on the ground, that proves it's flat. Where did you get that idea from?
That's the best part. Science is for you.
No,
it's not something for someone else. Like your experiment is yours.
Where did you get that from?
And you can do it or not do it as you see fit.
Yes,
And that's
but
where
that's
the other
not
person
answering
is
the
able to say,
question.
no, thank you.
The
Like if
question was, where did you
PNS
get
comes
that
back
from?
and says, hey, I used your experiment and I got a result that's not yours, I can say, well, sure, that's not my experiment. No, thank you.
Sure. So where did you get that from?
So I think it is that because you see leaves on the ground, and if you drop leaves on a flat surface, then that means Earth's flat.
Concaved. That's what Payne Shield said. That means concaved.
Well, you could drop them in a ball, you know, and do the same thing.
No, but he wanted to skip that step. He said, nope, I'm going to skip it because it's optional.
Yeah, I think
You
Grit
could
made a
have
critical
followed
mistake.
all the
He
way
forgot.
through, but he picked and
Yeah.
choose. It was choose your own adventure, but he wanted to say it was me who was choosing it.
I used to love those choose your own adventure books. Remember those? Flip to page 72 if you want to go down the left path.
Those are really powerful because it's you. It's choose your adventure.
That's how you do you right there. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But then if you fuck up, you just go back to the other page.
You could write those in for YouTube, like have videos with different text and then they interlink.
What? My internet died, or did you guys just like stop
No, I
talking?
got you.
Yeah, your internet died. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I think we can do something here in Earth Awakenings. Hopefully, this show this coming evening or whatever can be a game changer.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? I mean, like I read it, but like I'm too lazy to really like put any like what is it about? Is it just like a show and like what?
I feel like that the direction that we're going to try to go is sort of the same as Brandon's, but you know, we're just having open discussions and try to maintain a degree of civility. We've talked about some debate structures and different things that maybe will get played with along the way.
The scheduling is a bit uncomfortable for me. It starts at, for me, 12 o'clock in the night.
Oh, darn it.
Most of these flat Earth conversations have been like at a quite a reasonable time even for me, but there's this one server. It's not totally unrelated to flat Earth. It has to do with this psychologist called Paul Verwege, and he has this concept called the meaning crisis. And I've been, in that sphere and trying to get into the conversations, but every single time they have anything, it's like 1 o'clock, like just way past midnight when they even start, and I'm like, yeah, I'll never go into that server because it's like, yeah, the schedule just doesn't fit.
So, Jeremy, is this show this evening, is it 5 Eastern?
Yep.
Yep.
It's 5 p.m. Eastern, I believe, and 10 p.m. UK, 9 a.m. What is that, Australia?
Bandsaw Bandit should be on the top limb.
Is he back? Is he?
Yeah, he's back. Yeah, I was worried about him. I think a lot of it. And he just disappeared. He dropped off the face of the earth. And I even tried to reach out and find other people that knew him and that were from over there, but I never could hear anything about that, where he went or how he was. But I'm glad to see him back.
Oh, that's good news. Yeah, it was a good couple of months, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe more. 3-4 months, probably.
Yeah, it's good that after falling off the edge and floating a few months in the nothingness, he was able to climb back up.
Yeah.
My bad. What were you saying, Leslie? Yeah, it's funny, huh? That's funny.
Huh?
What's up?
Do what?
No, I was talking to somebody else. What did you say to me earlier?
Oh yeah, I was just asking, confirming the time of the show.
Oh, same time as Brandon. It's 5 p.m. Eastern. I just had an alarm set for Brandon, so I didn't miss it.
So what's on the agenda, Jeremy?
I have no idea. Hey, sit still. Go, that's it. That's it. You're all done.
Oh, what happened?
Trying to wrestle a 3-year-old.
Oh.
And lose
I just scorpioned him and said, "Get over here." I know. So yeah, I don't know what the show is. Total surprise for me. I don't know if there's anything even planned. I mean, Brandon has half the time. Brandon didn't even plan shit. So we'll see. We got a presentation with eggshells lined up. I got a debate between Babs and Brian Leakey set up.
What, tonight?
No. To be
Oh, right.
announced. It's in the works though.
And what characters are being let through the door?
Whoever wants to come. Got to be reasonable, you know. It's not going to be a shit show, so Gio don't get down like that. Like this shit is not gonna. This shit is not gonna be like Brandon's.
The
You've
dodo?
been warned. What's up?
The dodo?
I think the dodo's banned from here. He's probably wilding. He's been wilding at Gems for like 2 weeks now.
Well, we caught him out yesterday.
Oh, bro, they had the dodo yesterday. They had the dodo going. John Bernard, Jin popped up. Who else was wilding? I don't know if Branch was there or not.
Yeah, Branch popped up in the
That was
early
crazy.
hours. Branch was drunk this morning on there.
So my boy be getting drunk for like 82 hours straight. It's fucking impressive. I'm not gonna lie, I have a lot of heavy drinking friends, and they can't even do that shit Branch does.
No, it's not
Because
good.
eventually you drink so much alcohol, and you're like, yo, I fucking gotta go to sleep. Unless you're on like cocaine or something. I mean, then yeah.
He doesn't. He goes straight away through. Because I'm listening while I'm working the next day, and he's still there.
Yeah, no, that'll happen with me too. I'll go to sleep and then wake up, and he's still going. It's like, dude, I know you didn't sleep. I only slept for like 6 hours, so I know you didn't fucking go to sleep drunk and then get back up that quick.
No, and I spoke to him offline about it. Like, messaged him, and he says no. That's the way he does it. He says he doesn't sleep during normal hours and then goes through the night chatting. So I guess it's like in the afternoon
crazy
or
binges.
Yeah, exactly. But he was winding people up, and was muting them. But we had
bro, I had Pete going yesterday, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Me and you.
Go. I'm like, Pete, that's just what an AI would say.
Yeah,
exactly what. That's hilarious, though, right? Like in 100 years, when people are, if people are like still debating this, and YouTube's still around, and all these clips still exist, people are going to be listening. I'm like, nah, that Pichet, that wasn't even a real guy. They'll be breaking down his name in gematria, talking about that was an AI, robot voice, disguised to look like a human with a voice modulator, like all kinds of shit.
But his thing is, if you've got a story or a example of something, and it doesn't fit with his narrative, he will call you an actor or someone who's on here to talk against his belief, right? And yet we flipped it on him yesterday, and he just did everything to avoid because he knew where it was going. So he kept trying to change the subject.
I'm telling you right now, if anyone would fund this, I would do this shit in an instant, right? I need about a solid month. I'm gonna need about 3,000 yards of red yarn inside of an empty warehouse, right? And then I can just start connecting all the fucking dots with the yarn. That'd be dope as fuck. It's totally fruitless endeavor, but it'd be fun.
No, but his theories, right? I've listened to him a lot. He links them. The link is fine, but there's no why. There's no why.
Yeah, it never leads to a like why. Yeah,
Yeah,
I hear
the
you.
justification. So you say, "Oh, Will Smith is played by," no, Barack Obama's played by Will Smith, but why?
And Osama, all three of them. It's a triple threat turkey.
Trifecta.
Yeah, but why?
Trifecta.
He doesn't ever say why. He doesn't. He'll say it's to fool everyone. Yeah, but why? Why?
It seems like a lot of work to go through, especially two people with that kind of notoriety. Like, dude, the president, and you know where he is every minute of the day, right? And Will Smith, I mean, I can't imagine how many times Will Smith. Okay, forget about the Osama one. Just forget about that because who knows? He's hiding in caves and shit, whatever. He don't even count. But there had to have been tons of times where Will Smith's walking down the red carpet or he's filming a fucking movie or something. And, Obama's like meeting with other world leaders or you know what I'm saying? Like all eyes are on him. We're on him for years. Like there's no way. There's no way.
Well, they don't look anything alike. So even if it's ridiculous, but the why? I'm still not closer to the why. Even if you said, okay, yeah, they are the same person, but why would Will Smith be playing the president?
Yeah, why would you go through all that trouble? Yeah, why would you go through all that trouble? Like, did Will Smith? Was he part? Yeah, who knows?
No, but if his theory, all his theories don't have a why. It's like the Aristarchus thing.
There needs to be a compelling reason why for anybody to even have faith in that being the case. It doesn't really help explain anything. It doesn't give us discernment. It's an interesting theory and it's something to file away, but without a why, without a point, without a narrative to tie everything together, it's just kind of, sitting there useless as a factoid.
It's not really taking us anywhere. I hear you.
And that's why when he goes into monologues and speaks for 20 minutes, it's because you can't interject because there's nothing to challenge. It's like he's just made loads of links between numbers, names, and like coincidences, but there's no one can actually say, well, I don't believe that because, or actually I don't agree with your reasoning there, because there is no reasoning. He's just linking words and numbers but with no justification. So it's just crazy. But it's funny, but it's crazy.
Oh, dude, they had him going yesterday. What'd they say? They were doing the same thing he does, like breaking down words and funny syllables and shit. Where were they linking him to?
No, they did Shallow Earth. They did Shallow Earth on him. So they made up Shallow Earth, didn't they? And then it was BioDuel saying Shallow Earth.
Yeah, they've been on that for a while, so that wasn't like brand new. But I mean, it is obviously fucking made up. But that they've been doing this Shallow Earth thing for a while.
Well, shallow enough to hold a bowl of flat water on the top, that could still work.
I found a beautiful link of Will Smith. So Will
That's
Smith
right,
is not only Obama, but he's
the Whale Smith. That's right. That was a good one. Will Smith.
By the way,
and then
I actually just googled that, and there are images like this you can find where it's a whale with Will Smith's head on it. So yeah, the evidence is out there.
Well, and then there's that Disney National Geographic thing that's on. It's actually on now, where Will Smith is in a submarine. I told Pete that, and he went, "See."
He's still banned, right? Huh?
Yeah.
I think he got banned from here.
I think he said that yesterday. Yeah.
Jeremy?
Yeah, are you gonna have some chicken tonight? No, you're not. I bet.
Well, we're having
Not for
chicken tonight.
Not for me, Jeremy.
Frying it all. It's all getting fried in fucking pounds of oil. Let's go.
Who wants to talk? Who wants to talk? Maps, concave, anything?
Well, there you go.
Maps. We could talk about maps or whatever. Sure.
Yeah, you should.
Why is
Go ahead.
there distortion? Why is there distortion on maps, on flat maps?
There's a distortion on all maps because they're missing land sections and you can't get a straight line at sea. And most maps that are of any fair amount of accuracy look at the sky and make inferences and assumptions, namely concentric circles where the sun's circling around a central northern position or the stars are circling around the central northern position.
Yeah.
So, number one, no straight line at sea. Number two, missing land sections in the north and south. And number three, looking at the sky and making assumptions about the land underneath to make a map.
Oh yeah, totally. I totally agree with that, man. Well spoken. My best interpretation of the model they've got at the moment is it's a backgammon board game. That the pattern that's on there fits around a sphere pretty perfectly.
It also fits around a flat surface. The only difference is there's no southern pole. It just expands outward from a northern radial center. That's the only difference.
Yeah. Sorry, Jeremy. You. Sorry, man. I'm not going to stereotype or guess. What is your belief or interest?
Most people here are flat earthers. I think there's a globe earther here, but I tend to go with the flat.
Oh, cool, man. Cool. So, like, I'm going to be frank, mate. I'm flat Earth curious. I pretty much would say I would say I was a flat earther. I was a flat earther. I pretty much am I'm in the same subject in the same group. We all agree that we don't agree with heliocentric, etc., etc., etc. And don't effie, like, just curious on the side. I wasn't really heavily into it, and I wasn't on Discord or any chats or anything. So I only really got into chatting in the last year, and all I did since then was just make flat Earth maps because I wanted to see if it would work, and I would never make claims or anything. I guess I did at times, arguing with people on fora and stuff like that, but definitely was making progress, and I started sort of uncovering where the gaps and the missing bits were. There's a guy called Rick Potvin, Rickpotvin. I'm just in my car at the moment, so I can't link. Rick Potvin, fucking hell, man, that guy's work is impeccable, and the ideas that he had, you've just really got to see everything that he's done. Rick Potvin, I think it's Rick, yeah. And he really gave me loads of inspiration with things that he had found out, and he wasn't even a flat earther, he was just like a conspiracist type thing. And he put time and effort into the work that he done, man. Definitely. You're going to find stuff there that you probably won't find anywhere else.
I'll have to check it out. Rick Potvin, you said?
That's Rick, and then the second word is Potvin. That's V for Victor, IN. I'm just going to come off mute. Rick Potvin. I'm going to go on the mute now because I'm just driving for a bit, yeah?
All right.
Oh, I was going to ask, did any of your maps work out?
No, they didn't work out, no. But I definitely learned where the voids are. to make the map smaller. I'm just going to go and I'll chat in about 5 minutes.
Well, we have to deal with the assumptions under which maps are made. It looks like basically since we can't see from beginning to end, we look at the sky and assume that it's circling over a certain location, circling around the central North Pole. From this, we're going to get latitude. You know, your distance away from the North Pole will give you a latitude based off of essentially how high the sun is in the sky. The only problem is we can't draw a straight line at sea. So in general, we would have land superimposed into a general background ocean schema. And like the Gleason or the AE map, we'd have the north in the center with radial lines coming out from the center that would intersect the sun as it circles over the plane in circles of latitude.
Sorry,
So-
Lemon.
so
Why
Go
can't
ahead.
we draw a straight line at sea?
Because the boat is tossing and turning and
Okay,
bobbing
don't-
and weaving on the waves, and there are ocean currents that don't necessarily go in a straight line.
So don't do it with a traveling boat. Do it with something rigid or a line that is drawn taut. Why would you go with the least efficient method and then say it's impossible?
So you're saying that we can draw taut lines at sea? Is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
Yes, you can draw taut lines at sea.
How?
You put a winch on either side and pull? How do you get a taut line? What the heck?
But I'm trying to see if you thought about the practical implications, the waves,
Yes.
the wind, the bobbing up and down of the water. How are you going to do that with waves and stuff like that? That seems like kind of a losing proposition.
Easily. I would refer to the science of bathymetry.
The science of what?
Bathymetry.
You buffoon.
It
is the science of mapping
I
and
heard a
studying
TH in
these.
there. I'm trying to look it up in the dictionary. Bathymetry with a TH. Let me see if I can
Yeah.
find it.
It
Okay,
is
is
the
this
study and
natural
mapping.
science? Is this
It is
natural
this-
science?
I don't care what QE says about it. It is the science and study that involves mapping of the seafloor.
QE's not here. Look again.
Yeah,
Look
I mean,
through the
QE's
text.
not here, bro. It's just me.
Look through the text
Right.
chat. Look through the voice chat. QE is not here. The boogeyman is in the closet. You will
Right,
be all
but
right.
when you're going to quote him, I'm going to respond to him directly because you're just a parrot.
Not quoting QE.
That's
quoting
exactly who you're
universities,
quoting.
Quoting universities, colleges,
Oh, hey
institutions
QE,
like
nice
that.
to see you. I thought you weren't here.
So not quoting QE, quoting universities, colleges,
Dude,
institutions like that.
we both know you're quoting QE. We both know
I
this
would
is a
not quote
script.
QE for. I would
Good,
not
because
quote.
QE is a bitch, the big fat bitch, the biggest bitch on the globe.
Okay, that's fine. Well, he's not here to defend himself, so let's not.
That's
Yeah, I know.
spiraling. That's seriously spiraling.
Let's see Cartman.
The point is, you can call it science, but I just want to make it clear that it's not a natural science with the scientific method. That's all. That's all. Go ahead, though. Like if you were to say it was a study of something, that's fine. We could study all kinds of stuff. But the false science claim, trying to give your thing some more notoriety than it actually, or some more substance than it actually have, is not. Like, I don't like that. Because the scientific method is the closest we can get to proving a cause and effect relationship in reality.
It's interesting that you mentioned measuring the ocean floor when most of the ocean floor appears to be flat, level, abyssal plain. So it does look like we're kind of going back towards something flattish, even with that. Flat water and flat ocean basins as well. The question is the sky curving and or is the ground curving? I think the assumption that the sky and the ground are curving is a little much. You could have flat ground or flattish ground. with some
Did
sort
somebody
of
just say they were going to
curved
measure?
sky dome.
My bad, Lemon. Did somebody say they were going to measure seafloor miles just now?
I was just looking for this word bathymetry. It's not in my Kindle dictionary. I'll have to look online. I assume it's a
Probably has
specialized word of some sort.
probably has more to do with the topography of the seafloor.
We need to see curvature somewhere, more than just eyeballing it, because the eyes can be deceived. That's why we need a laser to go from point A to point B, straight and true with little to no deviation, proving that something's level, more than just eyeballing it through a theodolite.
What was the word called?
As far as I could tell, bathymetry. Other person, did you want to spell it?
Bathymetry.
That's probably a word, just a specialized word. I'm not finding in my dictionary. I'd have to go to Google.
I think if I
Says
just put in bathymetry, it's a word. Let me see what it says.
Yeah, but metry applies to metrics, which apply to the meter. The metric system was devised on a shambles of which they measured from Dunkirk to Barcelona and assumed that was 1/10 of the distance from the equator to the North Pole, the shortest distance from the equator to the North Pole, divided by 10. They assumed Dunkirk to Barcelona was that. And they based the meter on that without anybody even going to the North Pole and verifying anything. There was no verification that it was a sphere. They'd done one observation from Peru and one from Lapland. Where's the third observation? There's no observation clarifying the width of the Pacific. It probably comes as it's a surprise to everyone, saying, "Oh, there's no way they would hide. There's no way they would make up land in the Pacific." But if it turns out that we were egg-shaped, for example, somebody had to turn around and say, "No, mate, the gods would have made a sphere. They wouldn't have made something like that. You know, a bubble. You know, atmospheric pressure, blah blah blah, surface tension." So the meter itself was never proven. So when you start to think, well, like what effects would they have on the flat Earth map? So if you think, if there's a high 10 degrees up north, which if you look up on Google, hidden lands in the Arctic, don't write the North, write the Arctic. The first thing that will come up for me when I write hidden lands in the Arctic is a whole blog on all the tests they've done. And they reckon that there was 10 degrees missing up in the north, based down to tidal experiments. And anyway, there's loads of stuff verifying that there most probably could be an extra 10 degrees up north. Now, on flat Earth map, if you raised from 90 to 100, because if we're in a centigrade system, you have 100 of everything. We have 100 of everything except for navigation. I grew up in centigrade and couldn't understand why they had 90 navigation. Why would you change that? You'd just make it 100, and you can make it work. You can make a 25-hour day. You can make this shit work really easy, but they didn't. You could have a 20-hour day. You can make this thing so much easier than what it is, but then they dropped it from 100 to 90 for a reason. So on a flat Earth map, if 90 to 100 was a mountain, then basically when you got to 90 and you said the sun was directly at zenith or whatever you guys call it, who's to say that there wasn't more or something? What is it? You know, what is the radius of this missing area? If you said it was 10 degrees, then you could easily say that's like a magic number would be 333.3 recurring. You times that by 3.3 recurring, you will get 1100 kilometers. So if that was the case from the equator to the North Pole, they've hidden 1,111 radius kilometers, then you can easily shrink the middle of the flat Earth map and actually make the circumference on the outside smaller. You would make the diameter smaller. You would make, because they've hidden this a thorn toroid, whatever it could be, whatever it is. You know, Mount Meru. You know, we see all this stuff, but now it doesn't exist. All these like ghosts places. So you know, by hiding 10 degrees up north, let's just say the flat Earth map example, it might have been the other way around. They were always back to front. It could have been 80. So yes, we go up to 90. But again, what I'm trying to say, it's a way of reducing the diameter by pulling the middle up. And then, you know, when we get to 90, we don't realise we're actually like really high up in the sky or something like that. But that definitely reduces the common public conception of what the area is of flat Earth. You could definitely reduce it by, I'm just trying to think now, if you take 10 degrees up north, a small amount, but then you could take 10 degrees off the south. But by adding it on and use a centigrade system, it makes more sense. So, yes, it might be flat, but sorry, I'm going on a rant, so apologies.
Could have at least finished.
Well, I wouldn't want to take
Gleason.
Gleason.
I think the Gleason AE map is good enough. What were you saying?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to hog up you guys' time. You know what I mean? Like everyone gets a chance to talk. That's why I stopped.
No, have at it, man. The new voices are great. The floor is yours.
Gleason map. Gleason map is the same as the air map of the world 1945. If you look at the air map of the world 1945, it clearly shows what routes they took. It shows measurements on there and stuff like that, and it does say that on the legend, on a map I've seen somewhere, it's a Gleason's map or something like that. It could be the stationary, the Orlando Ferguson map. On the legend, it says something to do with the seas are 1.15 times longer than the land measurements. So it's telling you where the variations are. So the inflation on the flat Earth map is telling you it's just in the sea. But Australia's too wide, Africa's too wide, South America's too wide, and a touch of America's too wide. And all these little places there where they are too wide on the flat Earth map is exactly where the declination difference exists. But when you got New Zealand, and New Zealand declination-wise is actually 26 degrees, 18 to 26 degrees east of where it is geologically. So you make yourself the original coordinates of New Zealand.
We would expect some deformations anyway, because we made the base assumption that the North Pole is in the center, and there are radial lines of longitude that go out from that center, making a pie slice that expands. And so at best, you would have a pie slice that is narrow toward the point, fatter toward the outer perimeter, which is going to lead to deformation anyway based off of that assumption. The straight line of longitude that pokes through all of those lines of latitude would be as basically the line straight to the sun for all of those locations. So you're going to get a radial pie slice that's going to be deformed as you go outward and fatter and wider as you go out from the center of the pie slice. It's just the nature of the beast and the assumption. If you want an as-is map, you got to see the whole thing. And with the firmament in the way, I don't think that that's going to happen.
So if you've got the bull's horns and the bull's horns curve at the edges, then basically for everyone to see the same 360 vision up ahead, what you do is you take a flat Earth map, you take the outsides and you lift them up and you curve them up towards the center like a donut. You don't fully complete it. What you have is a stadium, right, with a roof. That means that everybody gets a seat, a bit like the seating area in Star Wars, where everyone's in the auditorium and they're all surrounding the center. So everyone can see everything a bit like a stadium. So probably a stadium was built in the eyes of what they thought the world looked like. That everybody got shots at seeing a different angle or something upside down. But it would make sense that if the outside of the map was curling back in towards, a bit like Game of Thrones, when they say, oh, winter's coming, they probably had the opportunity that the ceiling froze up and they could walk from the South Pole to the North Pole, thus clarifying some type of Pac-Man theory. And Pac-Man itself even kind of symbols a way that
of the beast. If we're taking radial lines of sight that come from the center, you're going to get a fattened pie slice toward the outer edge, and you're going to get some deformation from that anyway.
Yeah, but why would anyone assume that north is center? I've made south center.
Because all the compasses point to that direction, and if they're all pointing to the same direction, one would assume a center where they're all pointing.
Yeah, but you can point. You can get exactly the same effect going south. They all point to south of Australia. That's where the magnetic pole is. So you get both effects. But the interesting thing is when you
I haven't had
work.
confirmation on that. As far as I know, all the compasses point north. It could be pointing to some sort of a magnetic anomaly, maybe pointing toward a pillar of the earth or something. If I had to go with what was going on, but who knows? As far as I know, most of the compasses point to the north.
Right. So when you go south, the south needle points upwards. When you go north, what happens is you get your compass and you tilt it 90 degrees sideways. So what happens is you'll have your north and you'll have your south. Now, if you have something very sensitive, it'll actually show you the inclination and declination magnetically. So as you move to the north needle of the compass will point downwards, but the south will point upwards. Thus, also stating that unless they don't do the right methods, that could be what's actually happening. And the fact that the pole
Can I
itself.
stop you real quick? Can I just interject real quick? If that was the case, what you're saying, why in the north do they use regular compasses, and then in the south they use weighted compasses? If the same thing was happening on both sides, why?
Because there's also universal compasses. So you can use one compass in both hemispheres, the same compass. It's just a matter of marketing.
And you see tilting on this universal compass?
You what? Say again?
And I said, and you see tilting. You can see the tilting of the compass with this universal compass.
No, you can get any compass you want, yeah? You can do a man-made compass. If you're trying to work out inclination, you just turn it on its side, and when the north dips down, then it means that the magnetic field is dipping down towards
Where do
the
we
north.
see the compass not being level?
Possibly when you go towards the poles. Actually, I think I found an article that's how they do it. But they do it on a microscopic scale. Yes, with Teslas and all that thing there, it's a microscopic measurement. But if you want to do it manually and you had a big enough compass,
They get a Tesla meter. They get a Tesla meter.
Yeah, I think it's like that. I mean, if you had a compass that was 10 meters long, the needle, you'd probably start to see some variations. But
Well, I mean, let's see some variations of this happening the same in both hemispheres on whatever latitudes or something. Before we just start throwing it around that it's happening and shit. You know what I mean?
I copied the magnetic declination Mercator map, and I plotted those coordinates on flat Earth maps, and they all pointed south. They didn't go towards the north; they all pointed south. They met a little bit in the north, but it's just because you're looking at a Mercator map and it's rectangle, and you're assuming things. But the problem is the Mercator is 800 million kilometers squared, and Earth is only meant to be 511 million kilometers squared. So the information
pointing south. I need to see what you mean by that. Do you mean
Well,
that the northern
I hear what you're
end
saying,
of the
but we were
needle
just
points south? Is that what you're saying? The northern end of the needle, all of a sudden, instead of pointing north, points south? Is that what you mean?
No, because in the north, it dips down. I'm talking about apologies. Simply, I was talking about dip. Yeah, inclination is dip. So when you go
you could get a dip from a magnet for many reasons. It could be pointing towards some sort of magnetic mountain in the north, and as you go toward higher elevation in the south, you're a little higher. Couldn't that possibly be an explanation, even over a flat plane?
Yeah, because you think that the attraction is from underneath you, when actually it's from the opposite end. Because one is showing you the needles pointing down, but yet the other end is actually showing you the needles pointing up. Exactly the same thing happens in the south. So if you have
can you show us that? No, that's the second time. Hold on, Lemon.
We need to see
that's the second time
we rise in elevation and the needle points down differently over a flat plane. That's all. What were you saying?
All right, so that's the second time you've made this claim about the needles are dipping the same in the north as the south. Like, I have yet to see that.
No, because you're thinking laterally, but if you turn around and you change the axis from north to south, on its side, you get a compass and you turn it 90 degrees so it's facing sideways. Then you basically use that as a level. It's a spirit level. That's it's a fucking spirit level. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, but where's the dip? You said it as the closer you get to the south and the north, the needle starts to dip down, right?
The north needle will dip down in the north, and when you get to the south, naturally the south is up, but it depends on your orientation and what actual, what the realm looks like. But if you
That's fine.
so
That's fine. Let's see them dipping. Where? Let's see a needle dip.
Well,
okay.
He's forming a picture of a compass needle that's turned sideways, and you can see whether it's angling up or angling down, with the north-south side of the needle being like a seesaw. So he's saying
like you're saying that
you can
the
see
needle's
them
not.
angling.
Are you saying the needle's not horizontal at some points? And this non-horizontalness, if I didn't just make that up, is happening equally on both on all latitudes as you get away from the equator north and as you get away from the equator south.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So it'll be level at the real magnetic equator and not the equator they've given us, which is a made up. I believe through my research that the equator that we used, you might think this is fucking wacko, but this is fucking so fucking close. The equator that we use and we base our time on, I believe, is the clock of Pluto. It might sound fucking wacky, right? But no other planet or celestial or anything lines up with our equator. We're always slightly different. But I can tell you
the
about
equator
that in
is.
another chat. But anyway, so the equator. So when you're at the equator, I would say that the real magnetic equator, which controls the compass and it has orientation to that, is at 10 degrees north, which would back up the fact that if you had 10 degrees missing in the south, you would actually all you're doing is you're taking the whole system and you're lifting that up 10 degrees to cover up the fact that the magnetic equator is our actual equator. This will explain when people think that they're at 40 north, they're actually at 30 north. So when they claim they're down 8,400 kilometers from Japan to San Francisco, they're only actually realistically 30 degrees north of the magnetic equator. This will help us realize that if you're going to make
Hold on. So where is it?
you can easily,
Hold on. Where?
easily
Hold
reduce
on, bro.
it down by 27 degrees.
Okay, hold on. Where's the magnetic? Okay, just hold on a second. Where's the magnetic equator exactly? You might have said it. You said a lot of stuff just now, but where exactly is the magnetic equator? And how do you tell where that is, where that point is? By the needle dip? Hello? Can you hear me? Check.
Yeah.
Realm, how do you know we're in the You went on mute.
Sorry, mate. I'm smoking. I've got my window open. Is it too loud or is it okay?
We don't hear anything.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah. How do you
good.
know where the magnetic?
You just type into Google. It's 10 degrees north. It's tilted, but I think it's our true orientation. But with the 10 degrees hidden up north, there's a lot of adjustments to make because it dips down at the Central America, which I believe is the way that they've hidden the 10 degrees north by bulging out the magnetic equator and making people think that it's wavy when it's not. It's just their way of hiding 10 degrees in the north, and magnetically you're going to derail them and they won't realize they've just sailed round 10 degrees north and they didn't even know it was there.
So you think they're hiding? See, this is the part I liked. This is what I liked. What you were saying the other day in Gems. You think they're hiding land somewhere? Could they be hiding land somewhere?
Yeah, I reckon they're hiding 10 degrees in the north and 10 degrees in the south. To make if you make the adjustments and you slide the whole world up 10 degrees, then it's sometimes I can do it and I can do it by sliding 10 degrees. But the interesting thing is that I'm very confident I can prove that there's 27 degrees at the equator missing, making it 333 degrees, or 37,000 kilometers, right? Whichever makes sense to people.
Oh, bro, don't say 333. They're gonna get triggered. Whatever you're gonna do, use the other numbers, because if you do 333, they're gonna
333 recurring or 3 recurring is the most useful number in any type of maths. It's the easiest way and the most equal way to share out a fraction to a fraction. It's sort of
Okay,
like
let me
saying,
ask you real quick.
yeah.
Hold on, my AirPods dying, but I need to ask you, have you ever seen Carl Monk, The Code?
You what?
What's that? What'd you say?
Say again, mate.
Have you ever seen Carl Monk, The Code?
Robot.
Doesn't
On
ring a bell.
roboting? It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. It's really fucking good. And this sounds like it's right up your fucking alley. With all this map stuff. My man was going around doing math on shit and figuring out where.
If you could DM me, because I'm just driving and smoking at the moment.
Yeah, I will.
I'd love it if you could, mate. Please.
It's like 5 hours of the most boringest shit you ever heard, but
I'll do it, man.
but it's good. No, it's good. I love it. I've watched this. Well, I've tried to watch this about 10 or 20 times. I keep falling asleep.
Hey, listen, guys. I've got a channel called The Realm. It's exactly the same name as what I've got now. It might look as fucking it's not. I've got 7.5 hours of compressed stuff that I've done over like 30 episodes or something like that. But it's all compressed and it shows you how I took. It shows you everything I proved. Magellan never crossed the Pacific like we think, so no one ever circumnavigated the globe. There's no proof of circumnavigation at all. If anybody thinks there is, test the theory, mate. Test it. Because when you test it, you realize that these guys did not complete a great circle. And that's what it's all about.
I have circumnavigated the globe. What the hell are you talking about?
You're a fucking madman. Fucking madman.
So when you say circumnavigation,
In high school, I lived on a sailboat and I sailed around the globe.
I know.
What
Let's just clarify. Hold on. Let's just clarify. What's up, bro?
I'll put my bottom dollar on it that you will not find one circumnavigation that you can prove to us that it exists. If you can do that, I'll happily send over 20 quid, to your bank account.
Hold on. What do you mean by
my PayPal now?
Hold on. What do you mean by circumnavigation? Exactly. North, south, or just east, west?
To prove a globe, you need to have 8 people facing 8 different cardinal directions, walking all the way to the South Pole. If there's any discrepancies, or by boat or whatever like that, that's the only way you can prove a 3D sphere. You can't do it if no one's even attempted one.
Stand by. I need $20. I have circumnavigated the globe. Will you please send me money?
I've got to go, but make sure you test it out and you prove to yourself that you're convinced.
That would be a good proof, though, if you had 8 people at the North Pole and then they just went in a straight line and fucking met at the South Pole. I mean, I don't think you could deny a sphere at that. You almost couldn't deny a sphere at that point.
I'm not sure it's the only proof that you could do. But
That'd be fucking rock solid, though. That'd be rock solid. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's true. I'm trying to think of other shapes, and there's just a sphere.
I just love how everyone has this one experiment that this is the only thing, this is going to be definitive, this is the only thing that you can do, this is the only thing. No, there are...
I mean, that doesn't even sound difficult. That doesn't even sound difficult, though, getting 8 people at the North Pole and then just having them go travel straight, no?
That's the best job ever, guys. People have already walked from points in a straight line and decided it's a 3D sphere already. I know it's a shocker, but it's already been done.
Wait, hold on. Why do you need 8 though? Can't you just do 2? Like 180 degrees? Wouldn't that technically...
You would think so. I feel safer with 8.
Well, okay. Well, you know what? Okay, it would prove that there's a circle from the north to the south, but it wouldn't prove the rest of the shape. Fair enough. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but there's no
maybe 4. You might be able to get away with 4 people. Even I would say 8 though. That's pretty fucking rock solid if you got 8 people.
You can do it on foot, Jeremy.
Well, I mean, you got to cross. You'd be crossing oceans and shit. You'd have to get planes.
Yeah.
You know, you'd have to do it in planes. Yeah. Is there any
Dude,
planes that can even fly that far though in one shot?
You simply observe a boat disappearing over the horizon. Then you think about it. You look at the sky. You think a bit more, and you decide, yes, this is definitely a globe. You don't need 8 explorers to do a silly thing.
well, you could also use 2, and you could at the very least prove a cylinder Earth, and that's not flat. So I'll settle with cylinder Earth at least, you know, because if you have people at the north going around, all right, like 180 degrees, like you know, like facing away from each other, and they meet at the South Pole, that's at least a cylinder, all right. So we could just check off flat Earth at least.
Solipsists. You need to think like adults.
Well, we need to think about what counts as a circumnavigation. I mean, most flat earthers would contend that the circumnavigation that the other person was talking about was an east-west one, where you didn't go north, south, north. You just went in a circle, like ring around the rosy around the central North Pole. That's it. And things disappear bottom up over a flat plane. People demonstrate flat surfaces that form bottom up obstruction simply by lowering in elevation and getting closer to the surface. So the globe isn't the only game in town as to why objects disappear bottom up. It appears to be compressed viewing angle over a flat surface.
No, it doesn't.
Ray Chi 50 has demonstrated it. Life is Short has demonstrated it. P-Brain has demonstrated it.
Yeah, but those were misunderstood though, all right? Usually it was done at a table, and usually the camera was below that table, and there was a focusing issue where it basically like because if you have like the lens and you're doing like this like the focus thing, whatever, right? Like it's weird, but basically you could get at some focus you can actually get the light above the table into the lens. But if in some instances you won't, and then it causes that effect. You got to look into it, but it's it's stupid. That doesn't work. Like trust me on that. It doesn't work.
It appears to be compressed viewing angle, not a globe that's in the way, humping up between the two observers.
There's no hump, and there's no such thing as compression.
Well, hold on. You know what would be actually a good?
There's a hump relative to the chord.
Hump, Brenda.
It's not a hump.
Of course, there's a hump.
If it's higher than the chord between the two observers, Brenda, it's effectively a hump.
It's not a hump.
Well, it depends on how you angle. It depends. Hold on. It depends on it depends on the observer's angle relative to each other. Then you could maybe look at it as a hump, but if otherwise, it's not really a hump. I mean,
What's a
bosom?
It
doesn't matter what you call it. There's
you guys are good. You know, I talk once and you got to jump in.
No, I was talking before you were talking.
Desperate nerds. So, what's a bosom?
Whoa.
A 3D hump type of hump.
Right. So, and if she was flat chested, there's not much bosom happening, is there? So there's got to be a hump, right? Otherwise, it's what?
There's
flat.
no hump.
So the surface
it's
of a
flat then.
bosom, between 2 points on the surface of a bosom, is a hump. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no hump.
Right.
No hump.
So it's flat then.
What?
Oh God.
Do the hump day home.
You got to have a hump, otherwise it's flat.
It's
I always thought that.
So the flat part of her chest would be the chord, and the bosom would be the hump, just like with the chord of the Earth being the flat part, and the hump up from that chord being the hump. There you go.
Yeah, there's no hump.
I always thought that.
Hold on, I'll draw it out. Because you guys are weird. All right, I'll draw it out.
I always thought that rivers alone proved
What
that.
do you call that bit that goes up and then down again between the 2
Rivers
points?
don't flow. Rivers don't flow uphill. Look at the Amazon River. Man, that doesn't flow uphill, does it?
We can agree to disagree if we're just going to restate our premises at each other all day. We're not going to break new ground in the conversation if we're just going to repeat our premises back and forth.
Well, if you allow me to speak, I would explain, but so far you're just all triggered.
Go ahead and explain.
Okay, well, a hump is a change in elevation, right? And the surface of the curve over that, yes, there's a chord, but it's not a change in elevation. It's not a hump.
That's because you're measuring the elevation from the surface. I'm measuring the elevation from the chord, and there would be a change in elevation to the chord.
I'm not measuring the elevation from the surface. I'm measuring it from the center of the Earth.
Okay, even by that metric, there would be a higher elevation relative to the chord, even with that.
On the globe model, let's say over a stretch of water, over a stretch of ocean, right? Every bit of that surface is level. There's no
As long as you're on the surface. I've cited the chord yet again. So yet again, you're going off of a different baseline. The distance from the center to the supposed surface, I'm going off of the distance from the chord up to the surface. So we're not even talking about the same thing.
That's not how we measure elevation. We don't measure elevation from an arbitrary chord.
We don't measure it from the center of the Earth either.
Yes, we do. Yes,
no,
we do.
Don't. I can show you citations for this. I have citations for this.
There's
you really want to bring it there?
Well, hold on. Well, elevation is technically it's the center of the Earth, and then you have to like subtract.
It's a guess.
Sea level.
It's a guess what it's from, bro.
It's sea level.
No,
it's weird. It's weird. You gotta kind of
5 or 6 years ago.
It's not weird. It's not referenced from the center of the Earth. It's referenced.
Is measuring anything from the center of the Earth.
Exactly.
No,
5 or 6 years ago. 5 or 6 years ago. Just wait a sec, dude.
Guys.
5 or 6 years ago, Brenda was here. There were others here. This was never their arguments.
Oh, well, we weren't covering this at that time. So it's irrelevant.
Yes, you fucking were. You were talking about the shape of the Earth.
Easy.
So there's no hump, right?
So your arguments have evolved into more dirt.
There's no, hold on, Merle. There's no hump except you guys have a name for how to measure the hump. It's called the sagitta. You literally have a globe term. You have a globe term for how to measure the distance between the chord and the hump.
That's not a. I'm not saying that is not a hump. I'm saying you can measure. You can have two arbitrary points on the surface of water, and connect them with a line. The sagitta is the height from the middle of the chord to the surface of
top of the hump.
Right. That
is the top of the hump.
Not a hump, though, because that's not a hump. A hump.
You want to call it a bulge? Call it a bulge?
Not a bulge. It's all level.
Exactly.
It's all level.
Yeah, it's a plane.
The thing we're measuring, Brenda.
It's not a plane. It's all level. It's all the curve.
Brenda, what do you want to call the thing we're measuring? The sagitta? What do you want to call that? What are we measuring there?
Sagitta, that has a geometric definition. You have two points connecting with the straight line. In the midpoint of that straight line to the surface of the ocean, that would be the sagitta.
No.
And what is the sagitta measuring? Hold on, Merle. Hold on. What is the sagitta measuring?
Hold on, Jeremy. I've been in this longer than you, dude. All right, sorry. I dropped a swimming pool in fucking Gems one day, an Olympic pool. Flashburn drops the sagitta. It's assumed. It's never been measured.
Of course you can measure it. Because you can measure the curvature.
You cannot fucking measure it because a plane of water is the same elevation from any given point on the surface.
That's false, right?
It is not false.
For a swimming
pool. How
can
you say that is false? How can you even begin to try to refute that?
Because it's true. So on the surface of a swimming pool, right, you're not going to be able to measure that because it's too small.
Well, that's just a fucking lie.
That's not true. So over a period,
come on, Brenda.
It's a fucking
Brenda,
lie.
come on, Brenda. They can measure one atom fucking high, bro. Like, come on, man.
Equipment. You don't have the equipment to measure the curvature of a swimming pool.
Oh, you don't have the equipment,
yeah.
but you could, but you don't have the equipment.
You can fucking figure out the sun's 93 million miles away.
You could do it mathematically, but you're not.
Yeah, that's what it fucking is. It's just assumed mathematics. You can't measure the fucking surface of an Olympic swimming pool, but we can figure everything out about the universe and time and creation and everything else.
Well, you can do it over
you're making distractions and new arguments because your globe's fucked.
So you could do it over larger distances, but not over the surface of a swimming pool. It's
You
simply
got fucked. Why don't you
technologically
deal with
not.
that instead of making new arguments that we know are bullshit?
It's not bullshit, right?
It's
Okay,
all
show
bullshit.
your evidence then.
The
If you
surface.
if you are Brenda, or if you're saying that, then show your evidence that you can prove what you're saying.
The surface of the water. Let's
No,
deal
no,
with
don't
water.
say it. Don't
Surface
say
of
it. Show your evidence.
The surface of the water is level. It's simply defined as level of equal elevation from the center of the geoid or whatever you want to say. I'm just
Oh.
purposes. I'm just going to say the center of the Earth, but we all understand it couldn't be the geoid and all that stuff.
No, we don't all understand it. Show your evidence that you can prove what you're saying.
Therefore, a hump would be a change in elevation. But the
You keep on saying stuff. Show your evidence.
I hear you. So a hump is a change in elevation.
No, you keep on saying it. You keep on saying it. Show your evidence.
I hear you. Now be quiet. So
no, I'm not being quiet.
Go back to saying noise.
Don't need to be repetitive.
Noise.
We heard you the first 5 times. When she gets a chance, I'm sure that she'll show some evidence. Please stop funding muting her and asking for evidence repeatedly. Let her speak. Brenda, please go.
So there's a difference between a hump, which is a change in elevation, and the surface, which is not a change in elevation. So it's incorrect to call.
That's not the definition of hump, I'm afraid, Brenda. Sorry.
Incorrect to call the sagitta a hump because it's not a change in elevation.
Hump is a protrusion. And
It's not a
if you've got a curve between 2 points, that can be considered a protrusion.
No, it's not though.
Yes, it is. Look at the dictionary.
It's not a change in elevation.
And meditate on this. You don't know what you're talking about.
Change in elevation.
Evidence, please.
I defined the words for you.
Brenda, the problem with the definition is you haven't specified what your baseline is for the change in elevation. I specified the change in elevation from the chord very quickly. You decided to use a different baseline by using the surface and or the center of the Earth. So at that point, we are not talking about the same thing when we have 2 different baselines to measure a change in elevation. If you measure it from the chord between the 2 points, yes, you have a hump and a change in elevation in the middle.
Change in your use is illegitimate because that's not how the word is used. A change in elevation is not
a change in elevation. It's just a hump.
Just not how it's used. You're just cherry picking how you want to use it, right? So hump is a change in elevation, right? And the sagitta is not a change in elevation, so it is not a hump.
Why wasn't that argument happening 5 or 6 years ago? Some of us have memories. They weren't white. So you're patchworking the derp, aren't you?
Don't care.
Patchwork dirt. But the problem, Brenda, is we need to use definitions that help us solve the problem and help us think properly about the issue. If you're asking me effectively to assume a ball and assume that level it goes with the definition that you have on a ball of equal elevation from the center point to the surface of said ball, that doesn't help me solve whether or not it's a ball or flat now, does it? So I'm going to need a more even, equitable definition that is a bit more neutral towards both propositions, which would tend to say that we need to have elevation relative to some straight and flat baseline to see if the ball is humping up or down or not. So your definition of level being the curve of the ball is going to be rejected because it begs the question effectively for us to believe your ball definition in the first place when we're trying to figure out whether it's a ball or flat or not.
Well, Lemon,
Why do you need definition when we need evidence?
If you're critiquing the globe model, you assume the globe model conditions, and those are that it's a ball and that elevation is measured from the geoid, the center of the geoid. So you cannot, it's not allowed, it is not rational to insert your own suppositions in there.
But we can still explore the ball if we have an equitable definition.
Guys, calm down. Yo, I'm gonna have to start muting people if it's gonna be like a shit show like this. Everyone relax, please. Also, that's not where we get elevation from.
I have citations that say elevation is not to be confused with the distance to the center of the Earth. It's taken off the mean sea level, nothing to do with the center of Earth.
Okay,
Can you present that then, please?
I have to do this, sorry, and then I'll shut up. This is making me cringe inside, but to represent Flat Earth, the argument has always been consistent from where it began to now. What everybody needs to know is heliocentrists and the globe have been patchworking their argument, forming excuses, distractions. It's so embarrassing for them. If you've watched it unfold, you'll be aware of this. But the flat Earth argument is being consistent, especially when it comes to water and the surface of the water.
Well, when you calculate a mean, you're basically taking a line, Mr. Merle. And when you take the mean of the heights of the people on the basketball team, you line up all their heights, from highest to lowest, and you draw a line, a mean line, between all of those values to basically get a mean value. You don't get a curve like a mean curve. Normally, when people think of a mean geometrically, they think of a line, not a curve. So even that's problematic philosophically. Basically, we're being asked to accept a lot of philosophy that doesn't even necessarily map to reality, that it has to curve around the ball. That's a totally separate claim than what mean sea level is, which would tend to be thought of as flat.
Can I say something now then, please?
Level is defined as...
Oh, no, I can't.
Curvature of the Earth, following the curvature of the Earth. That's
all right. We know the rudimentary. We know that. We all know.
That's the definition of level.
All right, someone else wanted to get in. I wanted to hear what patient
That's
person was
one
about to say.
definition of level. That is not the definition of level. So
It
don't lie, please.
It's
Don't lie about
your
the
not
dictionary.
definition of level.
It is.
Is it?
One
What is
definition.
your definition of level then? What is your definition of level?
I have lots of definitions for level. One of them is what Brenda just said. One of them.
Oh, one of them?
Yeah.
In this context...
Oh,
how many definitions have you got for level then?
Good
One
answer, Don.
means flat. One means the surface of a sphere. Yeah, two definitions, same word.
Yeah.
Problem with the
Yeah, let's move
definition,
on.
though, is we need to see if something's getting higher or lower. And so a more equitable definition would be a level plane that things are rising or lowering relative to. That would include the chord that I was talking about, things rising up and down from the chord between 2 points. That
What's
would be
a
a more
chord?
equitable definition that helps us determine
What
if it is
is
a
a
flat
chord?
surface or a chord is a diameter or a line shorter than the
No.
diameter that goes through a
Chord is not a
circle at 2
diameter.
points.
Chord is not a diameter.
A diameter is the longest chord that you're going to get in a circle.
No, it's not. A chord is not a diameter.
A chord is a line that goes through a circle into 2 points. That's what a chord is.
Yes.
It goes
It's not a diameter.
through a circle
Chord is
at
not a
1 point.
diameter.
A chord goes through it 2.
Wardenclyffe, maybe explain a little bit more. That might help everybody.
This is geometric definition. A chord goes through at 2 points. What were you saying, Wardenclyffe?
I understand that a chord isn't, but I'd like to hear your. Like, don't just keep
chord
saying.
Is 2 points on the circle. It's the shortest line between 2 points on the circle. Got nothing to do with radius or diameter or anything like that.
But I mean, couldn't
a diameter goes through a circle at 2 points? So technically, a diameter is a type of chord.
If you make the 2 points on the opposite sides of the circle and then draw the line, you're going to have a diameter and a chord.
What is a diameter on a circle?
A diameter is a type of chord, a line that connects 2 points on a circle.
What is the definition of a diameter on a circle?
The chord that goes through the center of the circle.
Half the circle, a line dividing half the circle, which would make a diameter and a chord.
So basically, we would have a hump relative to that chord.
Can't help you, flat earthers. Sorry, I was going to argue for truth, but you're all wrong. Everyone here is wrong.
We need an equitable definition that helps us determine.
How are we wrong?
Just for argument's sake. Brenda's wrong, and instead of telling her where she's wrong and what her model is actually, and just saying I don't believe it, you've decided in a completely new, different way to measure what level means and how to measure curves, and you just made up loads of rubbish.
We already cited the necessity for a more equitable definition that can help us see if anything's curving up and down relative to some sort of baseline standard that isn't changing.
Yeah,
Your definition of level changes all over the ball. It goes up, it goes down, and it circles around, and it's an inferior definition. So a superior definition would be a chord that doesn't change in elevation, that you measure change in elevation up and down relative to. It's a superior definition to help us figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah, well, like if you force the line, you can make a horizontal, and then you check Earth deviating from it. That's what I believe's happened over time. But if you're obsessed with a horizontal baseline, you're never going to understand a surface of Earth that isn't horizontal, are you? You have to.
Well, it appears that water is philosophically deemed to be flat because it flows. Flow is basically one part of a substance climbing over another part of the substance. The climbing or the flowing would stop the moment that all parts of the substance are more or less next to each other with no change in elevation, aka a straight line. So we're not even prepared philosophically to think about water as doing anything else but being a flat level, not a curve.
Humans that are not flat earthers consider that water could make any shape on its surface, depending on the forces.
So now we have to appeal to metaphysical forces.
They've seen humps, they've seen
metaphysical
showers,
forces that we don't see curving water. We don't see gravity curving water. We see surface tension curving water at a small scale, but once the water bubble gets too big, it starts to flatten out. So now we're appealing to metaphysics as opposed to practical reality.
Water surfaces can bend. You've seen that yourself.
Lemon, we measure the curvature, Lemon. Water isn't flat. It's level.
When did you measure the curvature surfaces?
Surveyors do it all the time.
Really?
Yes.
Do they?
Geodetic surveyors measure curvature all the time.
Right, okay. So how do they do that then?
Yeah, be careful now too, because Warden Cliff and there's others in the room that know what's going to happen. So be careful.
Stop trying to bloody pigeonhole me. I haven't pigeonholed you, have I? So don't pigeonhole me.
I'm not pigeonholing you. I'm saying you understand.
You just said it. You said stop.
I'm not pigeonholing you, you fuckhead. I'm saying you understand geodesics. And when she starts speaking her derp, fucking call her on it.
Shut up, you cocksucker.
Not pigeonholing you into fucking anything.
Come on, let's get on with it.
Fucking, you guys
you're all fired
are
up. Relax.
fucking retards.
Merle,
Seriously, you've been out here in flat earth
relax.
too long, man. Seriously.
Just relax.
You guys need to fucking check yourselves.
All right, relax.
Why do we need to check ourselves?
Why? Why? Because you guys got distracted into trying to come up with a map and a model, and you couldn't, and your butt hurt.
Why do we have to replace your model
flat
or
Earth?
your model?
You can't prove flat Earth.
The Earth's not flat.
All right, that's fine. That's fine, bro. Just relax, bro.
Yeah, but you can't. That's why your butt hurt. That's why
nobody's butt hurt, though.
You are
nobody's
fucking butt hurt.
Did I say the Earth was flat? I just said the Earth's not flat.
So what?
You know what we mean by flat Earth, though. I mean, that's a pedantic kind of thing, right? You believe it's above a level stationary, a flat horizontal stationary plane, right?
Jeremy,
hold on. Let's just get this sorted out right now, so we understand. Yeah, so so that's what a flat earther.
So it's not flat.
That's what it means to be a flat earther. We don't think the ground's literally flat.
No,
yeah, we know.
Flat.
Nobody thinks that.
Earth, Jeremy.
I've never said it was flat. The Earth is not flat.
Right.
I know,
What
but
is
that's
it then? What is it then? What is it then, Warden Cliff? It's not flat. What is it then?
It's a stationary plane.
Right.
With changes in elevation.
Flat Earth, you moron. That's what they mean.
It's not fucking flat, you twat.
Planes are flat, dude. I think we're trying to say it's not smooth.
Flat plane with topography.
Yeah, but planes are flat, my man.
Horizontal plane with changes in elevation.
That's what people mean by flat Earth.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Yes, it absolutely is. Hold on a second, Brenda. It absolutely is what we mean when I say I'm a flat earther. That is specifically what I mean. Exactly what you
I'm not a
said.
flat earther.
Horizontal plane, elevation changes.
I'm not a flat earther. I don't agree it's flat.
I hear you.
Exactly what flat earthers believe.
So you say, but I'm not a flat earther.
I didn't say it. You said it.
I never said I was a flat earther.
You said it's a stationary flat plane with changes in elevation.
It's a stationary plane with changes in elevation. Correct. Yes.
That's exactly what. That's exactly
if you're not a
what
flat
like
earther,
99%.
no one is.
Hold on. That's exactly what like 99% of flat earthers think, though. That's exactly what I think. That it's a horizontal plane with elevation changes.
So you're a stationary plane with elevation changes, Earther.
Sorry, say again.
You're a stationary plane with topographical fucking juts of land popping out of water, Earther.
Yes, if you want to call me that, carry on.
I just want to go.
We just call those people flat. We just call those people. We call. Hold on a second. We just call those people. We just call those people for sure. We just call those people.
So you want to label me now, do you?
Yes, we have to categorize and label you. Absolutely, that's what we do.
Exactly what everybody wants to do. They want to label everybody, don't they?
Yeah, Pigeonhole City.
We got to put it in a nice little box, wrap it up with a bow tie.
Yep. Brave Cliff refuses to be categorized as what he exactly believes.
Good on him.
If he's not a flat earther, no one is.
I'm not a flat earther. I don't
then no
believe
one
it's flat. It's not flat.
Cliff, is Jeremy a flat earther?
Yeah, but no one thinks it's
Who's
flat.
Jeremy?
No one thinks it. I'm Jeremy. No one thinks it's flat. Okay, all the flat earthers think that it's a flat horizontal plane with elevation changes, just like you described. That's like what every flat earther thinks. No one thinks it's literally like 2D flat.
Is that what you're saying? Jeremy thinks.
Even if you're not a flat earther, weren't you a flanderer at some point?
What would you say, Word?
Flander.
How can you prove it's flat then?
The horizontal plane that we were at.
How can you prove that it's flat?
By
no, I'm just saying we believe the thing you believe about the horizontal plane with elevation changes. We just call those people flat earthers. Like that's just what we call them.
So you believe. So where's your proof then?
I can't prove it. Can you?
I can't believe what you prove. No.
No, can you prove it?
How can I believe? How can I prove what you believe?
No, that's not the question.
No, we're not talking about a belief, like believing in like Jesus or something. We're talking about something you could prove in reality.
He's been at Bev's too long.
Oh, that's what you think then?
Oh yeah.
We ain't hating, bro. We love Bev. Listen, we love Bev. Bev's great, bro. Bev's great.
Bev's great.
Everyone should go spend more time over at Bev's and get your geometry up.
Yeah, I'm the same
So what geometry have you got then?
But this discussion makes it very awkward, doesn't it? This line of questioning.
No, you're the one that brought Bev's up. I didn't. So therefore, what proof have you got that Bev's geometry is wrong or right?
His own evidence. He brings up what's it? The elements from
Euclid.
From Euclid, and Euclid both states. What does he say? He says a two-dimensional plane is what, or a two-dimensional boundary is what surrounds a three-dimensional object. Then he claims that there's no such thing as like a two-dimensional surface. He thinks surfaces are three-dimensional, even though it says it in his own.
No, a two-dimensional plane cannot be a three-dimensional surface. Correct?
Oh, exactly. A three-dimensional.
Is that what you're saying?
Has a two-dimensional surface, according to Euclid.
Right. So it's length and breadth. That's two-dimensional. So what's the third dimension then?
Are you disagreeing with Euclid?
I'm asking you questions.
Are you disagreeing with Euclid?
I'm asking you questions. A two-dimensional surface is length and breadth, correct?
Euclid says the surface of a three-dimensional object is two-dimensional.
A two-dimensional surface is length and breadth, yes or no?
Sure.
Length and
Yes.
breadth.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yo,
So
if
you're
Euclid
saying
said
a
the surface of a
three-dimensional surface now is length and breadth plus what?
Width.
Holding your breath.
Height.
Width.
Height.
Yeah.
Height. Oh, somebody said height. So therefore it's not two-dimensional, it's three-dimensional, isn't it?
No.
Nope.
Somebody just mentioned in this Discord height. So you've got length and breadth and height.
You can plot any point on the surface of a sphere with 2 dimensions, regardless of its elevation.
How come somebody mentioned height?
Well, you asked for a third dimension.
There you go.
Yeah.
You've got 3 dimensions now. So you've got width, length, and height.
But not on the surface, Cliff. Not on the
Yeah, now
that's 3 dimensions.
No, it's not.
Hold on, wait a minute. Somebody just said 3 dimensions, but no, it's not. How the hell did you work that one out?
It's 3 dimensions, sure, but not on the surface. Like,
oh, where's the 3 dimensions then?
Like
is it in
it's
somewhere
like
else, but not on the surface?
So let's ask a question. We have a bike, and it has 2 tires, right? The front tire and the back tire. Now, let's add 2 more tires. Which tires would those be?
Oh, so you've got a 4-tired bike now?
Yeah, there you go. It's now a car.
Well, we're talking about definitions ultimately. What was that?
There you go.
On a bike to move
there you go. It's your logic now that
no, it's
a
not my
bike is a
logic.
car.
It's your
no,
logic.
no, it's your logic. You
No,
just
it's
said
not my logic. You said
we have a bike.
2 tires on a bike.
Now we added 2 tires, and suddenly it's a car.
How the hell did you get 2 tires on a bike to 4 tires on a bike, and now it's a car? How the hell did you get that one?
Of course it is.
He's saying makes the bike a car now is that it has 4 wheels like a car, based off of his interpretation of what your logic means.
Yeah, it's not a bicycle because the bicycle only has 2 tires.
But how did you get here? What are you actually debating?
What about a monobike?
I'm
That's
lost.
only got 1 tire.
We were kind of debating semantics and definitions ultimately, but back to the whole level as a curve versus level versus flat. How do you determine how much the level curve is curving without a flat level to base it off of?
How does a level curve?
To go back to flat levels, not curved ones, to determine curvature. Therefore, the superior definition that we need to be going off of is a flat level, not a curved one.
Curve.
What was that?
How does a horizontal curve?
In their world, a level curves
In
around
their
the
world,
ball.
who's there?
The heliocentrists, the people who believe that the Earth's a planet.
This exchange will go much more smoother if you don't ask too many questions.
Yes, yes,
Right,
it was a
so
belief.
It's not fact then, it's a belief. It's
No,
not true,
it's
it's a belief.
It's something you get as soon as you arrive on Earth, and if you've been through an education system, that's what you get
How do you
told.
arrive on Earth?
You come out of your mother's womb.
So that's not arrival then?
Well, if we're going to get semantic with questions like this, we're not going to go anywhere. The thing is,
But
we need to
are-
use a flat level, not a curved one.
We were starting to get somewhere then, because this is really the nuts and bolts of it. Like, it wouldn't even be in anyone's head to begin with unless it was put in there, right?
No, that's not true.
Well, how
Actually,
did it get there then?
I
did this
totally agree with that. Yes,
heliocentric-
it's not in somebody's head until you put it in their head, because it's not true.
That's not true. So you can get into your head by reasoning.
But the reasoning is flawed. The reasoning is necessary to hold the model in your head, but not to match reality. We treat levels as if they are flat, not as if they are curved.
Lemon, if you
So
want
levels are flat then?
Lemon, if you want to show the reasoning is flawed, you have to demonstrate a contradiction.
The contradiction is how we think of water behaving when it flows. Like I said before, when an object flows, it's essentially one part of the object going over another part of the same object, going over and under itself. That process will continue until all parts are next to each other and no part is above the other, aka a flat plane. Logical, sound, consistent.
Correct.
That's not what flow is.
100% correct.
So water affects a flat level based off of that principle alone. Once that's established, once we realize that most of the earth is water, by logical extension, most of the earth would tend to be flat.
Yeah, that's just bad reasoning. So
Except for sea is not stationary; it's moving. But lakes,
obviously, but it is flat and that it is not flowing from one container to another. It appears to be housed in its final container with little to no subsequent flow into another container.
That's false. That's all false. So it's level.
if it's false, please produce evidence that it's false.
Sure. The fact that we can measure the curvature.
How do you measure curvature?
Surveyors do that all the time.
Surveyors don't measure curvature.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
It's spherical excess.
They measure elevation changes.
No, they measure spherical excess.
Where?
Spherical excess?
Yes.
Where?
The spherical excess can be accounted for with the part of the triangle that you're missing due to spherical excess being explained simply by the diffraction limit. When you look down a hallway, you're losing parts of the visual scene and the triangles and angles that you would make based off of being able to see it or not see it because the ceiling is ramping into the floor and cutting off the image, cutting off visual information and cutting off your triangle. There's your spherical excess right there.
No, that's not true. The equipment is more accurate than that.
But just because light is not being obstructed by any sort of thing in the way, Brenda, doesn't mean that the light will be interpreted as a 2D image once it reaches the instrument, the eye, the camera, or whatever. You're saying that just because there's nothing in the way that you would automatically make a 2D image on the object. That's not true. There are things like the diffraction limit. There are limits to even what you can see when it's right in front of your face. No obstruction.
The equipment is more precise than the diffraction limit. And the interpretation of the image is not important, right? So they measure spherical excess, which means that the angles of the zenith and the established horizontal add up to being greater than 180 degrees, which proves that there's a spherical excess.
Most of the compression is going to happen toward the level of the eyes and toward the surface. Things are so smushed, Brenda, with the ceiling smashing into the floor, you can't tell what's going on. You can't tell what's above, what's below. You can't tell what's a 2D image, what is obstructed, what isn't obstructed. We can't just assume that it's obstructed just because we can't make it out off of the surface.
Yeah, there's no
Lemon, can I just ask Brenda something in a sec?
Yes.
Brenda, like, without being too personal, do you know how to swim?
Yeah, of course I do.
Yeah, I'm glad you said yes, because Rocket Scientist told me yesterday that he didn't know how to swim, and Veach has never been camping, and it's sort of, I'm forming a theory that, you know, a lot of the people in, it seems like gems anyway, they sort of have a theoretical understanding of science and the world, not a practical, actual understanding of the real world. And I think, you know, this could be quite revealing because, you know,
I've been camping.
The actual substance, you know, like water. I mean, you must have been around it at some time in your life, right?
Oh, I 60 years. You know, you get to do a few things. I've been camping.
Right.
I've been in
Good on you.
I've been in the boundary waters, which is northern Minnesota. I've been and crossed over into Canada by canoe.
Wow. I'm glad I asked. I've got way more respect for you right now. So much, actually.
Brenda is a woman of the world. Just wish she could see flat water for what it is.
So, Brenda, when you were swimming in the water, was that straight or was it curved?
As far as I could tell, it was straight, right? For a swimming pool, you're not going to notice any kind of curvature.
So, how long was the swimming pool? What length was it?
That was high school, so fuck if I know. How big a high school swimming pool is.
So, you've never been
I'd
out
say
in
that's what, 50, 60 feet or something like that.
So, you've
That's
never been
5
out in a
minutes.
lake, swam in a lake?
Listen, 5 minutes. We're doing a 5 minutes. We're doing a show in here, right? If you want to keep talking about whatever this is, you know, you can always go to another room or you can stay for the show. I don't know what the show is going to be on. It might be about this. It might just be like him letting us run wild. I have no idea, so we'll see. 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's try to keep our composure.
Oh no, people love a good shit show.
Oh yes.
No. I know that. I know some of them do, but that's not how we're gonna. It's not going down like that.
Yeah, that's not the purpose of this show.
The purpose of the show is to have as few people in the Discord as possible. Because every time I come in here, it's like 0 people.
Well, we should discuss the flatness, you know, from an open perspective, and have countering viewpoints as well.
I've been checking in, you know, every once in a while for like 2 weeks, and it's always been 0 people. It's the first time I've had more than 2 or 3 people.
Well, hopefully we can put some more flat action in there and make it flat action packed. But Brenda, a lot of this appears to be philosophical, which is why I don't understand why you're basically accepting philosophically inferior propositions and worse definitions. For us to determine if it's flat or round, in both instances, we need a flat baseline to measure things off of. Otherwise, we can't determine anything. So why are you accepting the warped, distorted definition of level curving around a ball instead of level being flat and horizontal?
It's philosophy. It's science.
Science needs to be consistent. How can science be consistent if we're accepting inconsistent definitions?
It is consistent, and it's based in observations and repeatable, verifiable. You know, I guess theory. I guess you could call it a theory, but at this point, nobody really thinks of the globe as a theory. It's just an established fact. I mean, this is just a tiny corner of the internet.
Who established this as a fact?
Aristophanes 2,000 years ago.
Sticks and shadows. That could also form over a flat surface.
No, it couldn't.
Can you prove that then?
Okay, literally, he only used two sticks, and that literally we have the major people saying that you know, Neil deGrasse and so forth, saying that you can do this with 2 sticks on a flat horizontal plane in a local sun. So you have another time they did it after that.
Okay, let's prove it then. Come on, show us how you prove it then.
Right, but so
it's false. It's false. That didn't prove anything. Brenda's just wrong.
I don't give a damn what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. He's wrong.
I don't know, but you're wrong though. It can happen on a flat horizontal plane with a closed local surface when you only use 2 sticks.
It can't. It can't happen.
It literally can. What do you mean it can't?
So
well, me and Neil
over
deGrasse Tyson know
2,000
that it
years
can.
ago, this was proven.
Why?
So therefore, if it's 2,000 years ago, let's prove it now. Go ahead. Let's prove it.
It's been done many times. Sly Sparkane did it.
Show us his video then.
Dr. Bob, and Blue Marble.
Dr. Bob.
Well, they did.
Yes, laugh at the guy so that.
So not 2,000 years ago then. Now. Within the past 10 years, not 2,000 years ago.
It's been repeated by Sly Sparkane. Dr. Bob and Blue Marble did it. And the
I already told you.
The reason.
Friend, I already told. Go ahead. My bad.
I'm giving you the reason why Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong. The reason.
Can we see their videos then, please?
All right, so I'm going to explain it to you. So
no, don't explain it. Let's see their videos of how they did it.
Videos. I can just explain it to you.
No.
Wait, how is
we don't want verbal confirmation. We want video evidence.
Or not.
Well, you can speak for yourself. You know, I'd like to hear what she's got to say.
Of course you would, but I would like to see video evidence of what is being presented.
What
Oh, God.
what NDT failed to take into account is the fact that the rays of light coming from the sun are parallel. If the sun was close, they would not be parallel. So he made a mistake, right?
No, wrong.
No, he made a mistake. He forgot.
Wrong. I don't agree.
He forgot to take into account the fact that rays of light coming from the sun are parallel, which would not be the case if the sun was close and local.
Do not agree.
Yeah, too bad. That's just how things work.
And that's how we have this discussion, because you say something, I either agree or disagree. Correct?
Yeah, denial is worthless. You show
Right. Okay. So acceptance is accepted, but denial is not accepted. Is that what you're saying?
Show him wrong.
Yeah. The only thing you're missing